only one, 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 only one.
Hello, everybody! Welcome to the Swedish Top 8 National! Woo! Woohoo! My name is Peter Bros, and today I have with me
Christian Bergesen. We have been invited here all the way over from Norway to cast this beautiful Nationals Top 8. The first game going to be played about these beautiful players behind us here. Jacob Trossing versus Dennis Froberg with our beautiful heroes here at Qruxel Studio. This amazing studio that has been prepared for us for this amazing Top 8.
Oh, yeah.
Also shout out to the host of the tournament all, Dragon's Lair here in beautiful Stockholm, Sweden. Very beautiful. So a little bit about today. We will bring you, as we talked about yesterday, we'll bring you every game that we have here in the Top 8. That's going to be a lot of games, a lot of good actions. So you're not going to miss anything.
I'm so excited. 7 rounds of Swiss. Oh.
Single elimination.
8 players, 1 champion.
Just 1 champion.
It takes the best to be the best. So here we have the bracket. We will start with the first seed, Jacob Trossing versus Dennis Froberg. Then we will move to Niklas Bengtsson versus Ashkan. Then Jacob versus Jesper. And then Niklas Aster versus Martin. And yesterday we talked about we both have a Niklas in the race. And as the FAB gods would have foretold, the only way for these 2 players to meet is in the finals.
That is true. We even gave them a little bit of the caster curse, because usually when the caster says that we have a favorite player, those usually just lose the first game. That's exactly what happened this time too.
Yep.
They lost the first game. Asner even did a submarine. He lost the 2 first rounds, and now he's gone all the way into the Top 8, a 3rd seed.
Isn't that amazing? It's like the Pablo Pinto on the Pro Tour that you can lose the first 2 games and still just never give up and then shoot for the stars and manage to land yourself in Top 8. Here we see the beautiful trophy that they are playing for, coming home with one of the lovely people today. So has anything changed? Do you feel different about... We gotta talk about Mr. Unstoppable. Can anybody stop his rampage? 9-0! That's insane!
He's not dropped a match during the whole day. He is during whole day last day. He played the draft. We watched 2 of his game.
What grade did we give his draft deck, Christian?
I gave it a 4. I gave it like a 4, between 4 and a 5, 4.5, and you gave it around a 5. He himself actually agreed a little bit about the score about it. He wasn't really happy with his deck, but you could see, this is what we love about Flesh and Blood, right? You can play, as long as you play your best, you can still do well, even if you don't necessarily feel like your deck is a better deck.
Yeah, tight players win tight games.
Exactly.
And that's what we're going to see today, everybody.
So what we're going to do too, guys, we're soon going to give you the game that we all know that all of you want to see. But we're first going to have a little bit interview about the players before they get to play, how they're feeling, are they ready, a little bit. So hang on and we're going to get the player for you.
Yeah, we'll be back in like 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. Go ahead. Mr. Jacob is ready. You will stand. Welcome back. Today I have Mr. Immovable himself. Hey, Jacob. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very great, of course, of the 9-0 start.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
It's gotta feel good. What do you think about the first matchup you're going against, Mr. Dennis the Menace here?
I think Dash is one of the harder matchups in top 8. I'm happy to not play like Nu or Victor round 1.
Yeah.
I think Dash is fine, but it's definitely one of the harder matchups for Sen. I do get to choose who starts, which definitely is
that's a huge advantage.
Upside. And I have been testing a bunch with Dennis before this, so I know.
Okay, so you're like friends.
Yeah. So we both know the matchup very well, so we hope we can deliver a very fun and entertaining game.
Yeah, that's very important. We had a questionnaire, so I have some fun facts about anything. So, here's the screen. So you said here that your prediction for top 8 would be you, Niklas Asner and Niklas Bengtsson, and Dennis, so 4 of the top 8. That's a pretty good prediction.
Yeah.
And you are currently finishing study. What kind of study did you do?
I studied engineering physics.
Engineering?
Yeah.
Like ding, building stuff.
Programming in the end.
Here you go.
Yeah.
This is what not being very well educated do to you. Is there any last thought or any person you want to shout out before you get right into the game?
No, but I want to shout out Ville from Finland. He helped me with the deck a lot.
Let's go, Finland!
I also want to shout out Jocke and Niklas Asner. They also helped me test together with them.
Those are great guys.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to hold you anymore. Good luck with your game.
Thank you.
You can go and start setting up, and we'll bring your Dennis shortly.
Thank you.
We'll be back very soon. And here we have the other top 8 contestant, Dennis. Nice to see you, Dennis. How are you feeling?
I gotta say, I'm a bit nervous. As you saw after when the top 8 got announced, I was really happy.
Yeah.
And like kind of sad at the same time, because a friend was basically, if he loses, I'm in.
Yeah.
And if he wins, I lose. So
it was like doomed either way.
Yeah.
But this one is better for you because now you're in the top 8.
It is.
And you got to play against your friend, Mr. Jacob, the immovable object.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be a tough match for sure. Him choosing whether to go first or second, I think, is very important in this matchup. So I think that will, it might give him a few percentage points more.
Yeah.
But I think if everything goes to plan, I could take it.
Okay. You got to have confidence. You got to be here to mean it to win it, right?
Of course.
Even though it's always sad to have a little team kill at the start of the day.
It is.
So are you nervous because you're the first match, or have you played different high-stakes tournament?
I mean, I did top 8 last year.
Okay, nice. Back to back.
So it's back to back. It feels good. I'm still a bit nervous. I mean, being the first game, you feel a bit of the pressure coming on.
And you're the 8 seeds. You're like the underdog.
Yeah,
because you will always play up seed.
Yeah, I feel like if I get the momentum, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a great day, anyways.
Yeah.
I just love it here. I just wanted to get top 8 because of the studio. The studio is amazing.
Shout out to Qruxel, amazing studio. This is so fun. But let's talk about a little. You filled in the questionnaire and you said you used to play Chain, nothing else. Chain live.
Yeah,
my Chain brother. Nice to see you.
I mean, so when I live here in Uppsala, we only play Blitz during armies normally.
Okay.
And so I had a Blitz Chain deck, and I just loved it.
Yeah, it's so fun.
I just loved the gameplay of Chain as he was. I unfortunately never got to play him in CC.
Oh,
but
that was power.
It was, and I just I've looked at so many games and it looks so fun.
Yeah.
So then I asked my friend, okay, so Chain is now gone in CC and I want to get into the CC. What do I play? And he said, dash is kind of close.
Kind of close? What do you mean?
Because both are aggro decks.
Ah, okay.
So like
okay.
you kind of would have similar game plans. I notice now that like it's very different.
Yeah, it's super different.
Incredibly different. So that was kind of it, and I was like, okay, yeah, I might as well go dash.
It's a very cool hero, though.
I've just stuck with it.
Yeah. But you said your favorite card is Reinforce the Line.
Yes.
How does an aggro player like a weird defense reaction?
Okay, so this comes back to the hybrid, to the hybrid dash, because I hated playing against Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
And so whenever I would get Command and Conquered, I would just block with a card, and then because Reinforce the Line is an instant, I would play Reinforce the Line, and I would feel really good.
Yeah, you feel smart.
Yeah,
you feel smart.
Exactly. Or if they have a pummel and you block for 6, Reinforce the Line, and what do they do?
Because usually you can't use defense reaction.
Exactly.
Against Command and Conquer. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see.
That's the reason.
So because of play patterns and the feeling of like, gotcha, pow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna hold you any longer, Dennis. So much good luck in your match.
Thank you.
And may the wins keep coming.
I
See
hope
you
so
later.
too.
So the players will get set up. Christian will come back in the booth very shortly. And here's our lovely bracket again. Just stick around for a couple more seconds, guys, and we'll get started with the first game of this top 8. Woo! Anyways, we're just going to give a little shout out to Dragon's Lair that is hosting the tournament, and of course Qruxel Production that is having us in this beautiful stuff. Yeah, there you are, my co-caster. Here, this is your place. No transitions, no magic. You see the raw, uncut footage of this early morning Flesh and Blood. Ooh.
It's gonna be good.
So, as a expert mechanologist player yourself, Christian, what do you feel about this this matchup? And do you believe in the menace, or is the unmovable still gonna be unmovable?
So as we heard from both players there, that it is going to be a little bit hard for Zen. As we talked a little bit earlier, when you don't want to block, as a lot of people don't want to do, Dash has the advantage of having a higher average damage turn, and they have the high octanes to actually push some real damage through with the pistol, as being one of the only weapons in the game that you can activate multiple times.
Yeah, because you convert every resource into 2 damage.
Yeah, exactly. Zen has a higher ceiling when they pop off on their combo turns with things like Art of War and Ancestral Harmony, and using their equipments for this. But just the average damage and raw output of average damage that Dash can perform into it can make it quite hard for Zen. But I think it comes down to skill play from both. I do think Dash has a little bit of an advantage into this game, but I would not say it is like some people would say, oh, it's maybe a 90.
90?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone is actually saying that. I think it's closer to maybe like a 55-45 in for Dash's favor.
Yeah, but that number surely goes down when Sen gets to go second, right?
That should. So both yes and no. So that really depends on how much setup that the Dash player is allowed to do on the first turn.
Okay.
Because you have the items from Dash that allows them. They have like Teklo Pounder, the Teklo Foundry Heart, not Teklo Foundry Heart, but Teklo Heart, Teklo Core. These kind of items gives them a lot of value, and they usually eat your action points, so they're kind of punishing to set up in a lot of the normal games. But when you go first as a Dash player, you're allowed to start a turn with these in play without actually losing some of the tempo, because you actually gain more tempo because you can start with it in play. Dash's whole hero ability is a ability that only works at the start of the game by allowing you to start with an item in play. So if you go first and you play an item on turn 1, that is basically like having double activation of your hero ability.
Okay, that's pretty good. I heard some people are able to win games based on that.
Zen usually wins. The more they activate the hero ability, the more they win. And Dash can't really activate her hero ability more than once.
Oh, she can't enter the game more than once, sadly. If only there was a way. LSS, please make Dash able to re-enter the game.
Make a new item that just flickers your hero, resets your hero, and
resets your hero.
We kind of just restart it.
Don't you go back to 40 then?
I see a lot of potential problems with this hero. Elsos, please don't do that.
No.
Please don't do that. Don't listen to this guy.
Yeah, don't listen to me. I don't have a bachelor degree in game design. It's not worth anything.
No.
And no, sir. No, those people are great. I heard a rumor that we might have some eyes from LSS watching this very beautiful tournament.
Yeah, we'll see if he has his eyes on.
Being a father
man
and a game designer is not easy to take time to watch the tournaments.
No.
But
Yeah.
if they're watching, I hope that you are. Thank you so much for making such an amazing game.
Yeah.
I think that I don't know how the persons are ready, but we can stand there and yap for a little while.
That's fine. We don't really have. It seems like people are getting ready, but we're going to get a notice when everything's ready for Get Over.
Yeah.
Okay. So who do you think is the favorite, and who do you have your vote on in this game? Because we do have to. We do have to choose. We can't just be like, we're cheering on both. We have to choose. And I'm going to give you the first pick this round on who are you cheering on.
I gotta go with the top dog, ruff, ruff, the Mr. Unstoppable himself. He is, for all intents and purposes, the Swedish Michael Fang. He's clean, he's surgical, he focuses, and he plays tight. He knows his outs, he plays to them, he doesn't miss triggers, he doesn't miss sequence. He's like a machine that turns cards into wins.
Yeah, I'll take Dennis.
Okay.
I'm very happy about that, since I do actually prefer the Mechnologist over the Ninjas.
Yeah.
Though Ninja and Mechnologist was two of the first classes I was looking on. But then again, when I started playing this game back in right before Monarch, that will say we only had the 8 original classes. But what I do love about this matchup is it is a match between the old and the new.
Yeah.
We have one of the original 8 versus one of the newest newcomers, and they're still in top 8.
Yeah.
Dash is close to getting LL. Will Dennis be the one
Who pushes her further?
helps her push her further towards the LL points, or will he falls? I do believe Dennis will have it. He has shown that he have been playing really well, and it will be really interesting. I think he has what it takes to take down the unmovable fortress of Jacob Trossing.
He also have like the underdog spirit because he already lost to Jacob once in draft.
Yeah.
And that like either breaks you or really fuels the fire. Like, I gotta get this guy. I don't need to win the tournament, but I gotta get this guy.
But as we've heard from the players themselves, they have been testing together. They are friends that test together, so they know about their decks. They know their decks in and out.
Yeah, so they're probably not gonna get caught by any secret or
no. Then again,
spicy tech.
They had open deck lists, so they had all information about each other's decks.
Okay, I guess word from production that they are ready now. Ladies and gentlemen and everything in between, it's time to go to the first round of Swedish Top 8 National. Oh, vad jag clean.
All right.
Here we see the persons, they're smiling, they're having a good time. They just need to change the names, but that's something that will come shortly. What do you think, item? Who do you think goes first? And what item will Dash get?
So we do know that that Jacob said that he was going to go second.
Okay.
He've already decided that. He talked about that out in the hallway. And how then Dennis talked about how that's a lot. It changes a lot how you go. I do wonder if you're going first, I think I would be inclined to start with induction chamber.
Yeah.
Since that allows you more setup. I do
Not Pounder?
No, I think Pounder is more you would want if you're going second, because then you want to push more of the damage.
Okay, yeah.
But it might be that you just do induction chamber on both, just because of the consistency of extra damage that you can get from the go again on the weapon. So it seems like they're still waiting a little bit on getting confirmation to start.
Here we see the tournament has been going for 77,870 hours.
There's actually a start of a number before the 7.
Okay, so it's
it's big. It's a long time. It's a long time.
It's funny that this number has been going all night, but that's no problem. We'll get it correctly. We'll get the names correctly. Just a little hiccup waiting for them. So what are the key cards in this matchup that you think will help to decide the winner?
So the key cards will probably be High Octane from Dash, It will also be how they manage to draw the items during the turn.
Yeah.
It will also depend on how fast Jacob can transcend, and it also, I think T-Bone will be a very big deciding factor in this game.
Yeah, especially if he draws multiple T-bones.
Especially if he pulls multiple T-Bones, but also if he managed to pull a couple of T-Bones before Jacob manages to transcend the first time.
Yeah, if he has to use the helmet before transcending, that would be really bad.
That would be really bad for him, because that is one of the ways for Jacob to be able to pop more off and do more damage on the get one of these 30 to 40 damage turns that that Zen has been known for doing and been feared for doing.
Yeah, rightfully so. That hero pumps those numbers up.
Yeah, I think Dash can do, I wouldn't say necessarily similar numbers, but also maximum velocity is a terrifying card.
Oh yeah, it's so huge. It's coming for 10.
It's probably one of the...
Okay, there seem to be a slightly technical issue, so we'll go back to the booth.
Welcome back here to the
Welcome
booth
back.
for us.
Oh, this booth is so beautiful.
You
I
also
wish I
the-
could live here.
Yeah, well, the advantage we have by being so close to the borders between Norway and Sweden is that it isn't really that far for us to go.
No.
Stockholm, so it's actually funny for me, being from the west coast of Norway, Bergen, it is actually about the same distance from the capital in Oslo to Bergen as it is to Stockholm. So for me, it's kind of like if I'm going home or going to Stockholm, it's the same amount of time.
That's funny how country works. My English very good. Yes.
Yes, amazing.
It's always going to Tromsø is almost the same as going to Spain. So it's like the countries are large, man.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't feel that large. Everything just feels bigger in Sweden when you come from our humble town of Norway.
Well, most things are bigger. There are a lot more people here than there is in Norway. So they have bigger cities. I do think the country in itself is bigger. I don't actually know. I don't know my geography.
Yeah, I got a D in geography, so don't ask me, buddy.
I think I'm better at the Wraith geography than I am in the real world geography. I don't think that's a good thing.
Christian, point out Solana. Christian,
Yeah.
point out Uppsala.
Oh. Now it goes.
Oh, that's so
I mean,
funny.
yeah.
But let's talk about some of the people that are helped make this happen. We have FAB Counter, made by our own Supreme Overlord Giga Judge Stefan. It's a very nice life counter that you can get on the App Store and every mobile phone. We also have Dragon's Lair Stockholm that's hosting this tournament on behalf of LSS. We also have our beautiful production studio, Qruxel. Qruxel. It's so hard to speak. And that is my job, so that's a little embarrassing. And also, big shout out to Mr. Tournament Organizer himself, Mr. Henrik Monteith.
Thank you so much for inviting us over and doing all of the work that you do. He's currently not here with us right now.
Yeah, he's working.
Yeah, he's over at Dragon's Lair and running the PTI event that they're currently battling out there for the people that did not make the top 8 of the Nationals and other people that wanted to play and couldn't make it to the Nationals. They are playing the events over there right now.
Yeah, I think is there more events later, or is it just a PTI event today?
I think there was supposed to be 2 events today. Let me have a little look on the information that I have gotten.
So that means that okay, we got confirmation that they're ready for real this time. Please take us back to the table. Okay, and now we have our beautiful contestants. They are ready to rock and roll. Let's see how this first game starts.
It will be really interesting to see how. So again, like a lot of things can be smallishly decided by what the first hand draws. I wouldn't say it decided the whole game, but it can decide the tempo of the game, and it can decide the feeling of the game.
Yeah, because this is both aggro decks, so it's like you gotta walk on a razor's edge. One mistake can cost you the whole match if you don't play tight and don't maximize your blocks. maximize your damage and maximize your opportunities.
Yeah. This matchup can remind me a little bit about, do you remember the good old Cheerios Briar that we played back in the days of Everfest? Because what I feel a lot of people learned back in that meta was that you need to maximize, as you say, maximize your block. You didn't want to block with a 3 block on a 2 attack or a 1 attack. Then you want to try and get it as close as you could where the damage is equal. So if they attack for 3 or 4, you would want to block for 3, not necessarily 6, because that loses you. Unless it comes with an on it or something else that it drags with you, it is just not good for you if you waste the extra 2 blocks.
Yeah. And we have the good old Briar hero power. Oh, there's the fist bump between friends. Here we see the double Sephiroth. We see the Teklo Pounder.
He did go for a Teklo Pounder. But also, I love this from Jacob, as you can see. He's coming here with the needles.
And
what do you think about that?
What's the arm piece? Holy moly. Yeah, the needles. When neither people wants to block, 2 for 1, go again. That's really efficient. This one of the few weapons that can attack for 4 with just 1 card, and that's really huge in a game like this.
That is really big. So the gloves that you alluded to is the Tearing Shuko. Those are from the Talarian Community College product.
Shout out to Talarian Community College.
They're not been seen that much to be played. It's an easy hand that can pump your next tiger at an instant speed, but it's also a battle-worn 1-block equipment. So
Jacob is actually starting. He chose to go first.
Oh, that changes.
He changed his mind, so that's why Dennis is using the Teklo Powder, as you said.
Yes, then things makes more sense that he is, because the Teklo Pounder gets a little bit better when you want to be the more aggressor, and we go second. When you are going second, you most of the time are going to be the more aggressive inclined player. Oh, we see a Chase the Tail pitched for the Chase the Tail. With no effect. It's just a 1 for 4. It's a little bit easy to forget that Chase the Tail can just be this, a 1 for 4. It is, a lot of the times, it can be a spinning wheel kick. If you have a tiger, it can be a spinning wheel kick. And if you're fine playing spinning wheel kick, you're often fine playing Chase the Tail for 4. You do want to get the 7 damage out of it, but a lot of times just 4 is good enough.
Yeah. Ooh, we see Dennis is holding a high octane in his hand. He could have a really aggressive... Oh, he's blocking with the harpoon. That's really interesting. Jacob is here just going to pass. And I think the reason that Jacob is happy attacking with these 2 cards are these are both good cards to have in your graveyard for later, because now he can draw bonds and he's sure that it will draw a good card for him to do a lot of damage. Yeah. And here we go. Talk about this card, Christian.
So High Octane is one of the centerpieces to the Dash through history, where it says that whenever you boost, or first, it costs 1 resource. When you play it, you draw a card, as you just saw Dennis do. And then whenever you boost, you do get an action point. And we see here that is a zipper hit. And then we saw the T-bone and the max velocity in the hand.
Oh, Christian, I know why he's playing that card. It's to play around T-bone.
Yeah, that's true. I know that that is actually a really good tech, because it means that he can keep giving it. Since it's battle worn, he can just keep giving it to T-bones. So his equipment is not actually... T-bone is a lot worse because of that handpiece now.
Yeah, because you need to have 2 T-bones to actually have an effect that will matter on the game. Because he's just going to keep... He loses some damage from it, but he has successfully protected his... chest piece and his helm, which are really crucial to doing the ridiculous pop-off turns.
So thinking about his deck list, of Jacob's deck list here, he has a good amount, like the normal amount of Tiger generators, but the thing is that I don't think on average he would actually get that much damage out of Tiger Stripe Shuko. I think if he cracks the Tearing Shukos for +2 damage, that might be around the average damage. He wouldn't get that much more necessarily than 2, maybe up to 3-4 damage from the Tiger Stripe Shuko. But because it's battle worn, he can just keep blocking it, just keep giving it to T-bones, unless it's multiple T-bones on the same combat chain.
Yeah. So here we see a gun for 2. Using the action point.
We saw that the good zipper hit for 6 because of the +2 from the Teklo Pounder that says whenever you boost a card, whenever you boost, the boosted attack gets +2. So there's no resources left. having paid one for High Octane, one for Separate, and one for the Teklo pistol.
Yeah. And I saw in Jacob's hand that he has an Art of War. So and a Transcend card and a blue. So this can be a huge comeback turn. So do you think he will block with the boots?
He might do. I think he's considering what he can. It also depends.
Oh,
it seems like he does. Since he's considering it, he's not. So I do agree. I do agree. Like the hand seems quite good, but the problem is here that the blue is 100 wins. That's like okay, but that is the problem here. That is the only blue he has, except for the Chi.
Yeah.
So he doesn't really have the good resources here to drop down the Art of War. So this hand can look like a very powerful, very quickly pop-off. Though, when in Transcends, he will get the result from the 12-petal Kesaya that can pay for the Art of War.
Yeah, so
that is true.
So he can go 100 wins, Transcend, get the Art of War, and banish the Tiger, and still get... he doesn't float any resource, but he might draw into a blue or anything good.
Yeah, so you're very aligned on the Art of War hitting something good here, and you can see here Jacob thinking really hard about should he just jump for it now or not. I think a lot of if he should go for it or not will depend on what is in his arsenal.
Yeah.
Because of the power, depending on the power card in arsenal, it might just be better here, give some card and block, just do a little weaker turn and arsenal the Art of War for a later turn.
Yeah, but his hand blocks really bad.
That is also the other problem about Zen and ninjas in general. When you have a matchup where, as we say, most people don't want to block, but when you're forced to block, Dash does have the advantage of most cards.
I think he's going for it. I think he's, as we see with Jacob, since he's a really good set player, he don't just slam the boots when he sees the opportunity. He's thinking about all the lines, all the possible, how he should use Transcend, and what the Art of War can draw.
He does not seem... It seems like he does it a little bit reluctantly. He's not really happy about doing it here, but it might be the only way to actually get his hand to be good enough. I really like this line here of going with the pistols before the Shukos, because if Jacob wants to use the Striders, he will block with them anyways, right? So instead of letting him give like consumer T-bone effect for no value, you would still want to just at least take the Balorn off the Terran Shukos.
Yeah, so it doesn't. So it only blocks for 0 for the rest of the game.
Yes.
And here we see Dennis not boosting, so he doesn't want to convert 2 damage. He'd rather get an arsenal, which I think is very smart of him.
That was a very blue heavy hand from Dennis there. It seems like he drew through blue.
Pray to God. Oh, he hits! Oh, this is going to be huge!
This pop-off turn is a lot better now because the harmony in the...
Now he doesn't go with 100 wins. Now he's just ready to pop the freak off.
As I said, it really depended on what was that arsenal card, and it is everything you want at this point.
This card, it's so frustrating when it hits, but it feels so good when it hits.
We did see that yesterday on stream, where both of the players' Ancestral Harmony did not hit, but now we're going to see the power when it actually hits.
Yeah, so now the Art of War is plus, the Ancestral is giving +1 to every combo card, and then +1 to every attack action card. So cards with combo gets +2, Christian. Oh, that's a double bonds, and now we can get the Ghost Ray, and ladies and gentlemen, it's party time, people.
This is just disgusting at this point. This is the thing. This is the point where people talk about, San, we need to do something about San. Do you believe that? Looking at this turn, do you believe there is something that they actually need to do? Or do you still think this is fine?
I think LSS said that they wanted to introduce more variants. And Sen is like the embodiment of more variants. What if he misses on the Ancestral, and what if he doesn't draw any bonds? Then this hand is kind of bad.
Yeah. So that is the thing that they've tried to introduce more into the game is a little bit more variance, a little bit more synergy in this kind of way of generating the value so that you don't only have these, Cheerios Briar deck. I think that's a good example of a deck they don't want to see again.
Yeah. And that deck is frankly pretty boring. This deck is at least exciting.
This one has a lot of decision points. The Cheerios Briar deck did not really do it. You're just like, I'm attacking with my zeros before we go again.
You'll see very different about the sense that knows what they're doing and the sense that just picked up the deck. which we can't say about the Briar's deck, in all honesty. So he gets the Gust Wave, not surprising.
Yeah. So he had 2 bonds in his hand. That makes him. So sadly, he does not have the double descendant, so he could not go double bond. Actually, play double bonds.
But he already have a card without Go Again, and his graveyard is not that stacked. So I think he's happy just arsenaling one of the bonds.
I think so too. Oh, it is the single yellow bonds that he plays in his list. He only plays 1 yellow.
How do you think he managed to get to that number of? I need 1 yellow.
I think that it is a in between of having a number of the number of bonds that he is happy with, which is 7. So he's playing 7 bonds. And I think that it is also okay. He wants 7. He felt 6 was a little bit too little. And he does have access to Mask of the Pouncing Licks in the sideboard, which makes the blues a little bit better.
Why? When does he want to use that one?
I'm not exactly sure. It might be a little bit against.
I think it might be against Nu, because Nu can seduce secrets to take the chi from their hand, which kind of ruins the whole point of the headpiece, which is a really cool innovation. I've not seen that in other sand lists. So he pitches the blue Gust Wave and not the 100 Winds. So I think he might not going to...
he pitched the blue bonds, and so he's probably going to play the yellow bonds.
Yeah, and here we see a very heads-up play from Dennis, blocking with the Stone Wall, Gauntlet, and the Balance of Justice. Why is that so good, Christian?
So he've already drawn 2 cards from Art of War, so that makes that his Balance of Justice is live, and you just want to take the opportunities you have to make it ready to be used. And the Stonewall Gauntlets will reduce the power of all of the cards reduce the power of all of the cards on this combat chain if the attack that is blocked has higher power than base.
Yeah.
And because of how the combo works, you have to play this combat chain, and that makes it so that you can't really break the combat chain. So all of your attacks will be affected by Stonewall Gauntlet, which is in effect blanking one of the pump effects that is on the table right now.
Yeah. But here we have a little, what should I say, luck in unluck. Since he can't use the other bonds, the Stonewall Gauntlet will only block 2 damage extra. Because since he got 100 wins, he can just close the chain here. And that will not affect the rest of his rest of his turn.
That is true. He has ways to come around it to try and not. But there is some lines he's still if he's still going to lose some damage if he wants to use his Mullen Key. That's still going to prevent it. No, he's not now.
No, he just closes the chain right now after this attack, and then he will just use Spinning Wheel Kick for 6, and then 100 win, 100 wins.
You're actually wrong, because Bonds of Ancestry actually says you need to play this combat chain. You cannot close it there.
That makes sense. I'll take it back.
I was pretty sure about that most of the Ninja cards is locked to needing to be played on the same combat chain.
Yeah, so he's probably just going to power through the Gauntlet and do not care about it.
Yeah, I think that is the best he can do.
Well, he can close the chain after the 100 wins.
Yeah. And that's very likely for him to do. He still has 3 cards in hand. He probably wants to play the 100. So he can play the 100 wins that he has in his hand, the blue one. Mm-hmm. It will still come in for 2 damage. Yeah, it just closes the combat chain.
He's probably thinking about arsenaling the 100 win dents, I think. No, he's probably just going to use it for the needles to get 4 more damage.
Yeah, that seems appropriate.
Oof, this is a 1 for 6. That's a pretty good rate to go again.
That is very good. The gloves still did block
for
4 damage. Yeah, that's pretty good.
There is not a lot of equipment that blocks for 4. Dennis takes 6, going down to 24, and Jacob continues this onslaught of damage. So here we see, I think we're going to see double needles, Tiger, and then finish with Pouncy Key for 7 with an on-hit. Holy moly.
That is going to be very hard for Dennis. I'm a little bit surprised about how little Dennis has blocked this turn. This is This is a little bit thing I've been talking about a couple of times here, where I've seen this thing here where on the turn that Zen pops off, people have had a tendency to be like, you know what? No, I'm not blocking that much. He's blocked with his headpiece and he's blocked with his arms. He have drawn the cards from the Balance of Justice.
Yeah.
But then he's like, okay, I'm not really going to block with the cards other than this. And is like, I wonder how strong Dennis's hand is to not want to give up cards.
He has a maximum velocity in his arsenal.
That is true.
So he wants to play the 10 attack.
Yeah. He could... there is a possibility that he might push...
32 back?
He might push around 32 back. But I am a little bit skeptical about that.
As both players are very good, I assume that Dennis did the math after drawing the card and come to the conclusion that no, I will not block. And here we see the power of the Zephyr Needles in an aggressive matchup, because usually they have a drawback that if you block them, they'll die. But these needles are not getting blocked.
Okay. So Dennis is just like, you know what? I think I'm gonna do better damage, and I'm gonna be. So there is a harpoon in Dennis's hand.
Ooh, that helps a lot.
That helps a lot because that's quite disruptive for him. But I do remember seeing that there was quite a lot of blues in his hand when I saw his hand when he drew it up. So it will be interesting to see how Dennis's turn shapes up.
So here we see casual 29 damage turn. No, it's more because Dennis blocked for 4. So it's over 30 damage.
For 6.
Yeah,
because he blocked 2 with the helmet, and then for 4 with the gloves.
Yeah, so a casual almost 40 damage, but that will happen when you get 2 pups and you draw 3 cards. The ball is in Dennis' court. How nice can he push back? And 2 for 8 is a good start.
Okay, it seems like I might have been wrong and seen wrong, because I think that throttle I saw was a blue one, or that was the card he drew off off his.
I think his hand was 2 reds, 2 blues.
That is a possibility. Yeah, because I think he drew the Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yeah, ooh, that might help him, because if Dennis, he still has his chess piece to block with 2 times. If he presents a lot of damage and nabs a card from Jacob this turn, that he might be able to do it. This game is certainly not over, even though it feels like Jacob launched a Giga Wave.
So here you see Jacob's hand. He's sitting 1/3 apart, and there is the shifting winds that you see up and down. There's 100 winds, and I did not see a last card that is in his hand.
That doesn't seem like too strong of a hand, Christian.
No, it is. If it's a blue 100 winds, but we've seen that I might be colorblind, because apparently I thought the throttle was blue. So don't necessarily take what I say about color. But that's the 3rd blue 100 wind. Yeah, that really seems like a blue 100 winds.
Yeah,
the last card is
body.
It's Aspect of Tiger body. So it's not the most damage that is.
Do you think he might be blocking here?
There is a possibility. It depends on how much damage that Dennis presents. So I think this is what Jacob is doing now. He's evaluating, is this the point where I give cards to block? I think, because this is just... So what I think Jacob does now is he's thinking like, how much should I block this turn? He's not just thinking about the throttle.
Yeah.
He's thinking the turn in general, so that he can just do the rest of the turn quite like, okay, do you know what? This is fine. I'm just going to probably not block that much, or I'm going to see how much damage you can present.
Yeah. Yellow zipper hit. Boosting.
A red throttle coming in for 4. This is 12 damage so far.
That's 2 card 12. That's pretty above rate, I would say.
Yeah, most of the decks do 4 card 12s.
Yeah.
And Dash just go, hey, I'm the OG, so I'm pushing 12 on 3 cards.
Yeah, you know that things got powerful in the Everfest.
Yeah.
Certainly the most powerful circus I've ever seen.
Definitely. Dash got a really good pump with the Tekla Pounder. It gave it some needed boost in the more aggressive versions, and not just items to work with the pistol.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I think the pistol is most likely there just to fill holes in his resource, so Dennis doesn't waste them, and he's all in on the attack actions, trying to close the window and continue to the semifinals.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I also think if he was the 100%, I'm just going to race you down 100% as well as I can do. I think he would have actually been playing Hanabi Blaster.
Yeah.
Because he does have access to Hanabi Blaster in his sideboard.
Yeah. He could have attacked with it. No, he only boosted 2 times the first turn. So he would be not able to attack with it. Here we see Jacob carefully considering, shall I block with the headpiece or something more? Because he has the shifting winds, but can he do anything funny with it?
So the thing is that if he has, so with the shifting winds, what he has now is that he have the shifting winds and he has to start a pot. So that means that he can use the chi to play the shifting winds,
and
generate
get the tigers.
He gets the tigers. The tigers can now be whatever names they want, so he can build the 100 winds to be a little bit bigger. But I'm not sure, because he can transcend and get something. He could get a tiger swipe, or he could actually get a bonds. He actually does have bonds line through his hand, because of the shifting winds allows him to make the tigers be different names. He can use the chi from use the chi from Stir the Pot, activate Sun, get bonds, and then get something more that he might want.
Yeah, and then
like the Chase the Tail.
Then you could go bonds on bonds.
Oh yeah, he can do double bonds line. So this hand, because of the helmet, this is actually a multiple bonds line.
Yeah, but now the harpoon.
Yeah, and this is probably gonna take. So Jacob is probably gonna show 2 of the 0 blocks.
2 of the. So which card is he giving? Isn't it the body?
I think so. That depends on what, if you feel like you need the resources or not. And he says like, I'm fine without the resources, and I think this is correct thing to give.
So that was also a heads up play by Jacob to use the helmet. So he has 1 more card to protect himself. And see here, Dennis masterfully uses all his card and sending Gardunka 10. That's a fatigo boom boom pow.
I think the problem here is that even with this 10 and going down to just 1 life above Dennis, I do think it's not going to be necessarily going to be enough when Jacob now can present a multiple bonds line.
Yeah, because if Dennis would have just given Jacob his entire hand, he would have the maximum velocity in Arsenal, and Jacob would not have been able to block. Because that hand without chi is really bad. That hand with chi is really good.
Yeah, the chi is what fixes it. The other thing here is also if Dennis just had 1 more attack that he could have played, or he would needed 2 more attacks to play to be able to see the shifting winds.
Yeah.
But no, the shifting winds here is a little bit funny, because people were talking about how with shifting winds they were like, no, you're not going to be using. You need double chi for it to be good, and you see here that
just draw double chi, Lel. Stir that pot.
You don't have to draw double chi. You just use your helmet.
Yeah,
that's always the chi.
True.
So you see here how Jacob does it masterfully. He gets the extra resource with
and now he gets to shuffle his deck. Yay!
Always good with a cat sitting there stirring the pot.
Yeah, meow meow meow. Stir that pot good, which is quite funny because he's going to go through his deck very shortly.
Yes.
But Christian, you as being the judge, aka the one who says the Norwegian judge said so, why can't he just activate Sen's hero power? He has 3 floating. Shoutouts to 3 floating.
He needs to resolve all abilities completely before he can activate a new ability, and the opponent has opportunities to do things before. Well, he would be the first one after the chi goes into his hand. He would be the first to activate. So in theory, he could do a light shuffle of the deck and just like, hey, I'm going to activate Zen.
Yeah, but my point is he has 3. He has chi floating.
The 3 resources.
Yeah.
No, he does not have 3 chi resources floating. He has 2 chi resources floating and 1 normal resource.
Yeah.
Because the 12 petal only generates a normal resource.
Should you track them differently or?
So currently, how the rules works is that if you have resources floating, a mix of chi and non-chi resources, you will use the chi resources first. So for example, now that he attacks with a Zephyr Needle, that consumed a chi resource and not the normal resource first.
Yeah.
So we will probably be a point in the game where we should track them separately. But at this current point, there is the only way for it to be relevant is to play multiple shifting winds of the Tiger. Because all of the things that...
But doesn't they care about if you pitched?
The reason why I say multiple is because that would allow you to float enough chi resources to actually activate the hero ability.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Because you only if you play a Shifting Winds pitching the chi, you float 2 chi resources. And then if you play another one pitching chi...
You can't.
Oh, you can't. No, because you're consuming it. So, yeah, currently there is no way of you to generate 3 floating chi resources. That is why it doesn't really matter if you track them
They had to
separately.
be like a chi tunic or something.
Yes. If the 12 petal was actually making chi, that would be a way that you would need to track it. But I also think the 12 petal then would be a lot stronger than it already is.
So... Here we also see the power of the Zephyr Needles. Dennis has blocked 6 on 4 damage, and that's not efficient.
So normally that is... So it's usually fine if you're 1 less... so here we see he played a Crouching Tiger, and thanks to the Shifting Winds, he said, hey, this Crouching Tiger's name is also Descendant Gust Wave.
Yeah.
So now I can get bonds, and then it's like, okay, what I'm going to go? Oh, yeah, I'm going to get another bonds, because you know what? I still have 2 Tigers left in my hand.
Oh, this is so rough. This card is so cool, and I really hope it will be used with other cards than bonds, because there's a lot of cool combo cards that are not seeing play because the raw efficiency of bonds are so powerful.
Yeah. But going back to what you say about the inefficient block on the Zephyr Needles, blocking 3 on 2 is what you normally don't want to do, but because you break the Zephyr Needles, it is actually blocking more than 2 damage.
Yeah, it's an investment, but I don't think you will see the return of rate. That's a financial joke for you business peoples out there in the chat.
So yeah, I think we see 2 more Tigers and the Aspect of Tiger. So what he can do here is he can go Aspect of Tiger, generate the 3rd Tiger, and then he can just, depending on the bonds in his graveyard, which I only think is the yellow now.
He doesn't have any more bonds, but he has a head, chase, tail, which seems really good.
You mean chase the tail?
Yeah. I don't know why I'm confusing. It's head leads tail and chase the tail.
Yeah, that's 2 different cards.
Yeah.
So we just see this combat chain here of currently 2, 4, 6 cards, and it's just going to keep going. Yeah,
bonds.
you see the bonds. No, you see the bonds getting the chase.
Yeah, and which we pointed out earlier, that's why he attacked on the first turn, but he doesn't usually want to make the opponent be able to draw new cards, but he had to place that card just for this opportunity.
He also had double Chase the Tail in his hand, so he just wanted to get rid of one of them and pitch the other one into his deck. The disadvantage of doing it too early, or it's fine now because Dennis does not really have any ways to remove cards from the banish.
Yeah.
But when you play against New or Enigma, and also Mirrors, it can be a little bit harder because they do play Passover, which allows you to remove cards from the graveyard, banish cards from the graveyard, and that makes it that Chase the Tail could have been removed.
Do you think there will... I think there will be more cards that will banish cards from the graveyard in the next set, because the Earth wants cards in the banish. And that's also accidentally can hit Zen.
Yeah, I definitely believe we're going to have more what you can call graveyard interaction in the next set.
So here's another Tiger for 0, but it turns on the Chase the Tail. So now it's coming for 4, go again, and then the next Tiger will come for 3. So it's also a huge turn, but Dennis seen that since he had the pop-off turn, he just needed to block this turn.
Do you know what more he can do? So he has no cards left, so yeah, he's just cracking the gloves.
And coming for 4, and congratulations! Mr. Unmovable can't be stopped!
Moving over to 10-0.
Ooh, he broke in the curse, Christian. He didn't lose the quarterfinals.
He broken his own curse.
Yeah.
Which was last year. He only came to the quarterfinals. But this year, he has one more curse to break. And that is, can he go past the undefeated players from Denmark and Sweden? Mm-hmm. Can he go past the semifinals?
Yeah.
Can he go to the finals? And can he do a Juha Sarnilampi and go undefeated to the whole nationals?
Mr. Juha, the beast. Let's see. Too bad to see Dennis go, but this is also the variance. Like the only play pattern I could have seen is if Dennis decided to go for a longer game, but then he probably should have had another starting item.
I still think the Tickle Pounder is fine as a starting item, even if we go for longer. I just believe that the pop-off turn that Jacob was presenting the turn before was so the problem you have a little bit is that when they've popped off once and they still have traverse,
Yes, sir.
we have another, and they represent another pop-off turn off the traverse, and they've filled the graveyard with more cards now, so that one has the easier potential of fixing and become strong. We did see that with the shifting this was more like a hidden combo line into it.
Yeah.
Because of the shifting winds enabling this whole combo turns. And as you say, if he had actually just blocked out that turn,
He would be
Jacob's
around
turn,
30, I think, or
Yeah.
20, the higher 20.
he would be higher, and also Jacobs, he could not have popped off on that turn the same
Yeah,
way.
he would
There's
have
no way. But there is no way for him to know it.
Yeah.
It's no way for him to actually know that it was that specific chi he needed. But this comes
Yeah.
back a little bit thing here that it's very easy to get focused on how much damage should I do? How much damage am I going to go here? So he presented back. He did 10. He did 18 plus 8, so he did 26 damage.
Yeah, that's
turn.
a pretty good turn.
It is a pretty strong turn, but when your opponent just hit you for almost 40 damage,
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit better to block a little bit more. But again, this is the first game of the top 8. People was tired from yesterday. We also know that he was up at 5 in the morning because
Yeah.
he lives quite far out from Stockholm.
Ooh, Uppsala traveler.
So he had to travel quite a bit to he had to travel quite a bit to get in here. That's why he is he might have been a little bit tired, a little bit fatigued here. It's also could be more stressful when you're in this beautiful studio.
Yeah.
Being in a camera in this way.
A lot of people have been on camera. A lot of people have not been on camera like this.
In a studio this way, yeah. And also, you are face to face with the immovable himself.
Yeah, Mr. Unmovable.
People know that Jacob has had a really good track record this year on his events. He was undefeated last year into the Nationals top 8. So there is some extra nerves when you meet a person like Jacob there. Even though you're friends, you know there is things on the line here that can make it more stressful. So you kind of get like, okay, I believe I just have to race you. It is fair enough to think. It's also very fair that he thinks that the only way for him to win here is to just push every amount of damage that he can. And that might be fair. Like, I have not played a matchup enough. It might be that I'm just completely wrong and he can't do the blocking because if Jacob has another hand that just is good.
Yeah. What if you just had a good hand?
Yeah. Right.
And then you'd have to give your entire hand again, and then you're like, please draw pawn.
But so the difference here is because that also becomes a difference there then because you will have more health to play with in general, so you can wait to a little bit weaker turn before you try and flip over like the switch and try and flip over the game over in your advantage again. But I do think he was priced into doing that line because of arsenaling the maximum velocity.
Yeah, because if you arsenal that card, it can be really hard to get it out on a later turn.
Yes.
So that's kind of like an entrapping, but it was very well played by both people. We're gonna take a short break and we'll bring the next match very soon.
Right, welcome back here. That was an amazing game.
Whew, it was so exciting. I was shaking in the seat. And now we're ready for more exciting in this Sunday morning in beautiful Sweden. So who are we bringing up now, Christian?
We're going to have a game between your Niklas Bengtsson versus Akshan Kamyab. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. I'm horrible at pronouncing.
He will get to pronounce his name when we'll get him up on stage shortly. So this will be a Sen versus KO. The new versus the old new.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the flavor of the it's a battle for the flavor of the month. It is this current season's flavor of the month versus last season's flavor of the month, which was KO, the menace that everyone was so afraid of. And wait, Sash got printed.
Oh my god!
We need to ban the deck. We need to ban something. Wait, what? What? Wait.
Yeah. Yep. There was LSS has a lot of struggling with pretty cool cards and people overhyping them a lot. But keep doing good work and keep doing it. So, who do you think is favored in this matchup?
It is a little bit hard to say. So you have two heroes here with not a lot of disruptive capability.
Yeah.
KO's raw numbers are quite big. Their Blood Rush Bellows turns can go up to match Sen's number.
Yeah.
So we have two decks here that have quite a big high roll potential, but I think KO's average is a little bit higher, but the pop-off turns for Zen is easier because they're more setup-based from the equipment than for KO's. I think it's going to be an uphill battle for KO in this game.
My boy.
But I still think if the RNG and the rolls might be in the favor of KO, he might take it down. We might also have a game like we just saw where Zen just draws his Ancestral Harmony, get into Art of War, just get whatever he wants. Or we can just have a game where KO goes, you know what, here's a Blood Rush here's Sash, Blood Rush Bellows, I'm just going to play four attacks with go again.
Yeah.
You're going to take 30, 40 damage
because
yourself.
of the inherent randomness in Brute, where you're drawing card and discarding cards, which can cause some problems, but it can also be to his benefit. So Niklas needs to play very opportunistic. Since he has very good equipment, he blocks a lot. He can also try to slow down the game. He has some disruption in form of CC, Sen packing, try to get Sen off his feet. And what's also crucial in the last game, Mr. Jacob, he transcended extremely fast.
Yeah.
So if Akshan doesn't transcend as fast, the game is probably going to slow down a little bit, depending on the KO draw and the Sen draw, because he doesn't need to do it, but it's certainly very helpful.
Definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes, how the draws are, how fast we get to transcend, and if that's going to be a deciding factor of this game, or if it's going to be a little bit more grindy. I think it's going to be quite fast. It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be brutal.
Oh. Cut to commercials! No, but we're going to get our lovely contestant up, have a quick interview, and we'll get to the match. See you very soon. Don't go anywhere. I am here with Mr. Bengtsson himself. Good to see you, buddy.
Thank you.
My horse in the race. So you're formerly Swedish champion, so you're used to playing like high-stake tournaments, right?
Yeah, some. I traveled to a lot of the Pro Tours.
Yeah.
I won 2022. Last year I got obliterated in the quarterfinals.
Oh.
But I'm here for revenge.
Yeah, who obliterated you last time?
Joachim.
Mr. the current champion until the end of the day. Too bad he didn't go top 8.
Yeah. Really unlucky the last 3 rounds for him.
Yeah, he had 3 winnings, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. But we are not here to talk about him. We're here to talk about you. So how are you feeling? Are you ready? Are you excited? Are you nervous? What's on your mind?
It's a horrible matchup, I won't lie.
Yeah.
But I'm getting to choose who goes first and second, so I think I might have a shot at this. But it's so draw dependent.
Yeah.
If he transcends early, as you said, then I'm dead in the waters probably.
Okay, so it's that bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's that bad.
Okay, but if you beat him, then the next match is probably going to be much easier.
Yeah, or no, because it's Jacob.
Oh, okay. So this is what we like to call the top 8 from hell, where you have to go Titan after Titan after
Yes,
Titan.
yes.
Okay, but I mean it's a game of chance and skill, so you can't do it.
Yeah, and like Ashkan is a really good player, so I'll have to get through that first.
Yeah, we saw him on stream. He was playing very cleanly.
Yeah.
So I said it says here that your favorite hero is Briar.
Yes.
Are you missing the girl?
Yes.
Every day I miss her. But are you excited for the next set then?
Don't even
Oh.
joke. We started. Had they had the Swedish Nats like in September, then I would have played.
Okay. But maybe for Worlds, you
Yes.
can pop off with some cool decks. Just need to win 1 and then you're qualified.
No, we have entire top 8.
Okay, look
So,
at me. I don't know what I'm doing. Norway.
No, we're 2.
Yes, that's true. So are you going?
I will try to make it work.
Okay, please, let's get Bengtsson to Japan. But is there anything like you think you need to focus on the match? What can you do to? Are you rolling scabs or is just drawing the hand and getting every last bit of damage out of it?
I think it's realizing when I need to pop off. Like
Okay.
here I need to go. Then I just go.
Okay, so it's like the race. You're waiting for boom, and
Yeah.
then you start rolling. Okay, I will not hold you any longer. Much good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you.
I hope that it goes well for you. Please go to the stage and prepare yourself.
Yes, thank you.
And here we have Mr. Ashkan, is that how you pronounce
Yes,
it?
that's
And
correct.
how do you pronounce your last name?
Kamyab.
Kamyan, okay.
Kamyab with B.
Kamyab, okay. I'm very sorry.
No problem. It's an unusual name, so I don't blame you.
Oh yeah, and both me and Christian have dyslexia, so we're reading. Our reading skills are not the best in the world. How do you feel to be in this top 8?
I don't know what I'm doing here. Actually. No, but it feels great. I'm very excited.
Yeah, that's good. But Mr. Niklas said that you were a very good player, so maybe you should
I
try to
appreciate
believe in yourself a little more.
Yeah, I mean, Niklas is a very good player, and I met him in the past, and my record against him is not so good.
Okay.
But this time, I think Zen maybe could have edge on KO. But in the end, it's a race. You know, if I cannot transcend fast enough and fill my graveyard, it's gonna be quite difficult. I think.
Do you feel the disruption from KO is bad, or is it just that the race, the big number, that is the scariest part?
I think his numbers are more
Okay.
scarier. Yeah.
Yeah. So have you played the matchup a lot? Do you have practice in it?
Well, I'm a brute player myself.
Okay.
Mainly Reiner, but I played some KO as well. So I'm kind
Reiner.
of I kind of know what I'm expecting. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game.
Okay. Do you have any favorite cards or any favorite class?
Well, my favorite card is actually Iowophidia.
I will feed you.
Yeah.
Which card is that?
Iowophidia. Yeah.
Eye of Ophidia. I heard I will feed you. I'm like, what sick brute card is this?
Yeah, new tech. No, I just love the art and the semantics. Like you can see in the future and up to cards. I just love everything about it.
It's really cool. It's a really nice fable. Do you have it? Do you own it?
I own a colorful one. Yes, I do.
Oh, sheesh! This spicy Centec trying to dig for the Transcend cards.
Maybe not so good into Zen, but who knows?
Who knows? Maybe in the future, it's gonna be nice. Is there? Have you played any bigger events, or have you been on any other big tournaments?
I've been in a couple of callings. I actually placed 8 in Calling Madrid.
Wow!
Years ago.
I was there.
Yeah, really?
Cool.
Okay. But it was a Team Blitz event. So
yeah,
it was
with Henrik,
different.
right?
Yeah, Henrik and Armin actually.
So nice. Too bad we didn't meet each other.
Yeah, it was a really fun calling actually.
Okay, so that's sick, my man. Top 8 calling. Then this should be no deal.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, my friend. Go and prepare yourself and much of good luck.
Thanks.
Never left my side once. You have been here all
like I'm in a cage. The walls, they keep closing in. I need a place where I can breathe. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me swim deep, find a better way. Something to light up a spark again. So lift me up to a higher state. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's time to say goodbye, leave it all in shoulder highway. Need you to hold your breath, swim till you reach deeper and win. It's time to leave, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. Whatever means, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. It's time to leave, it's time to break free from the shallows, shallows. Whatever means, it's time to break free from the shallows.
What? The music stopped. Welcome back to our booth. Here we have our lovely players getting ready to play the second quarterfinals. Oof, I'm so excited. I want to see Scabs. I want to see Beast Within from the top. I want to see Beast Within deal 8 damage. I want to see the shifting winds. I want to see crazy stuff. Show me the crazy stuff. Oh my god. Imagine if he plays Blood Rush while having another Blood Rush in hand and just stone cold. Yeah, I ain't gonna hit it.
That might be. That would be amazing to see.
Oof.
Just going on the balls and just saying, do you know what? Yeah, that's fine.
I need double Blood Rush.
That's fine. I'm just going to go and do this.
Yeah.
We're going to see how it goes.
I also heard that Niklas brought crayons to shout out. Wasn't it Mansant that played with crayons, or was it another Brute legend that did it?
I don't remember who it was. I just remember that Niklas told me about that. Like, yeah, playing KO is like eating crayons.
Okay.
That's just you just go burr.
Shout out to the Brute gang. They know what they want. LSS, please print I will feed ya. So
Yeah.
the brute players can have a nice card in their
It
deck.
needs to be the new Fable, Alopecia. And it's just a brute that's just trying to shove a cake down the throat of a guardian. Just a barber, just your Reiner, just like, eat this. I'm just gonna. Yeah. You know what? If they did that, I think I'm gonna play brute.
Okay.
I think I will
you know
start
what?
playing brute.
I have to play brute. If I will feed, I will become a card.
It could be a weapon technically.
Oh yeah.
It could be a spoon.
It could be a spoon.
Think about that kind of brute. You would have the chef brute.
Okay, but you already have like the sub theme of dig up dinner and stuff like that. So that would be extremely funny brute, like a chef brute. LSS, hire us right now.
Yeah. Let's make a chef brute. That would be amazing. I would be a main chef brute.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna cook. And then you get so much memes. You get hold up, let me cook, and it continues forever.
Do you know what? I think we just realized this trait of Savage Lands.
Oh, it's cook.
Chef. It's chef. It's just weird ways of the beast of the Savage Lands.
Yeah.
How they make food.
Oh my god, that
Rumping Club is just clubbing shit down. He's
And you have
tenderizing the meat. It's a meat tenderizer.
tenderizing, and then you have more precision with sharper knives, and you have a spoon. Oh my god, that please.
Now
I'm begging on my knees.
I want a brute warrior now. You have a brute that runs around with knives. That sounds terrifying.
He should have a fork and a knife.
Okay, that sounds even more terrifying. Look, imagine this: you're going through the woods, and then you just see Reiner come running after you with just makeshift spoon and makeshift knife carved out of wood. And just
I will be intimidated.
Rawr.
I will not block. This man will kill me. I will eat ya, he will say, and then I'm toast.
Now I almost want that as altars of the claws.
Yeah.
Sadly, they wouldn't be legal to play, but I would want that altars. I want to have a fork and a
Fork and a spoon, please.
Yes.
Here we see the players are shuffling up, deciding the sideboard. Who do you think? What do you think Niklas would say? Will he go first or will he go second?
I think he will want to say that he goes second to try and be the aggressor, but he might. So Zen has the reason why I think Jacob went first, and why maybe Akshan want to go first is because you want to be able to arsenal an ancestral or a
power card.
A power card. Yeah, you want a power card in your arsenal, so it's easier for you to set up the combo turns and make it available. So if you can as a Zen player, if you can transcend on turn 1.
Yeah.
That is just going to put you so far ahead.
That's true. That's very interesting because usually in aggressive decks you want to be the first to actually hit and deal damage.
So that's a little bit funny because that depends a little bit on how you look at it. Because Zen is an aggressive deck, but it's also a setup deck because it's trying to set up, prime its deck ready with Chi to get back with a helm and put a power card in arsenal to be able to play it out like the Ancestral Harmony, like Art of War. Some of these kind of cards. So
I think our players might be ready right now. So let's go to the overhead cam and see the action unfolds.
See some cards there in Ashkan's hand. That is a spinning wheel kick. That's the blue spinning wheel kick. So
Tell me about the blue spinning
I
wheel
talked with Ashkan yesterday because I was kind of like, okay, that's really interesting. Why do you play spinning wheel kick blue? Do you play? Oh, it seems like Ashkan is going first.
Yeah, he's going first and he's attacking with the Kakara, Tiger Taming style. And here we see Bengtsson blocking with one of the big cards, the Swing Big.
Ashkan decided that he wanted to play the blue spinning wheel kicks because he did not own Levels of Enlightenment.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's not because he wanted to play any spicy ley lines or anything. It's just like, I don't have levels, I don't have time to get them. I don't really want to spend the money to get them, so I'm going to play spinning wheel kicks. And you see, he's in the top 8.
Yeah, no. And we see a beautiful claw here from Mr. Bengtsson going for a wild ride. Oh, he draws a miss. This might be scary.
So here you can see the spinning wheel kick. So it will be interesting to see here how the wild ride will actually manage to.
It rolls a 2. Oh, he hits the miss!
That's no go again. This is just an attack for 6. This is not what Bengtsson want to see. This is not what you want to start the game off with.
And he had CNC to follow up as well. He doesn't trigger KO. He doesn't get power for the next turn. And we see he has an Art of War and a sturdy pot, so he's ready to get the chi next turn.
And he has the ancestral empowerment,
Yeah.
not the
Oh.
empowerment, but ancestral harmony in Arsenal, because he had that in his first hand. So Ashkan is just set up to be, I'm going to go off whenever I want to.
That's so unfortunate. Bexo draws 2 0 blocks as well. This is going to be brutal. Okay, let's see if is he the best. Okay, he hits it, baby. And now he gets to do the same play. He notice that he gets a resource?
Do he remember the trigger?
Yeah.
It is hard. There is a lot of things to think about. There's a lot of pressure in the top 8 quarterfinal games here. They've played a lot of games yesterday.
Yeah, he's ready. He puts the die next to him.
Yeah, he's ready. He knows what up. So it'll be interesting now to see how does this keep going. Like what?
As Bengtsson said, Ashkan is very clean. You see?
Yeah. He is very clean. He does everything as he sets it up. So, yeah, we forgot to say who do we want to, who do you think is going to win this? Who are you betting on?
Well, I am betting on Bengtsson, but my odds for winning, his odds for winning went very down by losing so much tempo, because he was going to pitch the other red to threaten CNC. Ashkan can't really block it with this hand. So that would mean that Ancestral Harmony would be gone. So this was really unfortunate from Bengtsson, but that's just that's what you sign up when you play KO. He's volatile. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Yeah, it is the RNG of Brute, and so this is a thing that I fascinates a little bit, because people really dislike this dislike this a lot in the start with Reinar from Welcome to Wraith. Is also why I would think Scab Skins, outside of Crown of Seeds, Scab Skins leather is probably the most talked about legendary to be banned, because people feel it does way too much for what it does.
Yeah.
But as James White has been quoted on X saying, is that, well, it is a skill to decide when you want to activate it. It is an activated ability. It's not just randomly happening.
Yeah.
It is a skill to know how you're going to get the value out of it. But this is an inherently RNG effect in the Brutes. But we see now Flesh and Blood is going a little bit more towards this, not necessarily pure RNG, but they're getting less consistent.
Yeah, they want the decks to do fun and cool things, not just the same thing over and over again, and turn into a math game with more synergy, more spice, more flavor, and I really like that. And we all, is this just a repeat of the last game? Ashan has an Ancestral Harmony and an Art of War.
It might be. The difference here being that Ashkan is doing this turn, and he's not used a single piece of equipment yet.
Yeah.
That is the difference, because Jacob used his shoes instead, but Ashkan
Let's
is
see
like,
what he draws. Tiger Swipe and another Transcend card. The Transcend card is not that good right now.
you don't actually want to even play that Transcend card right now.
Yeah.
Because if you want to go bonds, yeah, so it comes in for 5 here because of the Art of War. But yeah, as we talked about, they want to reduce the consistency a little bit, because they don't want every deck to just be Briar. We talked a lot about Cheer's Briar here, because it's probably through Flesh and Blood history, it is the epitome of a deck that is very consistent, because it does the same thing every turn. Every card in the deck is exactly the same card. It does the same. Everything is just pure math. It's just going 4 damage, go again, 4 damage, go again, 4 damage, go again.
It feels like a burn deck from Magic the Gathering, and here we see Bengtsson eating a crayon. I don't think it's an actual crayon, but it would be funny if it was. I don't think this turn will be that amazing, actually.
No. So, as you saw the cards that Ashkan drew, they're not the most amazing cards that you want to be draw. Like, he has a Molen Key, he still has an okay amount of damage. The problem here for the getting the effect of the Molen Key, he have to hit with the Tiger Swipe that's going to be coming for 6. Plus 1 from the Art of War and plus 1 from Ancestral Harmony.
He could just Arsenal that one, though.
Yeah, so what I think will happen here is that if
There's
there's 100 wins.
coming for 2, because coming for 3.
It should come for 3, yeah. Nicholas being correcting and making sure that everything is clear. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think if Tiger Swipe misses, he's probably just arsenaling the Mullen key, but he don't really want to keep that preserved tradition in his hand.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Why is Niklas blocking here? Yeah. So here we see the turn ends. So lucky for Niklas, this was not a very good turn. It could have been an amazing turn, but it was just an okay turn.
The reason why I think Niklas decided to block on 100 wins compared to another attack later down is because this he knows is a guaranteed full value block.
Yeah.
So it is going to block 3 damage. There comes in for 3 damage, and he blocks out 3 damage. So it's clean. This is a little bit what we talked about in the last game, where being the numbers and then not representing extra effects and extra value. If you hit, you don't get, unless it is the specifically like the Tiger Swipe. The Zen doesn't really have any effects that give you more advantage by hitting. So then you just want to make sure that the numbers are as equal as possible.
Yeah. So even though it was an Art of War Ancestral Harmony, Niklas just took 11 damage, and he still has 2 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
It's a yellow, so he's actually able to play this pulping.
Did you just see what Auction drew again? He just drew an Art of War again.
They come in pairs.
Yeah. So it's like, this is kind of a little bit of thing about Zen, right? Because if you just draw the cards, it can be really good. So yeah, here's the CNC threatening that Tiger Swipe and Arsenal.
Yeah.
And then just an Arsenal card for Niklas.
Yeah, which is a red pulping that will be really good later. So I really like the play here for Niklas. And now Akshan needs to think, when should I block with my helmet?
Yeah. Another thing here is, what do you think about choosing to block with the weakest link instead of the CNC on this turn?
The CNC was from Arsenal, Christian.
Oh, it was from Arsenal. Sorry. That is true. It was Arsenal from last game. So yeah, then it makes more sense that he blocked out with the cards because he couldn't really use his hand that valuable, and he wants the pulping in Arsenal compared to the CNC.
So here we might see the blocking and waiting for his turn actually might come up, because Niklas is going to identify that Ashkan has possibly another Art of War. So if Niklas draws all 3 blocks, he might just give his hand and then wait for his moment where he can use his equipment to do something strong.
It also might be that next turn is the turn we see the Scowling Flashbag being used as a very strong, very strong headpiece in this for the brutes. And when it goes aggressive. Just Niklas being clear, that's saying, hey, my CNC hit you, so that Arsenal, that's not.
Yeah. So here we see Ashkan wanting the formation first. He wants to see how good can this turn be and sequence correctly. Here we also see the Tigers staying in Banish, because Feral only refers to...
Oh, that is 2 yellow Descendant Gust Waves.
Yeah, and no way to get the bonds. So this is also just going to be a mediocre turn.
So this is actually a good showing, and I feel a little bit bad saying I'm a little bit happy to see this. Because I don't want to see this from the top 8 players. I want them to have a good, clean, and fun game.
Yeah.
But this showcases us. We see how high rolly it can be from...
Zen to Zen.
From Zen to Zen. Sure, the lists are a little bit different, but in the cards that we've seen so far, the main difference is that Ashkan has the blue spinning wheel kicks, while Jacob has Levels of Enlightenment in the decks, but we didn't see Levels of Enlightenment last game.
No.
And also, Ashkan has the yellow Descendant Gust Waves, which Jacob does not play in his deck.
So here, Bengtsson is considering... It's an Art of War turn. I need to remember. I need to be careful. But I think if I was Bengtsson, I would wait, because he doesn't know if there's another bonds coming. So he should be patient and see. This is just 3 damage. He can take 3 damage. If he blocks now, he might regret, because that might be a card he could use, because he has a go again card in his hand. So I think the correct play is waiting here. Yeah, he's just going to go for the 3 block. I can also respect it, but here we'll see that the turn is not good. So now he might regret that block. But he just might be happy, because it doesn't mean he's going to take 40 damage this turn.
Yeah, this shows that, okay, this is a weaker one.
So what do you do here if you're Ashkan? How can you salvage? You are at life. You're at life advantage of 3. That's not good in this matchup.
And especially not when you see your hand being this. This is the payoff you got for Art of War. This is second Art of War you used. You've used your legs and you don't have a bigger life discrepancy. I don't think you're feeling that happy. We're going to see we might see a little bit more grindy game.
Yeah. Okay, here we see a clash. Not often... ding, 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 he wins. We win these. Not often used in KO. It's more of a victor. But now he gets a might token.
I wonder, is there any way is there any way that Nicholas can actually lose a clash to Ashkan?
Yeah, he plays Bloodrush Bellows.
That is true.
And he might also play... I'm not sure if he's on the what's it called? Roll the skull, rattle bones, cast bones. There we go. You just need to talk enough and you might get out of the hole. That's also a miss. But that is the only way Bengtsson loses is if he reveals a miss, because all his attacks are bigger than Ashkan's.
Yes.
Because Ashkan's biggest attack is the one on the chain link right now that is coming for 5.
Yeah, that is true.
And 5 is the lowest number of attacks.
Looking through the list, so that's true. He's also have the Reckless Swing, though he's already discarded Reckless Swing.
Yeah.
But he only plays 1. So that means... No, he has 2. There's 1 in Cyber.
Yeah, they usually play 2, because 4 is...
I'm just saying wrong information. He's playing 3. He has 2 in... he's 2 in he's 2 in his main deck, and then there's 1 in the sideboard that I saw first, and I was like, oh, there's only 1 here.
Okay, he takes the 6, goes down to 26. But now he has a disruptive piece in his arsenal. So he can send that, or send the weakest link in his hand, coming for a breakpoint of 7. So I think he might be chilling right now. Here he comes, weakest link for 7. He does not have a hit, but it doesn't really matter if it hits, because the information is powerful.
Yes. Information is, as we talked about before, I'm very fond of information, gaining that kind of information. And I know there's a lot of people that be like, okay, it's not, you want the hit. Of course, you want to rip away a Transcend card. That would be the best.
Yeah,
but you're also fine just knowing, okay, how much damage do you present to me next turn?
Since he already has an arsenal, he doesn't really matter for Nicholas, because that card will not do anything. He will just have it in his hand and then draw up to 4. Okay, the weak link hits, and Nicholas will get the information. He see here, this is not another strong turn.
Yeah, this is... again, so you see here the difference with Ashkan, he has only transcended the 1s. He pitched the Preserved Edition because he didn't really have any good targets. And you see here that if he had access to another Chi, this hand would be amazing. This hand would, I wouldn't necessarily say amazing, but still strong.
Yeah.
But it does not have the Chi. And you see how much not having the Chi affects the hands and the power of the Zen deck. Was
there a Gust Wave in his arsenal?
I don't think that's a Gust Wave. I'm not actually sure which card that is.
Yeah, but I don't remember what he arsenal, but right now, this hand is just like vanilla damage. He doesn't have a tiger. He doesn't have anything really. He just have blocks. Okay, yeah, so he has a Gust Wave. So this turn is going to do something, but it's a little awkward because he has to pitch a red.
Yeah, he's lacking a little bit. He's a little bit of resource light on his hand.
Yeah, so Bengtsson has an opportunity. He has a 1 in 3. If he blocks with a Scowling, to stop this turn completely dead in his tracks. If he hits the bonds. Do you think he goes for it?
He might do... I'm unsure, but I think it depends on the color of the bonds that Ashkan ends up showing.
He has shown a blue.
Yeah, he knows about the blue. So I think Nicholas now is looking like, okay, what will happen? What can you do? How much damage can you do on me? Should I save the Scowling? I think it's better for Nicholas right now to maybe save the Scowling, but at the same time, 2 Art of Wars is gone. How long are you going to wait?
Yeah, he's waiting for his own pop-off turn with his Blood Rush. He has not seen one.
No.
So, but I don't know if there's enough time in this game to go that. So you see here he's counting with his fingers, as all brute players do.
Yes.
And doing the math. So how much damage? I think the blue bonds only represents like 4 damage. But so it's not the scariest card. Not that Niklas has a really good turn. He just has damage. He has a go again card in his arsenal, so he can do something. And he has the beast within, so he might be able to get some value from there. Actually, he has double pulping with the opportunity of drawing an extra card with
the beast within.
Yes,
it seems like quite.
There might be a sash turn. Do you think?
This could be a sash turn. Yeah, unless he. So it is. It is 2 pulpings. It might be dependent. It might be that he wants to have a little bit more damage from it. It depends how much he wants to conserve his life with Ashkan now, or if he wants to preserve the sash for the Bloodrush turn.
Yeah, if that ever shows up. So that's the big question. It's like a Western movie where they deciding if they should draw or wait for the opportunity to strike.
Yeah, I don't think like the number of rounds in this game is that high, so there will be a finite amount of times where you have the opportunity to actually activate the sash.
Yeah, there are also I think I'd like to present damage next turn. I think that since Ashkan has not shown, he has not blocked with Traverse yet. Oh yeah, he's going for it, baby. Block with that sash.
Yeah, I was thinking of that. He have the equipment block here, and this is also the other thing is that now he is less. He's less. It's easier for him to use it because now we've gotten the block value out of it that he wanted to. That he needs to get out of the equipment before he cracks it.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing is to use an equipment like Sash without getting to block with it.
Yeah. And he had plenty of opportunities, but I really like it at this turn because the turn is just going to be 100 wins, and then nothing more. It's not the greatest of send damage, so he's probably just going to arsenal the Tiger Swipe since it's only coming for 2.
Yeah.
And I think Bengtsson is just happy taking. Oh, he's blocking with this card.
I think what he's thinking on is that...
Oh yeah, he wants to hit the eye.
I think he wants to try and set up as well as he can. This could also indicate that he is thinking of using Sash this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Because what he could do is pitch the blue. He can activate Sash, pitch the blue.
For pulping
for 1.
Have a 50-50. No, he can have 100% to hit the eye.
No, it's not 100% to hit the eye because he's going to draw a card.
Oh, he draws. Yeah. So now he pack call,
Okay.
and he will see if there's a miss on top, which can be huge. Yep. Oh,
Okay.
get that shit out of here.
So that is the second reckless swing that we've seen so far, and this is quite good for Nicholas because then he knows he's not going to be missing on that one at least.
Yeah. So now he's probably going to keep the cards because he needs the eye for resource. Or do you think he's going to pitch the pulping?
I think he's going to pitch the pulping. This hand seems like he wants to pitch the pulping, and then depending on what he draws is either Arsenal or Claw.
No, I think he's just blocking actually. I think he just want to keep the life total reasonable high and then pop off on a later turn.
That also is fair to do.
He's just blocking. He's just happy trading. But now the problem, he has a pulping in Arsenal and he has a pulping in hand, so he's just going to pass. Unless he cracks Sash for 6 damage.
I think actually is more inclined. He either just passes, as you say, or he goes Claw. Yeah, he just goes a Claw.
Oh yeah, it was a yellow. Yeah. Then this makes sense. You wait your turn. You still have a lot of equipment block. So Bengtsson is effectively at 30 life.
Yeah, it's he's still a lot of value, and they were equalized. He has more. So there is 7 8 block left in equipment for Bengtsson. Even more because of the Scowling can represent more than 2 block.
It's a deceptive card. It says it blocks 2, but in my case it blocks like 9 damage.
Yeah, it blocks us a lot. And Ashkan is sitting there on 6 block in his equipment, which isn't small. Like Zen has the biggest fridge among all of the
Ninjas.
all of the ninjas.
But it's not that. That's
it's
not an impressive feat to have.
It's a fragile one, but it's still having 7 block in your equipment suit is quite heavy. Hey, as an illusionist, I would love if my equipment can block that much.
Yeah, but you're not getting any good blocking equipment.
Well, to be fair, actually, Enigma has 7 block in their equipment.
Yeah, but she's cheating.
Nah, she's fine.
We actually get to see an Enigma next round, so that will be very exciting.
Yes, it seems like it's going to be Enigma. I think that bracket might be a little bit wrong, so we might have to have a look if it's going to be...
We will see an Enigma eventually.
Eventually.
Will you say it'd be a mystery?
It might be. You could say it's quite enigmatic.
You with your words, I'm here with mouth not talking well. Oof.
Yes.
Life is hard.
It's very hard.
So here we see a block. And I think Bengtsson is really happy because that means Ashkan is not going to pop off this turn. Will he draw the Blood Rush? No, just pretty blue hand.
You see this Ashkan's hand is quite bad because he cannot transcend again. He does not have the blue for transcending. Ashkan did... So it's interesting to see here because the blue counts between Jacob's and Ashkan's decks are the same.
Okay. We reveal. That's a good
That's
card.
a hit. It's the same, but Ashkan is just pulling his reds more than Jacob was.
Yeah.
And that can happen. That is definitely what can happen.
Here we see a Tiger Gaming Kakara for 2 coming in, but no friend. So it's a very lonely Kakara. No tigers to tame here.
Sadly, no.
I think, isn't Ashkan on the Rainbow Bonds list?
He has Rainbow Bonds and Rainbow Descendants. So he has access to 9 copies of Descendant Gust Waves and 9 copies for Bonds of Ancestry.
I think if Bengtsson identifies as a weak hand, he should not block here because Ashkan is just going to throw 2, and then he can go with pulping, dominated, because you know it will hit. It will hit, and then if he discards the red, then he has 6 resources to go pulping, wild ride, and claw.
Yeah, that is a really strong hand. I also see that Ashkan is not on the needle tech, though I do not think he
Yeah, you don't want a needle in this matchup.
No.
Because Brute can block quite well, actually.
Yeah, I feel like
rar.
Yeah, he's just like, hey, this is attack for 2.
He misses his cat. There's no kittens here.
Nope. Seems like he's no purpose to tame.
No purpose, only taming.
Yeah.
Life is sad.
And you can see that KO is quite armed and dangerous for his next turn.
He is pretty set up for the next turn indeed, Mr. Bergerson.
That is an Ancestral Harmony of Ashkan. Some
Yellow
other...
pulping, coming in, drawing. Let's see. Will he hit the blue?
Is Nicholas on the crayon eating part, or did he miss on this one?
Oh,
No,
he
that's
hits the red!
That is also the packet. Well, we knew about what he was going to draw anyway.
That's great.
The clash.
That's what he wanted. So now he triggers KO, gets some might for the next turn. He should have 1 resource floating. There we go. With the beautiful FAB metal tokens officially produced by LSS.
Yes, they were given out as a participation prize on one of the ProQuests, or was it Road to National?
I think it was ProQuest last season. So here he pitches another blue, goes with the claw. It has go again due to a 6er that has been discarded, and then he will either arsenal or attack with the wild ride. And I think I am on the I respect the arsenal part.
I think it's correct to arsenal here because you would rather want to start your turn with access to a go again, and that enables your turn better than just having no arsenal and just attacking for 6.
And he has not drawn a single blood rush yet, so they might be coming up. Not in this hand, no.
He does not seem to be. I wonder, do you think Nicholas might have sighted out his Blood Rush Bellows.
No way. I just think he's unlucky.
No, but they're misses. They're going to make you not go again.
Yeah, of course. You keep the defense reaction that take out the explosive
but
card.
that one kills you when you're 2 life.
Yeah.
No, I
You're
don't think it's
You're joking.
I don't think he's done that. It's just, he's not drawing that. And Ashkan's hands, he's not really drawing. This is a match where people are just like, we're drawing cards.
The deck are not at 100% for either player here.
No.
Let's see, is he going to go with the we're balling line of playing the Ancestral Harmony, or is he just going to enjoy a mediocre? Because if this Harmony hits a bounce, this turn goes from meh to very good, very fast.
That is everything.
Okay.
Ashkan. Okay. What is it?
Ding!
Oh, no.
And here we see the other problem with this card when you miss. now it's just bad Art of War. It's still pretty good, but the potential is really high.
Yeah, it's that's Ashkan really needed that one to hit to try and get a good purchase. They're still Nicholas has a little bit more of the tempo, but it's not by a lot.
No, I think Niklas is going to sash this turn. So I think he's going to block with his equipment, and because he has more than 14 damage in his hand.
Yeah, that is a possibility for him that he goes sash, but he also might be like, do you know what? That's fine. I can wait one more turn. I can just do my turn this turn and then wait one more round before I actually commit to the sash to be more sure to kill
he's going for it. And if this hits the Art of the Tiger body, he will not trigger his Tiger Swipe in his arsenal.
Yep. And that is...
We don't get to see.
Nope.
He takes 2.
If you're Ashkan at this point, do you believe that... Okay,
oh, no, he didn't hit the correct card. So this, unfortunate for Bengtsson, this is the card Akshan wanted to arsenal.
Yeah.
Well, the Tiger Swipe doesn't really do anything this turn. It just threatens 1 damage because it doesn't have any pumps for the Tigers.
Yes. When you see Nicholas blocking with Scowling Flesh Bag, if you're in Ashkan's seat,
I would be scared.
You would be scared, right?
Yeah. And when I'm at 14?
Yeah. So
Tiger for 0.
It's still gonna be like an okay turn. It's
and
still
this for 5.
Yeah.
No, 6.
Yeah, because you played a Tiger for 0, so the Shukos are active.
Yeah.
Enabling your Tiger Swipe.
So 0 for 6 is pretty good. Don't get me wrong. But I just think Niklas is just gonna take the 4 here and make sure that his equipment is ready. He might even block with a card to get a might, because the attack is so huge. No, he plans on using his entire hand. He's ready to Unga Bunga.
This is going to be a sash hand. It's going to be weird if he does not sash this hand.
Yeah.
Because he has 3 sources to go again. He could be very unlucky here and just manage to discard his go-again source, go-again attack.
But he has a go-again in his arsenal.
Yeah,
so
he's guaranteed 2.
Yeah, here it goes.
Yeah, here's the sash.
It's time to beat the chest and pop off. I think he will start with the go-again from hand.
Yeah. Because that's one thing. It's a red pulping.
Don't draw miss. Okay, he didn't draw miss.
That's a swing big.
Ooh, that's a beautiful card to end on.
If he can go, if he managed to keep the go again, so he has 3 go agains, and then managed to get that's 1. Which card is this?
No,
it's the wild ride.
Yeah, but he has go again in his arsenal.
Yeah.
But he wanted. So if he hits the beast within, this turn is gonna get nasty.
So he's really now just crossing his fingers that he's gonna hit the beast within.
Yeah.
So come for 7. Now we get another
yellow wild ride
for 6.
Draw a card. That was another go again card, Chris. That was another pulping.
So the wild ride's coming for 5. I mean, they're forgetting their dice a little bit.
Yeah.
5. That is...
the swing big.
That means he has to go again source.
Yeah, he has to go again.
But he has to pitch the beast within.
Yeah.
I still think he's fine with this. Otherwise, I do actually think there is also an argument here to either just go attack with the beast within, because he's going for 1 more damage, or actually just go, do you know what, I'm fine with this claw and...
yeah.
Because Ashkan is at 7. You cannot kill him with the next attack. It's impossible for you to kill him with the next attack.
Yeah, but he has not taken damage from the wild ride yet.
Oh, that's true. Okay, yeah.
So this is coming for 5. So he has to block.
Yeah.
Niklas will take equipment or block. Oh, he has 2 0 blocks in hand, Christian, and 2 2 blocks. Oh my god.
This is going to be really hard for him.
No way. So he is definitely, yeah. I think you swing the eye afterwards, since you won't be able to Arsenal. You already triggered KO. I don't think Niklas has forgotten the trigger.
He might have forgotten, but this is also a point where, yeah, he should have made out the token. So
yeah, because the first bite is affecting the first pulping.
Yeah, he could also be just like, yeah, this is also representing the next one instead of 2.
Okay, he takes 2, 5. He goes to 2. Now the argument is, if you send pulping, it has dominate.
Yes, I think you do that, because then you have to use equipment. That's the second swing big.
Unfortunate.
But it coming in for 5 go again with dominate, or it comes in for dominate. Yeah. So Ashkan has to give the equipment.
Yeah, but this is scary. You didn't get a single card out from his hand. Oh, but Ashkan very cleverly goes to 2, because he knows both 2 of the swing bigs. No.
Yeah, 2 swing bigs are gone.
No, not the swing big. The deal 2.
Yeah, there's 1 reckless swing in the graveyard and 1 on the bottom.
Yeah, so he knows that Niklas might not see the card ever.
That depends on, did Niklas side in the 3rd?
Oh, if he sides in the 3rd and draws it, oh my god.
Is this ending by Savage Swing? There's no Savage Swing, but there's a Blood Rush Bellow.
There is Blood Rush, but he will...
Ashkan, so Ashkan now get the, he has the Chi, he has the Art of War, and he also has a Preserved Edition here for another Chi.
He will be able to do something this turn.
Yeah, so he's just going for
he gets the Tiger, he gets the Bonds, and then he's just gonna... I think this might be over for Bengtsson, sadly. This is going to be a huge turn for Ashkan.
Yeah.
If only he didn't lose the 1 go again card. Oh no, if only he had the swing big, he would have forced him to block with 1 card.
Yeah, the swing big, keeping the swing big there. Or also if the Beast Within would have gone instead.
Yeah, then it would have get an extra attack.
Then we get an extra attack, exactly. So a lot of things could have gone different there, but he played a lot of roulette. Yeah. And that with those effects, he had quite... I wouldn't say he had a lot of things go his way. I would say like the KO deck was not going there with him.
This was an uphill battle for Bengtsson from the start.
Yeah.
What
do you think about pitching the Preserve here before he goes for the Art of War?
Because he knows his turn will be good, so you just want to do the Art of War on instant speed trick to get more damage.
Yeah.
He knows he's throwing the Tiger, and there's very few cards that he can draw that are bad. He drew one of the cards, the Ancestral Harmony. This is probably just going to be pitch.
This was my thoughts too, that you want to play this before attack, because if you draw the Ancestral Harmony, because now he doesn't have the opportunity to actually play the Ancestral Harmony and buff these. He's losing 2 damage by not.
Yeah, he's losing 3.
Yeah. Well, currently he's losing 2, but yeah, most likely more. So we will see. Is that relevant enough to impact the game, or is Ashkan's turn just too strong for Niklas?
Yeah.
Because Niklas did he draw all blocks, or was it a point, or was
there's a 0 block in his hand as well.
Yeah, there is a worldwide in his hand. I think it was.
Yep.
He has played quite a bit of Wild Rides and Pulpings, so there is quite a lot less the likelihood of him managing to hit them. Yeah, he...
what are you trying to say, Christian?
No,
Focus your thoughts.
My brain is just not working right now. Yeah, the likelihood of him drawing multiple 0 blocks is a lot less now than it was early in the game.
Yeah, earlier in the game.
He played so much of the 0 blocks.
That's true. So the problem... Yeah, the problem is... I don't think it's that important for Ashkan to not play the Ancestral Harmony, because his turn is going to be great. It either takes all Bengtsson's card or just kills him. And I think sadly is on the just kills him part.
Yeah, it's very likely to be here. But so you see here, Ashkan didn't have the best draws, but this is the 3rd
Yeah.
It took him the third Art of War, and Bengtsson
Yeah.
didn't see a
Not a
Blur
single
fellow
bloodlush. That's
before
very
this.
unlikely. But
There's one in his hand right now.
Yeah, so it's just an insult to injury that the best card in your deck you draw at the turn you are going to die.
Yeah.
So quite insult to injury, but that's what happens when you both play a deck that don't go second cycle and when you don't go second cycle, you're not guaranteed to see all your cards. Sometimes they're all on the bottom. It happens all the time.
But I think Nicholas played this game very well.
Yeah, he played to his outs. He put him in position. I think the only thing that I think might be wrong was the use of the scabs. No, the helmet. I think you could have saved the helmet if you had the helmet on this turn.
It would have been so impactful.
It could have been impactful.
Yeah.
You had to gamble and hit very well. But it could have done something, I think. Because the 2 life he didn't stop any damage by using the helmet because he hit the card Ashkan wanted to Arsenal anyways.
Yeah.
Sadly.
So it's like a 50-50 there. You hit something powerful or not. But yeah, Ashkan's hand wasn't that big, and he wasn't representing that big of a turn necessarily. So
yeah, I think you could have saved it.
Yeah. But yeah, it was. I think Nicholas believed that he would pull more cards from Ashkan's hand than he did.
There's a bare fangs in his hand. Yeah, he just shows he knows the writings on the wall.
Yeah.
And congratulations to Ashkan going next to the semifinals. And so sad for my boy. He is sad. He wanted to win this bad, but the stars were not aligned for him to win this game.
It was just not in his. But that means that these two players, when they meet, it's going to be a Zen.
Yeah, so there will be a Zen in the finals, no matter what.
That is guaranteed at this point, which means that we don't get it in the finals. We don't get a Zen mirror in the finals.
Yay!
And we don't have a mirror in the final.
That's fun.
Is better in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. Big applause to these guys. Card games, there's a lot of skill, but there's also a lot of luck. Sometimes you don't get, you are not up all night to get lucky. You're up in the morning getting unlucky.
Yeah. So
huge props to the guys anyways.
Ashkan going at this point 7-3, only 3 losses.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure when he got the losses, if it was in the draft version or in his CC version.
He has won every game on camera, and that's an impressive feat,
that is
considering how strong the competition is here at this beautiful Swedish National. Welcome to the booth, everybody. Whew. I love the gambling, but I don't like it when I lose.
That was that you could say was a brutal beatdown.
It was a is that the name of the card?
No.
Is it barraging beatdown?
There is a card called Barraging Beatdown. I did not try to name a card. I just since I said I wanted to see a brutal game. That's on that again.
You know what? I will feed you dinner, Christian, and you can go eat some food. Well, we'll cut to a little break for our next top 8. We will be back shortly for the 3rd round in this quarterfinals. See you soon.
You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. You always thought that you were weak, but babe, you're wrong. Yeah, you Better step into the light, just give it a try. Think that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. And who cares if you might mess it up? Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You shouldn't doubt yourself, 'cause you're a work of art. You should know that you are perfect with those flaws. Yeah, you better step into the light, just give it a try. Know that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. And who cares if you might mess it up? Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You're stronger than the others think. And who cares if you might mess it up? Shine. Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up?
Welcome back here to the third quarterfinals game here in the Swedish Nationals in Stockholm at Qruxel Studio, hosted by Dragon's Lair game.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say a different country.
Hey, I've gone better than that. Okay?
Yeah. Yesterday, Christian announced probably we were playing the Norwegian champions.
Yeah.
Oh,
So this game we're having now is going to be quite different from the two other games, which has been more like a slugfest.
yeah. Dish.
You could say this is a little bit more a game of finesse.
Yeah.
It is a game that me and you have played quite a lot.
We have played this matchup a lot.
You being the representative. I think we're sitting appropriately right here. Peter being the representative of the Assassins and me being for the Illusionists.
Yeah.
I've played a lot of Enigma, he's played a lot of New. This is a matchup that we have played a lot.
It's so bad for New though, if you're not prepared.
So it depends on is Martin as prepared. We'll figure out soon. We're going to have a little interview with the players before they're sent over and start playing their game.
Yeah, and actually we're going to have a deck tech, short deck tech with them. We have the technology now. Big shout out and big thanks to Qruxel Studio that managed to get it up for our silly wishes. Big thanks to you guys, you're awesome. So we'll go get the guys right now and we'll be back in a very short bit.
All right, I am standing here with Niklas Ostner, who went 7-2 into the top 8 here, I believe. You started out with a accent 2 result before here.
Yep, it was a rough start. Problem with playing a bit of a defensive deck. You want to have the answers, but they also put the aggressive decks up to enable their game plans. And the first matchup ran me over. So we entered the old submarine mode after that. So got the tip from one of our Norwegian friends, one of the judges there. Just don't lose. Win goal.
Yeah.
Took it to the heart.
You could say, like, you do the same as Pablo Pinta did on the first Pro Tour, you almost could say. So yeah, we can talk a little bit quickly here about the deck. You've chosen to play Enigma here.
Yep.
Here we say, so it seems kind of a little bit like more the standard list. Kind of standard. You're not playing... you're playing about the same heavy disruption suit I was seeing being more popular, a little bit less on the word side compared to what some of the earlier iterations and compared to like the Malaysian list that played Iris of Reality, for example.
Yes.
So you're now going to be playing against Martin Andreasen on New. How do you think about the matchup?
It feels quite good from my side. Seeing the deck list that's here in top 8, I can see he's lacking a bit of damage. Should be on my side. Nu can take a lot into that matchup with more pick-to-pieces and stuff like that and keep me on the back foot. But with our decks looking at the moment, I feel quite favored.
Yeah, I think that... I think so myself when I was looking a little bit on the list. What are your general game plan into this matchup? Are you trying to be a little bit more straight up on the aggressive side? Or are you trying to be a little bit more defensive or just like pummel them down and be a little bit more like a brute and guardian? I like to call Enigma for the brute illusionist.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And if the matchup goes my way, like for the first, if it's going New way, she's landing the disruptions, she's pulling my blues, she's not letting me really do anything and just breaking my hands. I want to swing attacks, take a life lead, and then use a couple of turns with Big Aura, stick a Mirror guy around, and then get some bit of unfair value. If I'm ahead on life lead, I feel very, very good in this matchup.
Yeah, people talk about Manifestation of Mirror guy being the best card in the deck.
Yeah.
Do you believe that, or any other cards that you feel is on the same level or might be as important, or it's just like Manifestation, just the deck that?
It's the pivotal turn you're looking for in most matchups. Use that one, maybe use the gloves together with it. But then certain plays, certain matchups, Restless Coalescence, the best art in the deck, the cats.
By far the absolute best one.
Yeah, it can get you so much value, keep those daggers away from you. So it's definitely a power play. Close second, Miragai is it's an MVP.
Yeah. Well, good luck for your game. Hope you feel prepared. And may the best of luck. I'm going to be rooting you as Peter's Nicholas sadly just got knocked out, and I'm rooting for you. So my Nicholas is doing better than Peter's Nicholas, so I'm going to say yes for that. Also, I have to cheer on you because you're an Illusionist main. We've been talking a lot back up and down about the decks. So yeah, thank you. We will allow you to go over to the table and sit down while we get ready to get the other player and Peter over here to have a little deck tech with Martin Andreasen. So stay tuned.
There. And here I am with Martin, playing my favorite hero, Nu. Nice to meet you, Martin.
Hello.
So here we see the new deck. So this is what's basically accepted as the standard of the equipment. Where you, let's just quickly see if you're playing any other equipment. Yes, you're playing the Flick Knives and the Arcane Ladder. Can you tell me why this is the standard and your reason for the other equipment?
Yes, so mostly you're playing the Stilettos and the Arousing Wave to get the extra reacts for Bonds of Agony and yeah, mostly for Bonds of Agony.
Yeah.
The Mask is obviously good into most of the matchups. I'm not running any other headpiece.
Yeah.
And Fiendals is Fiendals.
Yeah, we don't have anything better than this. We have the Redback Shroud, but it's kind of a numbo with the Hiss and the Venomous Bite because you have to pitch a blue to get the effect.
Yeah, it kind of works. If it worked on the arms and the leg piece, then it would be a thing.
That I haven't thought about that. That's actually true. Then you could get a chess piece that will heal you and get a lot of resources.
Yeah, we were really excited about that combo in spoilers, and then someone actually read the cards.
Oh yeah. Who would imagine reading the card
anymore.
explains the card? So let's look a little more on your list. It looks fairly standard. So here is some spicy tech. A lot of the blues people are undecided about. Can you tell me why you're running 2, 2, and then 1 cut on side, 2 and 2?
Yeah, basically I was on. I didn't have Infect in the deck previously, I believe. And I just wanted to split them out a bit, because often you have 2 blues in hand, and it's just nice more often having 2 different ones so you can make a choice. Because often you want to pitch one to swing the dagger and then throw the other. Yeah. So having more different options just gives you more options to which one is good in this scenario.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Because you don't end up very often with like 2 Art of Desire when you want any other attack.
Yeah, okay. And they cut down to size. How do you feel about that? Do you feel that is a good card, or it's just like it's the last blue that does something?
It's not the last blue, but it is the 4th Rowdy Locals.
Okay.
If I could run 4 Rowdy Locals, I would rather do that. It's not coming to play that much this tournament because I didn't draw it that much.
Yeah, but you're only playing 1, so...
Yeah, I did kill someone with it, but
hey, nice.
I didn't get the effect.
I hate when I just win and not get the sweet on hit.
It's mostly there to swing, and if they... Because a lot of people want to block it, because they lose the card anyway.
It's better to block it.
Then you activate the mask, is the idea, so you get 2 cards.
That's a pretty clever thing. So yeah, here's the card I've been thought about playing myself. Rowdy Locals, what do you feel about this card?
I think it's very good in specifically the Sen matchup. Basically, any matchup that doesn't really want to block you, because it just lets you. Because you end up with extra cards a decent amount of times, and you just want to trade one card for one card.
Yeah.
Because their cards
Are better.
Or they get like extra value for having synergy. And if you just rip a card, they lose that.
Okay.
So it's just really nice. It activates the mask, so you can sometimes just swing that.
Yeah, so you can get 2 cards.
Yeah, if you
the mask
their
and the
armor
hit.
a lot, so if you swing it when they don't have armor, they basically have to block it with 2 cards a lot of the time to stop it.
Yeah.
And if they don't,
then the mask is really good.
yeah, and so they never want to do that, and then you take 2 cards anyway. Because
Okay.
you activate mask and then the rowdy. You can also trade in some like extra hiss or an extra like the extra slither or the extra fang strike sometimes.
So I see you're playing the flick knives. Have
Yes.
you used it in any of the matchups going up to this tournament?
Yes, I didn't face any of the victors or Bravo. It's the main matchup it's in against. It's also in against any of the brutes.
Okay, yeah.
Mostly it's a setup play where you, for KO, it's specifically Smash Instincts you're trying to hit. And then you do a line with, you flick the Mistblade to get go again.
Ah, yeah.
And then double intimidate them, basically.
Yeah, so just
to
kill
finish
them. Okay.
Yeah, against Bravo and Victor, it's more just hitting them very hard.
Yeah.
I did get to play Flick Knife Mistblade with a Codex to rip another card from her.
Oh, that's spicy.
Yes, that was very good.
So how do you feel about going up and against Enigma? I see that you have the Vambrace
I do
and
have the
2
Vambrace.
picked to pieces, but
I don't
not
have-
a lot of hate for Enigma.
No, I didn't. I kind of gambled on not having to play that much of the Illusionists.
Yeah.
Didn't really pay off. I played against Niklas in round 9, and he beat me quite handily.
Okay.
So I do have a chance at a rematch.
Yeah, that would be awesome, dude.
It would be really fun to win in the rematch in the top 8. I'm not super confident, but
Yeah, it's a rough matchup
it's a
for
rough
Assassin.
matchup, but
Illusionist
it's-
has always been like a hard matchup because of how the on-hit works and stuff like that. But how do you feel about being top 8? Have you been at any bigger tournaments or?
not really. I played I've played one calling and I didn't do very well.
Okay,
so it's very
it
exciting to
happens.
get into the top 8.
Callings are hard.
Callings are hard. This is going to be very good practice for. I'm going to the calling in Amsterdam.
Hey, nice. I'm also going, so I get to see you there.
Nice.
Okay, Martin, good luck in your match.
Yeah.
We take the left hand since you're holding the microphone, and I'm rooting for you. Please beat the Enigma, show Christian that the assassin is the way to go. We will soon be back. welcome back to the booth. The players are getting ready, and now, ladies and gentlemen and everything and everyone, we're going to be here for a good time. It's going to be a lot of rounds and a lot of hopefully back and forth, but it's not going to be over quick.
No, I don't think it could potentially go quick, but I think it's going to be one of the longer games we're going to have had so far today.
Yeah.
We've had quite aggressive decks so far, beating up on each other. This can easily be one of the more grindier versions of, or one of the more grindier games that we're going to end up actually having on the camera.
Yeah.
I think actually for the day, because this last match we have is a Dash.io versus a Victor. That's going to be the last game that we have. And that one I think is going to go a lot quicker again. So
Yeah, but if it's Victor against Enigma in the semis, that could also be a really long game.
that is also...
We love long games here at Swedish National Top 8. So... sadly, my boy is not very favored in this. He has 2 blue pick to pieces, and you and I talked about how we think the red pick to pieces is the better card for this matchup. He has the arm piece that does a lot. Without the arm piece, it would be very rough for him.
I think he would be very, very hard for him to win without the arm piece. Depending on how he managed to use the arm piece, that is going to decide a lot about this game. How aggressive and how often does he activate it? It's a little bit of we talked about yesterday, where the new into Enigma comes a lot down how to use their daggers.
Yeah.
Here in CC, it's also about how to use their dagger, but also how to use the van braces.
Yeah. Where do you feel the best is to use the van braces? Do you think it is on the daggers? Do you think it is on the attacks? When is the correct time to use it?
I think the correct when I play against new, I always think feels worse when they use it on the attacks than the daggers, because when they've used it on the daggers, so the biggest strength of the van braces is actually more the existence of the van braces than the effect in itself. Because
so the threat of activation, as we like to call it in the business.
That is a little bit of the problematic. So if you just use them on the first dagger that you have, seems like we're going to the table soon. But yeah, if you use them on the first dagger that you attack with, that means that the Enigma player knows 100%, okay, it's not coming later. That means that my ward block is fine. But if you wait with it to your...
so they have to think about it constantly. When are they going to use it? When are they going to use it?
When are they going to use it? How am I going to do it? Am I going to overblock here to protect my ward? Am I going to do this? Am I going to do this? Are you going to push the 1 damage over now? So the van braces against Enigma, when Enigma use mostly ward, is pretty much a lot of the times almost as good as a +1 damage, because it goes down to removing the wards more than pushing the damage in itself. You have it's also a reaction, so that makes it quite well with things like Bonds of Agony and the pick to pieces.
Yeah.
The cards that cares about how many reactions you've activated, it makes them easier to activate, because it is a 1 cost that just, okay, it's a reaction. You just activate it. You always have it. You can do it. So that makes the bonds easier to activate, and it makes it a little bit easier for you to push the damage.
Yeah. Let's go to the overhead camera as the players are shuffling their opponent's deck. Who's the higher seed in this? I think it is Mr. Ostner, isn't it? Yeah, he's the 3rd seed.
So as we talked about, it's a true submarine here. He started X and 2, and the results are a little bit wrong here, because he ended up X and 2. The 2 first losses he got was the only losses he had this tournament up to the top 8.
So we will update the wins correctly. Here we see a fist bump, because the people in Sweden, they are homies. They're here to play, to be serious, but they're also showing camaraderie and brotherhood, which I really love in this game. It's very beautiful.
We haven't really talked that much about this. We kind of forgot that when we were so excited about the games in Limited. And you see that the hand slot of Nicholas is still being face down.
Yeah, why that, Christian? Did he forgot to flip it up?
No, there is. So there's a new mechanic that's called Cloaked that allows you to start the cards face down, the equipment face down, or actually you are required to start with them face down. And then they have an activated ability that allows you to flip them up and then get an effect when you flip them up. Yeah. We see Nicholas there has a beautiful manifestation of Mirror Guy in his hand.
Oof, and a very beautiful hero as well. He actually was in Japan playing their world premiere event.
That is true. Seems like they
It seems like we have a... There we go. There's the correct lightning. Here, he's just going to attack on the first turn.
Just throw 7 in the face.
I think this is an easy block for Martin. He's thinking about leaking 1. It's a little sad to give up 2 strong reactions, but I think that you just take the 1 damage here, and so you can keep a good card in your hand.
This comes back to what we talked about, efficient blocks, right? Because all of these games comes a lot down to efficient blocks, either being ward or just using your block values. So by attacking for 7, if you block it for 9, you're losing 2 points of value in that way. And it's not really efficient to use off your cards a lot of the times. And 1 damage is not the worst to leak on the first turn.
Yeah.
7 damage is a little bit worse.
So basically, this is not an ideal turn for Niklas because he's choose to start, and all he did was push 1 damage and not building no board and just arsenaling.
Yeah, most of the times Enigma would not actually be able to push that much damage on the first turns regardless, but ideally they would want to end their turn with a number of auras in play, permanents that just stay around, but it didn't seem like his hand was that. Is that a Sacred Art? He's already drawn his Sacred Art, it seems like, as in his hand.
No, that's bad for him, because here, Martin, he's probably going to play the Seduce Secrets. Oh, I thought he was going to play it on the dagger, but maybe he's saving them. Oh yeah, he's going to do it on this because he has Go again, and that will make it draw a card. He has the combo. That's so sweet. Nice heads up for Martin. So if you could get the mind on the screen.
So yeah.
Well, because of Nu, it will banish the cards that are blocking it. So if Martin managed to snag a good... yeah, he forgot there's a floating. If he managed to snag a blue that blocks, this will draw a card and gaining him a life. So here it comes, the Cyrus Call. And even if it doesn't take a card that blocks, he will take the Sacred Art. And he's really happy of Niklas not having to play around the Sacred Art the entire game.
This is going to be really bad for Niklas.
Oh, he has 2 reds. He can't play it out even.
No, it does not. His arsenal does not seem to be a blue card either. And you can see on Niklas there just like, yeah.
Good.
And this wrecks Niklas' hand.
Yeah, no.
This is horrible for Niklas. He can still attack for 7.
Martin's like, yeah, give me that card.
He's just like, I'm going to take this card. Okay, I just want to look at your hand, but this card is gone.
So now he draws?
And he even draws a card. That was a Bonds of Agony.
That's a very spicy Bonds. I think you're happy with arsenaling the Bonds here.
Yeah.
Because Niklas is probably not just going to do anything good. He's not going to banish that, but he's going to banish the yellow card.
Yeah.
So he will not draw a card.
So Nu's hero ability only allows them to draw cards off of their action cards that is defending. But instant. So here you can see that this might be a little bit weird for some people, that it is a card with 0 block value that has been put onto the chain as a blocking card.
Yeah.
So normally you cannot block with a card that does not have a block value, but with cards like Siren's Call
and Induce Intimacy.
Yes, they say that you just have to choose a card, and then you can put that as a defending card on chain. Like, it doesn't say that it is a card that can be defending with.
Oh, this is going to be a good turn for Martin. I think he'll block with the CNC. He might even just take it, and then he's going to do a Bonds with a reaction with the Go again, and with mask activation. This is what Martin needs to get ahead in this game. He's just gonna take it because this does damage. He doesn't care about damage. He cares about controlling the board and disrupting Niklas's hand.
Niklas has now had his 2nd turn, and we've not seen an aura been played so far. This is not going in Niklas's favor at all. His deck, we've seen this, both Niklas's, apparently their decks does not want to be their friends. But this hand from Niklas is quite strong again. He has a Rage Spectre, and it seems like he had a new manifestation.
Yep,
and a droplet.
The droplet can be awkward, since I don't think he has any other instant speed cards.
No, what he might end up doing is he might pitch manifestation to play Rage Spectre to attack for 6, or play the Rage Spectre with 1 floating, then play, or he needs to attack, so he could play could take damage, play
Dagger
manifestation.
Hits, giving Go again to Bonds of Agony. And this is the most notorious card, or as some players would say, this card is not fun.
I think a lot is because we haven't been used to this kind of effect in Flesh and Blood. and it strips so many cards from your deck. It is a really strong effect to just if you have. It is a steep requirement, kinda. To attack, use 3 attack action reactions, and then be able to get 3 cards from your opponent's hand and deck.
Yeah. So I think Niklas is thinking about if he should block it or not. And I then think what is going to happen here is that Martin is going to transcend. Then he is going to activate Mask, forcing Niklas to either banish a card or use cards, and then he's going to hit him with a hiss.
Yeah, that seems like the best way. Yeah, you can see Niklas thinking here. Sadly, Niklas only has 2 cards that block here. 2 cards that blocks for 3 and 2 0 blocks. So it's going to be hard to cover up this bonds.
Yeah, and even if you cover it up, then you lose the board.
Yes.
So now let's see. How does he sequence this? Does he go for the hiss first, or does he go for the Mask first?
That is quite interesting. It is a lot. It can change a lot here, depending on. It seems like he is intending to do the Mask first.
Yeah. There's also one interesting thing. He can also activate the Vambrace because he has go again, so he can send the CNC if he wants to, if he doesn't want to use the Mask.
Yeah, I don't. That is true because it leaves you more resources, and that is a better damage. That also threatens his arsenals. That is a more disruptive turn.
And the effect of the Vambrace is still around. So even if Niklas decides to play the wards, he will then have the -1 still affecting him.
That is true. So it will be interesting to see what Martin does.
Yeah, I think I like the other line better. You don't get an arsenal, but you threaten a lot of damage.
I think it's both.
Nah,
yeah,
he's going for the Mask.
Yeah, it does not make sense for him to play the Stir right now if he's not going to use the Mask. Because there's he had 1 floating, so he could play the hiss.
Yeah, but he rather wants it as a chi. So
yeah, but he can still transcend after he's played a hiss, so he can wait and get more information about what Niklas want to do before he decides to pitch to the arms.
That's true. So if you're going for the arms play, it's correct to wait. So you're just gonna waste your go again, but it's fine. You get CNC in Arsenal, and you still do cool stuff.
Yeah. So what you could have done. No, you could not have done that because you have to use the Slither to double go again. But yeah. So he's here, Niklas thinking about what should I do. Yeah. So he's deciding that he wants to transcend himself.
Yeah. So he's gonna play out the manifestation of Mirror Guy and have the droplet ready to block with, and he's gonna use it now, putting it down to 1.
So he doesn't. Yeah, because he's doing this in response to the Mask trigger, because then he's going to activate Enigma, so he doesn't actually have to. But now every information is open for Martin, so he knows that it is go time. This is only 6 damage, and he's going to go in for 7 with the hiss.
Yeah.
Because of this hiss. Because of the third, because after he plays the Slither now, being the 3rd reaction, activates the Bonds of Agony ability, giving it +3, and it's on hit.
So it goes up to 7.
It goes up to 7. It would be originally 8 because of the beckoning, but it has -1 from the drop in the ocean.
How much ward is it on the Mirror Guy? Is it 2?
It is 2.
So he's currently blocking 6. So
yes.
it will
still leak 1.
Will leak 1, but it will only shuffle Niklas's deck.
Yes.
It doesn't get to take a card, sadly. But I think you're quite happy with this exchange. Yeah, so here Martin forgot to shuffle Niklas's deck. I'm not sure if the judges catches that interaction or not. Usually it doesn't matter. But you are required to shuffle your opponent's deck.
You're required to cut it. You don't necessarily need to shuffle it. You can just take a simple cut on it.
So you
like
can search the deck to see what kind of cards he decided to sideboard. So there's some information resolving the trigger and not just directly going.
This goes back to what we talked about with Weakest Link. You always get the information. And I would say even though he has an empty hand, Bonds is still really good in that you can just look through the deck and you can figure out what did he actually sideboard.
Yeah.
Because they do know all the deck list. They have all the information about the deck list, but they don't necessarily know what they sideboarded.
So the problem for Martin now is that he has tempo, but Niklas will just take damage 1 turn and then build a board, and then the pressure is on Martin to deal with that board.
Yes. Martin has gotten things lined up exactly as he wants to. Niklas is a little bit below. He lost 1 manifestation, 1 of the power cards we talked about. And he also have lost his Sacred Art. So the biggest power plays he have. Oh, that's another Siren's Call.
Yeah, and it's gonna take a card.
So it's gonna probably take this round on me because it's the only blue card in Nicholas's hand.
But that ruins Niklas's turn.
Yes, and this is the second time it happened where my blue is gone. I've just reds in my hand.
Yeah.
And this is actually a thing I've disliked a little bit about this list, is the fact that you are quite red heavy.
Yeah.
So, and if you look at this hand, if there's no Siren's Call in this hand, this would be a spectral manifestation into a 10,000 year reunion. The
Yeah.
Japanese, the card, the beautiful card with Japanese text that you have there, which is the insane card that has ward 10.
Yeah. It's definitely what we call in the business of fatigo. Boom, boom, bang. It's huge.
It is.
I've never seen a number this big. And I've seen a lot of numbers.
Are you sure you haven't seen one that's big? We have Pulverize.
Yeah, and we also have the 20, but now the joke is ruined and I'm sad.
You also had a Hydra card from Levia.
That's true. That's also a certified. Don't make me say it again. I
Are
want
you
to
sure?
say. I want to save the voice line.
I'm gonna make you overuse the voice line. That is my whole work.
No.
Okay, so here comes the Spider Bite in.
Yeah.
So Spider Bite is the one that cares about attack actions, right?
Yeah. So it will make the next time Niklas blocks with an attack action or several block one less, which is really good with the card in his arsenal CNC.
This is quite good, yeah, and especially.
Is he going to pitch the E-strike? I don't like that. I'm very skeptic of putting reactions in my arsenal. Yeah. He correctly identifies that you want to have the cards that is easiest to get out of the arsenal when you're playing new, because if you give Enigma just a slight bleeding room, you can be extremely punished.
Yeah. You can be really hard. You can be really punished, and especially now that Martin has established. So if we look at life totals right now, this does not seem like it's going anywhere. No one is having tempo here, but Martin has a little bit of the tempo here because Niklas is not establishing anything at the table. He's just blocking with cards. He's just losing cards.
Yeah.
That's the 10,000 year reunion. I do believe he placed 2 of those.
Yeah, so he doesn't need to worry about that one. And now I'm not sure if Asner is going to do anything because he has a red in hand. I don't remember what his arsenal is, so he might just pass. But I think that's fine for Asner.
I think the Arsenal card is...
Oh, there's something he can play. Oh, it's a CNC.
Yeah, use your Tunic and the red Spectral Manifestation to go with the CNC here to threaten Martin's Arsenal here. That's okay. That's not the worst hand, even though it's a double sensor. The bond, you probably want to see if you can Arsenal the bonds here.
Yeah, I think you just block with double sensor, E-strike for 7, and then
Arsenal the bonds.
Arsenal the bonds, and still have the Tunics. You're ready to rock and roll.
So what Nicholas is quite happy about now is that his 2 Siren Calls are gone.
Yeah.
He's seen 1 bond, so he knows that the power or not the power necessarily, or the power in new is coming from its ability to disrupt your hands and your game plan.
Yeah.
And Martin hits quite well on both those Siren's Calls.
Yeah, it was really good.
But I think the fact that bonds ended up just being damage and information, depending on how Martin can leverage the information he got from bonds, it really depends on if the bonds ended up just being damage.
Yeah.
And if you can get the disruptive effect to actually do something.
He's actually going to take 6
and lose
his
the
arsenal, lose the E-strike, and keep his hand. That's interesting.
Because he only has. So what he might be thinking is that. Now I'm not sure what he's thinking here because he could go double he could in theory go double sensor. That is not really a realistic line anymore.
I think we're we're going for the certified hit with Blue Dagger bonds bluff.
It is not bluff actually.
Yeah, it is live. He's threatening it with the shoes, but he didn't block with the shoes, so now he's going to lose lose 1 life for it.
It could just be that this is his thought, but he just kind of forgot to block about the shoes because it was so focused that this was the line he was going to do. And this is easy to do. Again, we are in the top 8.
I think I like bluffing here.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have but he has a defense reaction. But if he blocks, I think you're happy.
Yeah, it's going to go up to 5 if you use all of the reactions, and So it's going to be really hard here because Martin, I think this is mostly a bluff because it's not realistic for Martin here to actually go through the ward that Nicholas can represent and the reacts Nicholas can represent.
Well, right now he's only has a defense reaction in his hand. So
Yeah.
I think you're just happy. You just said he blocked with a strong card. You're happy and you just send the sensor. But I don't understand why he thought the value of sensor would be good here because there's no information on what cards he can hit with sensor.
No, sensor is a really good follow-up to card.
No, he's actually going for the.
It seems like he's pushing it. Yeah. So this was my thought a little bit because I think what Martin is thinking here is that I'm just gonna have to force you to have it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna tell you, do you have it or do you not have it? You just have to have it, right? Because it goes up to 5. And if he presents one ward, so this could usually be blocked out with a ward 2. As we see, he does have a Restless Coalescence in the hand, which does ward 2.
Yeah.
And if he does not have the Vambrace, he couldn't actually have blocked this out. But we do know that Nicholas has the Sync Blow. So I think it just wanted to force Nicholas to have it. But I think there is a little bit too many. Or actually, let me have a quick look at Nicholas Astner's list to see what he could have.
Yeah.
So he's playing one red Moonchakra, which I'm pretty sure is in this game. He do play 2 blue Sync Blows, and because Nicholas has, I don't know if he keeps them in this matchup. I think he would do. He have a red immovable. He has to hold the lines, so he has about 9 D reacts, and you also have the Unraveled Aggression. So it's like Martin knows that there is a lot of D-reacts, so I think this line is a little bit too risky.
Yeah, I think it's just too early. You ended up presenting 4 more damage if you add the damage from the Vambrace. This is 11 damage turn, but in the other line you would have Arsenal Bonds, you would have sent 7. And then you would be that bonds would be paired with an actual reaction, and not the equipment. You would still have the equipment lying for the future.
Yeah, I think what's going through Martin's head here, which is quite easy to get into when you're in this kind of position, if you think about like, okay, how do I play this matchup? And this is a little bit how we talked about this yesterday about sideboarding, where you can get locked into these thought patterns. And he's been thinking like, okay, the way I win this is I need to represent disruption. I need to represent disruption, disruption. And in this way, Martin thinking he is representing disruption through sensor. Okay, so he's naming. No, he banned. Yeah, it's just get banished.
We don't know what card he names since we don't have microphone for the players, but one can assume it's a card.
It's a good card.
Nicholas plays Aster. I think I would name the make a Spectral Shield, add 3 counters. If I were in Martin's
Spectral Manifestation.
Yeah, it's a card he plays some copies of.
He plays 3 of them.
Yeah. And it's one of the best cards in the empty board. I'm not so scared of this. It's only attacks for 2 and it doesn't eat any counters.
No, this is one of the weaker Restless Coalescence because usually you want to have this one. It is a power card. It is, I would say, arguably, this is one of the more powerful cards in the deck, as Nicholas talked about. But when you don't have the extra counters on the board, it is not that good.
Yeah, it flips up, it gets a counter. This attacks for 3, it gets go again. But I think you still take it as Martin. You have a pretty decent turn. You will go Dagger into Leave No Witness, into the reaction, and Arsenal the Codex. And most likely you will be able to kill this Restless Coalition and the ward from Niklas's hand.
Yeah. So he makes a Spectral Shield just so he can attack for 1 with it, because it costs 0, and this is free for you.
He's joking.
Martin doing a cheeky joke about, I'm just going to block with a mask. No.
No, that mask is important for later in the game, as the hero power of Nu is not that good in this matchup, as the only blues he can get are essentially life gain.
Yeah, it's just extra life. Unless Niklas has been ballsy and kept in his levels of enlightenment, something I doubt.
Yeah, I highly doubt that.
I highly doubt that.
It's like the new tax. If you play the card and you play new, you get him out. It's too good for the late game. You can just lose a game on the spot that you could never lose if you have levels.
If you just give them this.
Yeah,
So-
imagine hits with bonds and take all 3 copies of it. Oh my lord.
And then they just go their turn and just like, okay, 5 go again, draw a card, 5 go again, draw a card, 5 go again, draw a card. Okay, now I'm going to do the rest of my turn.
Yeah.
No.
So
But no, I think Martin's focus has been on he wants to present disruption. Damage without disruption is not worth it.
Yeah.
So that's probably why he ended up doing the bonds line.
So here, Niklas has a pretty good hand because he has the red Baker Spectral Shield. So he this card is not disrupting anything. It's just milling a random card, banishing a random card from his deck.
This is actually the last Spectral Manifestation. He've drawn 3 of them so far.
Oh.
He've pitched 2 of them, and then this is that. So the other ones is quite deep.
Yeah,
on
but
the
he
bottom.
can shuffle his deck, right?
Yeah, no, I think he already had. No, he has not played.
Sturdy Pot. It was
Sturdy Pot,
Martin
yeah.
that played Sturdy Pot.
Yeah.
That's the wrong token, but we know what is happening. It goes up to 8.
Yeah,
I think Niklas
Yeah.
is happy losing 3 ward here, taking 2, and losing a card. He's still way ahead of Up of Life,
yeah.
and draws still can rebuild. So this is the typical fashion that a lot of Enigma players have been talking about. That you know that you don't marry your board. This board you can let go and come back
Yeah.
to it later.
It would actually be funny here if Martin just didn't manage to actually kill the whole board. Oh, that's an E strike.
Hey,
so he
here
gets.
comes the money.
It's the money.
Yeah. The best girl getting paid for her job.
If Martin was able to leave Niklas with 1 aura in play, he could not play Manifestation with 4 counters on it.
That's true.
That is the downside of the Manifestations. But then again, in this matchup, you don't really care about your board. You're just like,
Yeah.
you know what? Here's a board.
Yeah.
It's gone. Here, take 4. 0 for 4 with go again. That
It's
sounds like
so
Scar for Scar.
Yeah, and it heals you for 1.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
It's actually almost like life for a life.
Yeah, but better because it costs 0. And the disgusting part now is that Asner gets to Arsenal very clutch D-React.
Yeah, having this D-React there is going to be quite good for him. As we know, Nu doesn't necessarily like having to face against that many D-Reacts is not the best you want to see.
Yeah.
But-
Martin actually got a very good strong. I'm word man. Quite a good strong hand here with a lot of go again. So
That-
he can represent many attacks.
That is the last bond of Agony that we see there.
Yeah.
So I see. So Nicholas' hands was like okay in the start, but now we see both players actually drawing a couple of the power cards and they're doing the best they can with their hands. Martin is a little bit unlucky here with it. He doesn't really have any ways to enable his bonds anymore.
Well, he can do it. Any hiss or venomous bite plus the gloves.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking like in from his direct hand right now.
Oh, yeah,
he
yeah,
would
yeah,
have
yeah.
to set it up for later, which I think he would do. He has other things he can do with that hand that's still gonna be powerful.
Yeah, I think he's going to pitch that bonds to keep it in the deck, so he can draw it with just a nick for later. And
Yeah.
I agree with him, Martin here 100%. Just take the 4. You have a good turn coming up. This Spectral Shield will most likely die.
Yeah. So what it's fascinating to see. It is a 10 life, or kind of like 19, 11 life discrepancy here. Yeah. So you see the blue sink below. So Asner kept them in.
Yeah, I
That's-
agree. They are good.
Yeah, they're really good. So that means he's playing 9D react.
Yeah. So the interesting part of the sequence here is that he starts with looking for a scrap because he wants to open the possibility of this blue beckoning mistblade hitting, so he can get the go again on levels of enlightenment for free, drawing that sweet card.
It's also a good way to make Nicholas commit cards if he does not want the beckoning mistblade to actually hit.
Yeah.
I think a learning curve people had when playing against Nu in the start here is that a lot of some people were just like, do you know what, I'm just going to block the weapon because the beckoning mistblade, because it's so dangerous if it gets go again. And you realize that it's not really worth a lot of the time blocking it unless you have the extra cards to spare.
Martin has a 5 block, but he's going to use the card from hand because he doesn't want to throw the sink blow in the at the bottom of his deck.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a standing order there for for Astner.
Huh? That's the third spectral manifestation, Christian.
No, but so he pitched it earlier, and that was before the Bonds of Agni hit.
Yeah, but
That
he didn't shuffle the deck.
Didn't they shuffle the deck?
No, they forgot to do it.
Okay, but did he look through the deck? Because
No, he didn't.
Okay.
See, you just miscounted, my dude.
Okay. Then I've just miscounted, yeah.
It's fair, it happens.
Yeah.
So, I think Martin is happy with this. Now he's going to attack with a dagger, forcing another card or lose the Spectral Shield from Martin. Then he's going to give it go again, and +2, I think. And then attack with another dagger, and then he's going to get him with the Codex of Frailty. So I think Martin might be able, may still be able to be in this game.
Oh, I think Martin has. At no point in this game was Martin out of it.
Yeah.
We did talk about how Enigma is favored into this game, but you see here that Nicholas has not really been getting a board up here. And when Nicholas not really getting a board...
Why? He's closing the chain. Okay, so he's going, he wants it all. He wants the big boy.
He wants to have, he's going to go for I want everything.
Yeah,
oh, that is...
he did it, baby.
So here Martin can do the very cool thing of... So this depends now. He can get all of the modes on Levels of Enlightenment if he wants to. But then that means he's activating new.
Yeah, no. We're just going with the safe play. We're just going with the... Huh? You can't pitch that, my dude. Yeah.
Yeah. he just realized, like, yeah. He's thinking a little bit and just like, oh yeah, shit, yeah. It's very easy to do that. There's no harm's done. You're just saying, hey, look, I have this card.
Yeah. So he this is no biggie. So we will get the full payout. What I think is important for Martin is since he has a Codex of Frailty in his arsenal, he wants to be able to pay for the dagger and the reaction, so he doesn't discard a card.
Yes. It is going to be interesting to see how this line goes. He's thinking a little bit. Nicholas is also thinking, what is... Yeah, no, he's gonna let the...
He sees the writing on the wall. This shield is not long for this world. It's going to go downtown. Yeah, so here Martin cleverly plays the...
Levels of Enlightenment. And he gets all the modes on it,
Ooh,
regardless.
That's a spicy card. I think he might... He just want to save the Codex for later, since he has 2 floating now. I really like attacking with the Weakest Link now.
Oh, it was Weakest Link he drew?
Yeah, he drew Weakest Link.
That is a really good card here. Weakest Link is a card from the newest set that is really good against, like a good tech card against all of the new heroes, because it looks at their hand, which is a card without base. And do you know what Enigma has a lot of?
No based.
Yeah.
Because actually, Illusionist is not based. You heard it here, folks. Christian Bergersen, 2024. Illusionist is not based. Write that down. Write that down.
That's your words. Don't put words in my mouth right now. Okay, don't put words in my mouth.
I will feed you words.
But actually, with Austin's list, he has more block than a lot of others' list. It is the more popular list that you see running around a little bit more with the disruption that we showed. He's running the Amnesias. He's running the Weakest Links.
And Assassin is not known for that high damage turn, but Christian, this was a 5/5.
This is 17 damage.
This is 17 damage. That's pretty huge for Assassin. And it was some... since Niklas... technically all damage is disruption against Enigma, since he's having a board.
Since it's like... Enigma is weird. Illusionist is weird in this, that they don't have weapons, but they play cards that become their weapons. So by taking damage, their weapons are getting removed. It's kind of like blocking with weapons.
That is the very scary Rage Spectre. So, even though Martin managed to close it up quite neatly here, this one is scary.
So Rage Spectre is scary because of just the pure damage it represents.
Yeah.
Coming in for 6 on your... having ward 6 on your own turn and being the only aura, Illusionist aura that you control, it gains an action point. So that's why you can play it and attack with it now for 6.
Yeah.
It only has ward 1 on your own turn. So for some people, they were like, oh, that's kind of weak. It doesn't block so much. But that also means it's... that also means that you're fine with most of the damage it actually blocks.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really block more than one.
Do you know what Martin should have done?
What?
Since he cracked the silver, he had the Transcend card in hand. He should have attacked with the levels of enlightenment, giving it +2 and go again, and then activated the mask.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. That I think it was a miss there to not transcend the card, because you should. I think all of the Mystic heroes, if they have an opportunity to transcend, they should prioritize transcending over just pitching the card, because it is so much more value out of it. And as you say, by playing activating Recurring Nightmare, you're gonna, because you already ripped 2 cards of his hand. He only has 2 left.
Then Martin can't do this line. Then you're committed to playing the Codex afterwards.
Yeah, but I still.
But it's still fine. It's very nice, because then Martin has no cards in his hand.
And that goes more to the lines we've been talking a little bit about, where if you want to present disruption, well, the weakest link is still really strong, and it didn't really do anything other than give information. But I do think that when you could have the potential of ripping the 3rd card out of Nicholas's hand, that is what you need to do to keep up the tempo that you have established at this point. But we see this. This is so fun. This is such a good game to look at now, with so close life total. It's not one player just running over the other.
There's like been a million decisions.
There's so many decisions.
Here we see Martin is going for the activating, and here
Nicholas
he gets punished.
Just go snap Dense Blue Mist.
But Martin is going to go snap Seduce Secrets back. So this is very interesting.
That's a Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
Yeah.
And
Boom.
It seems like a Phantasmaclasm. So, do you see what have happened every time Martin has played? Yeah, because if you've already played Dense Blue Mist, he can transcend, but the Siren's Call could technically take the chi, but Nicholas is going to go, no, I'm going to make a Spectral Shield here.
Yeah.
So he's actually going to get the value out of the blue this turn, but his hand is not doing anything now.
Yeah.
Right, this hand is just going to be blocking or pitching.
Yeah. But the effect is still on. So this will be a hard turn for Mr. Niklas to
block out.
I think Martin should have not activated it here, because Niklas was happy throwing away the Rage Spectre, and now, since he can't CNC from the arsenal, this will be very hard for him to do anything nice because of the D-reacting arsenal.
I think the Vambrace was a little bit too preemptively, and this is a little bit what I talked to you about, and which I've mentioned to you when we've been playing. I don't like the Vambrace on the weapon, because I know he wanted to get the on-hit, but it is on Nicholas to try and find a way, because you can just be like, okay, damn, you go attack with this, and so you have the first reaction window, and you go say no reactions, and then if Nicholas gives you something, then you can do it if he plays more ward, or you be like, okay, that's fine, it's lost. I didn't get the effect, and I don't really feel like Martin needed the hit on the effect either to have a good turn.
Yeah, because now it's really hard for him to take the board.
Yeah, and if Nicholas can leave his turn with 1 card in hand, that's going to be a crackback for 8 damage.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And this is where the strength of the Illusionist and Enigma particularly lies, in this gaining free health, having these go again attack into this weapon, going from I don't have weapons to my weapons now represent 8 damage.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And you see here, Niklas is very happy with that. He knows that he has a defense reaction in Arsenal, so he feels really safe because of how the Codex works. He can't get a floating resource.
So it seems like, okay, this seems like a judge. Oh, okay, yeah. He's just going to see, because of where they are now, he's going to see, he remembers his Meridian Pathways, has a trigger that...
There's our beautiful Supreme Head Judge Overlord, Stefan.
Yeah.
Continue.
So they're just checking now, because whenever Meridian Pathways, as we can see here, says that whenever you pitch a chi, you might have this get Ward 3 until end of turn.
Yeah, so he has to decide right now.
No. Here is the thing, or I don't know what Stefan said, but since this is a May trigger, kind of with 12 Petal of Kesaya, he pitched it, activated Enigma, which is the point the Meridian Pathway will trigger.
So it should happen before...
Siren's Call has resolved.
Yeah.
So you're past the point where this one you should have done the decision on it.
Yeah, so to play it cleanly, he has to announce it before resolving the spectral shield.
Yeah, and this comes a little bit back about when the first time this would have a visible change on the board state would be when you prevent the damage with it. But since it's a May ability, the default action around this card would be
no.
No, I decided not. And you see here that Nicholas is like, yeah, that might be worse for him if he does not get the block.
Oh, he's going to do that. He's going to play Codex right now, so he can keep a blue in his hand to get C and C. That's really good.
I like this line.
The problem is that Martin has 2 cards.
Levels.
Oh, he's going fishing.
He's going fishing. This is kind of fishy.
Yeah, I think this is a very heads-up play because he knows he needs to get this ward out of here. It's very important.
I'm unsure if I still like the levels, because the levels here is only going to be coming for 2, or it's gonna come for go again and 2.
Yeah.
No, or draw a card and go again. So coming for 2 because of the dense blue mist.
Yeah, but the dagger doesn't do anything because of the dense blue mist. So this is like very pray to God that you get something bigger.
You do have the Vambrace, so if there was more ward, but we have all of the information. Nicholas is considering blocking with a card from hand.
Yeah.
I do wonder if I would just have synced this hand actually, sink in this pot.
Ooh.
That is the second levels of enlightenment.
Oh my God!
Holy shit! But it's still not going to do anything.
But he can draw another card.
That is true. So that depends on what that card is. If that goes into Leave No Witness, this turn suddenly became insane.
Yeah, but the problem is he still had that gosh darn D-React in his arsenal.
Yeah, it is though just a blue sync below, if I remember correctly.
Is it blue?
No,
think
maybe
it
it was
red.
red.
No,
if
it's
it's red,
red.
if it's red, it's horrible for Martin.
Yeah.
If it is blue, Martin is happy. If it's a red, I do understand not using it now. But if it's a blue, I think you should just snap to use it. But no, he pitched the blue one. Yeah,
he pitched
I'm
the
wrong.
blue.
It is a red.
And Niklas is like, oh my God, he drew another one. So this is 2, and now Martin is thinking it might be correct to go for the plus 2 here, pushing it up to 4.
Just go 5, draw a card. So
4.
you go.
Yes.
Yeah, go up to
dank
4. Go to 4, draw a card.
Because then he has to give Tunic, or the helmet, or have the D-React. He doesn't know about the D-React.
I think if it comes for 4, Nicholas just go snap, sync.
Yeah.
Because as long as he has a pitch, he has the ray.
Because it's not that interesting to draw a card, because there's a lot of cards that will brick you since you already have the Ponder token.
So it seems like he's choosing go again. But what is the second mode?
Yeah, he's thinking. There are some cards he could draw. He could draw Leave No Witness. All the one attacks are bad because they attack for 0. All the reactions are bad.
But he still don't he still have quite a good amount of cards that he can manage to arsenal?
No, but the problem, he already has a Ponder token.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So he wants a card that can attack, and that will be Codex. He doesn't have any more levels, I think. All the blue attacks are bad. Leave No Witness is good. So he's going to draw a card. What a
He's going
chat.
fishing. That is the third. He drew the third levels of alignment. What is this?
Can this man? So
what is this?
If he draws Leave No Witness on the next card, then he takes Niklas' entire board, and he still gets an arsenal.
No, it does not take. If there is a Leave No Witness on the next card, he still doesn't take the whole board, because an Asner can still give a 3 block now. Or I think actually.
No, but he has to give the 3 block now.
No, he can
and then
still,
he attacks for 2 again.
The thing is that at this point, I'm wondering if Nicholas is just going to go, do you know what? I'm just going to give you the helmet. Because that allows him to. That can enable him to activate at least Enigma on his own turn.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
That's true.
Because he has already pitched. Yeah, this is exactly what you see. He take the traverse now because he knows now that if there comes anything bigger on the next attack here, this is a really good player for Nicholas to do it this way.
Oh, this dense blue mist has given Niklas so much value.
I'm so looking forward to just see Nicholas's face when he sees the third levels of enlightenment.
So then we ask Martin the question again: what modes?
Think about this: if he did not pay for that Vambrace,
Yeah.
he would have 2 resources floating now. That means that he would have a lot more draws that would have been live.
Yeah.
If he had drawn like CNC and anything like that. Because the Vambrace isn't really threatening a lot right now. It hasn't really...
it is threatening because the Spectre Shield is not protecting the other ward.
Yeah, you just see Nicholas just laughing there.
It's like, okay.
It's just like, yeah, this one is coming for
Yes.
pump. This comes for 4, and he's gonna be sad when he see. Oh, do you know what Nicholas can do now?
What?
Nicholas can go attack for 2, and then into weakest link, or he can arsenal his weakest link at least. But I think he's gonna make a Spectre Shield most likely next turn.
Yeah.
That's just like
Martin's just like, okay, we'll just draw everyone.
we're just going like, yeah, you see 2-2, 4.
Yeah, so there's
and
the-
then yeah, you
there's
see
the
Martin.
D-rate.
Martin just like nodding his head, and he's putting. I think he put a weakest link on the bottom right. Yeah, and it seems like he drew a blue.
He drew an E-Strike. That's a good card, but the problem is...
Was it E-Strike?
Martin drew an
Okay,
E-Strike.
Martin drew.
So the problem here is that Martin, he gets the Ponder token, and he's gonna lose... he's gonna take so much damage to try
Yeah.
to kill this board.
Yeah, Frailty is gonna prevent some damage. Hey, okay, you use Dense Blue Mist, it costs you a resource, I give you a Frailty. It's kind of the same, isn't it?
Yeah,
Against
yeah.
Enigma?
True. Oh, but this is a good hand.
Yeah, so he starts go attacking for 2. What that is? Oh, Leave No Witness, Codex. But I wonder, what is the last card in Asno's hand that is not Chi? I've not managed to get a proper look in that hand to see what it is.
I think if it's blue, he's just gonna activate Enigma, attack with the second Spectral Shield, and then attack with the Rage Spectre.
Yeah, that's what I believe too. So it really depends on what that is. What is it, Nicholas? What do you hide from us in your hand?
Show us.
Show us? No. He's such a tease.
Yeah, he's a poker player, keeping
Yeah.
the cards face down at all costs. So here we see what happened is this game is a lot of cascading decision that leads to new decision, because he could have used the Codex much earlier. He could have... there's a lot of different things.
That seems like a red card in Nicholas's hand. But yeah, I still think he goes... Okay, so he does this. Okay, yeah, so he goes for... so it's a red card, so he wants to arsenal it. And now he's just...
Yeah.
Proving his point, just like, yeah, I remember this trigger now.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
used Enigma this turn.
Yeah. He's just like, yeah, shoes are triggered. So if you want to do some sneaky damage on me on your turn,
Yeah.
I have this War 3 lying here waiting. No, I think it looked like a CNC that he had is in hand. He could have played that one and attacked for 6 instead. But I do like this better to just have it in arsenal, because he's doing 1 less damage and not representing.
Since he was not been with an arsenal, he sets him up to be weak against Codex, and you don't want to do that when you're winning this much.
Yeah, you don't want to just be blown out by the Codex. As we know, Martin is sitting with it in his hand, and that leaves no witness.
So the interesting part for Martin is, does he go draw a card and accept that the Transcend card will not transcend?
So Martin has given away at least 2 Transcend cards. He discarded his Rising Sun, Setting Moon and pitched his Homage to the Ancestor.
Yeah.
So he's already given away a good amount of Transcend cards. He does not have a blue in his hand. No, yeah, he has a blue infect.
Yeah, he can go blue infect, but
Path well traveled, and but that doesn't seem like the best.
yeah.
So he started with Spider Bites there.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna use. He might. I think the play is to go. Then he should have blocked with the Leave No Witness. No. He's going to use the Leave No Witness for E-Strike. Go again. So he's just gonna go dagger, Leave No E-Strike for 5, and then Codex into CNC.
That seems like a good line. We see a 1,000-year reunion. That's what is that? A standing order, Passover, and I don't know what the last blue card in Asno's hand is. That's a good Japanese Passover.
And here he does it again.
I don't like this.
He activates this because now he can't go CNC.
Yeah, and this is actually the same that you did. This is the same as last turn. Oh, it's a hold the line.
That would have been live last turn.
That would have been live last turn, but he didn't have it last turn. That was what he drew off the sync below.
Yeah.
And I actually like this.
Very funny.
I actually like this, having this one in Arsenal instead of trying to just build a lot of Spectre Shield, because this is going to protect your board better.
Yeah.
But actually, Martin's playlines here of activating Vambrace is a lot of the same that you did in the start when we started playing.
Yeah.
And where I said I didn't like you do it because it gives me so much more information.
Yeah.
Now Nicholas know that, okay, it's blocked out. It's still existing through the rest, but you've used the resource, you've spent resources, you've spent the effect. That means that there's a lot of other things it does not cascade upon.
Yeah. If he goes draw card, no, the problem is he can't float the resource. So what is the mode? Maybe it's just 7, I think.
I think it's just 7, and then Arsenal, Path Well Traveled, or...
No, he's just going to use the Path of Travel and Codex. Because now the Arsenal is open, so Niklas needs to discard a card, and then he can go with the Leave No Witness.
That is true.
So now, since he used to hold the line, this turn became much better for Martin.
That is true, because he threatens the Arsenal with the Leave No Witness.
Yeah. And this is a hard... If Asner gives up, now tries to defend these shields, if he gives it 2 block and tunic, then he will be so punished.
Yes.
By this hand, because then he will lose all his wards, he will lose his tunic, he will lose...
No, but so, here's the thing. He has 3 block through his Meridian Pathways, because he can transcend this turn because of his Passover. He has Passover in his hand, and he's played a Hold the Line.
Okay,
but it's a blue. So he has access to a Chi that he can pitch to Enigma, generate another Spectral Shield, and then, if he remembers his Meridian Pathways, which I think he will do now...
Yeah, so he's trying to block, so this will be very interesting.
So we probably see the Path Well Traveled here.
Yeah, of
just
course.
as you said, without the transcend value, just go again. Then he's playing Codex.
Yes, Niklas really didn't like that.
And he says on that, right? Yeah, he's playing Passover because now he's going to see what targets is there. What am I mostly afraid of?
Oh no, there's only one.
There's only one Leave No Witness. So now, does Niklas see it?
Yeah.
Does Niklas realize that Leave No Witness is the biggest target here? Yeah,
oh,
he immediately goes to it.
He's hovering,
he immediately goes to it. There's a
wow.
reason why Niklas is here in the top 8 and playing so well.
He can't play E-Strike. He can't play... He has...
Yeah, that's the only dangerous card.
This...
Oh, this is so... You were talking about... You were talking Niklas was going to be punished.
Yeah,
Niklas is the one punishing here.
Yeah, Martin got blown out by that.
I feel...
that he had... the double value of the Transcend. So, what is he going to take now? Is he just going to take E-Strike? And just be very sad? Or is he just going to... The gloves are active, so he should take bonds, I think, just something that attacks. So he threatens both the auras.
Yes, and I do wonder. Yeah. So I'm a little unsure because he's not actually going to be threatening both. Or he threatens both aura, but because of the Chi, Niklas might be up to give up the pathways, but I don't think so. I think actually Niklas, if you threaten both wards. I think he's just going to let them go. And then either let them go or he looks like he might block with the standing order.
Yeah. So this was a back-breaking turn for Martin, very, very sadly. It's interesting how we got to this point because of all the sequencing and how things would have gone differently.
I wish I could tell you. But there's so much happening in this game. There's been so many decision points in this game.
I think we should have stuck to the original plan of the CNC because then Martin might have been cucked by not being able to play the defense reaction, not being able to transcend.
Yeah.
And even if you just plays Passover to take your CNC, then you can still go little with this and threaten the activation on the gloves.
Yeah. What I also think, I think the 2 biggest mistakes or things that could have been done different for Martin is not activating the gloves so early. Yeah. Because it will leave him more resources, thus leaving him with more options, and that is what you want to be.
I think he needed to have tunic up if he wanted to activate. So actually,
Niklas is actually giving... Oh, I like this.
Yeah,
I like
because
this.
he knows the card is safe. And he's just going to give up the ward and present little damage.
Yeah. So I would guess Martin... Yeah, Martin just does that.
Yeah, he has a ponder, so he just want to go back. Okay, so he's just going to block for 3.
Okay, so he's going to crack back for 5. And I do actually like this path better, because this leaves him with both auras in play.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Just the Nick.
Oh, no.
That was so sad.
So now all the bonds are gone.
Yeah.
And 2 codices has been spent.
Yeah.
All Siren's Calls are gone. So
Yeah.
most of Martin's power card has been spent.
Yep.
That is not the worst card hand. So yeah, you see here, and this is what I like here. It's just going to be an attack for 2.
Yeah.
Or
Attack for 1.
For 1 because of the frailty.
Yeah, and the card will come for 3 from Arsenal. So you
It
just
is-
take the 1, go
Yeah.
to 5, block with CNC or the weakest link, and then you go dagger
Yeah.
and hit.
So there is an argument of just keeping the standing order, but I think you do this because you need to. You want to force Martin to at least spend a card from his hand. You don't want to leave him with a 5-card hand at this
Yeah.
point. Because you want to pressure him so he has less cards, so that you have easier way of defending your board. Because your Rage Spectre right now is lethal.
Yeah. Yep, so here we see a block with the CNC because it doesn't really have any on-hits.
No, you don't have an arsenal. It doesn't really do anything.
Oh, if Martin managed to claw back into this game, I'll be really impressed because he's 12 life behind, and if Osner just takes it, if he has an okay hand, he might just be able to kill him.
He's technically 14 health behind.
Yeah.
And that's not counting the
The 3
3 ward from the
boots.
Then again, Martin does still have 3 block himself in his equipment.
Yeah.
So we see a Stirred Apart, a Unravel Aggression, the Spectral Manifestation, and a CNC.
Yeah, so another hand that does not fall to weakest link. He's been kind of unlucky with the weakest link.
Yes. So it's not going to be a hand that counters that. This hand is a little bit awkward. Or not a little bit. It is quite awkward, this hand.
Yeah, and here we go again. But now he's actually going to get the sweet value from it.
Yeah, and I think Osner here says that I'm fine with this because he has the Spectral Manifestation. As long as he can keep that one in hand, that will come for 4. Now we know that he comes with the weakest link, and this makes it so that he cannot come for 4.
He has a 0 block, so it actually has text. Let's go.
Yeah. No, it's he can pitch the 0 block to play Unravel Aggression.
Yeah, he can.
So.
But then his third is kind of doggy do.
Yeah.
Because then he can't build the. Huh?
He's considering blocking.
How does he have another spectral? We really can't pay attention to that card because he has another make the 3
His Spectral
counter.
Manifestation
Yeah.
has there been no because there haven't been any shuff. No, but I think that might have been the. Yeah, I think this is the first one. This might have been the first Spectral Manifestation because we are quite good in the game here, but I'm not 100% sure.
I don't think we're going around. Yeah, he's just got to shuffle. He doesn't want to play anything because.
Yeah, he just takes the damage and just be like, I'm not going to give you the card.
Yeah, it's just damage, and he
I like this.
care.
I like this line because this enables him a arsenal and an attack for 4.
Yeah, which is almost lethal.
Yeah. I think Martin is fine with that. It's not being a lethal attack.
Yeah. He probably goes to 1.
It's very likely.
And he is going to. I think the way Martin gets back is if he managed to use the Justinic with the Processive Pronostics to gain life back.
Yeah.
And surprise Niklas.
We've only seen 1 persuasive so far, haven't we? Or have we sent you?
He pitched 1, I remember.
I remember 1 being pitched.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Justinic is dangerous for. So we see here still, Martin is at 5. He might go down to 1. Asner is at 11, but he's still. It's the board, right? He's not really built any board. We've not seen a manifest. He just goes CNC, which I was thinking about. That I think I like this a little bit more because this is a lethal attack.
Yeah.
And the arsenal is easier to. Both are equally easy to play, but this requires 2 cards. The other one could require 1 card or 0 card and leave him with a 4-card hand, and thus the pushback being 2.
That's much better because Martin would very realistically just die to this hand because this hand has a lot of surprise damage. This has 12 damage, 11 damage at reaction speed.
Yes, but Asner has drawn. He still has quite a good amount of D-React left in his deck. So it depends a lot on his draws on how he would have survived that kind of hand. But yeah, I really like this attack. Because this also enables him the possibility of a 5-card hand.
Yeah, so now we're just gonna go Bonds of Attraction to with the Justinic. Martin has 2 D reactions, so he can block it out. Which would be rather sad for Martin because he really wants to gain 3 life with this card. Or 2, I mean.
It would be really nice. I like how Nicholas has just been, okay, you see these dissolve reality?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are blocking cards.
Yeah, they are yellow block 3. I don't like them.
I think the cards are really good, but he's just been drawing them on points where they're not doing that much for it. They're not really having that much of a text.
Yeah, and it's not what matters is using that card. It's probably not that great.
It is a disruptive piece, but so it can be good to snipe a codex here and there, but his hand hasn't been lined up where that is a card that's worth protecting. Like now, right? He's just like, you know what? I'm fine.
Yeah.
He's gonna gain a life of this. Just a nick.
He's not going to get a life because he needs to banish another yellow card.
Yeah, that's true. But there is a dissolve reality in his graveyard. The third one is in the banish. That's why there is at least one restless coalescence in the graveyard and a dissolve in his graveyard.
But the problem here is, okay, Martin is happy. Niklas is happy taking 3.
Yeah.
Now we
No,
get
3. It should be 6. Yeah, 3. Yeah, because it's blocking 3.
And now let's see how he orders the difference.
Yeah.
He's going to do the bonds first. That's a red. That's a blue. Oh,
yeah.
I hate when this happens.
So they did it a little bit wrong here because Martin is supposed to choose a card in graveyard before he knows what's banished from Just a Nick. That's usually why you want to do Just a Nick before. Or maybe it was Just a Nick he did first.
I think he pointed wrong, but I think he verbally communicated right.
Yeah, because it makes more sense to do Just a Nick first, because that means that when you target and banish, you know that. So in this way, he had his 3 different colors, so he's only going to get 1 life out of this.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Martin here. The 2 life could have been crucial.
Yeah, he could actually gain up to 3 life on this one. Because if he hits 2 color of the same color as the defending card, then and banish the same color in the graveyard, he would banish 4 cards.
The dissolve should have been banished, so they probably missed the new trigger. But that happens later in the game.
It is a trigger that you can miss anyway.
Okay, another Just a Nick, and a pick 2 pieces.
That can be enough.
Might save him because he already has a good card in his arsenal. He already
coming for 4. Martin might just go like, you know what? I'll take the damage here, but I think he's going to block because he's not going to be able to use his whole hand anyway.
Niklas is going to arsenal a D-react.
Yeah, because he's sitting now left with 2 D-reacts in hand, I think.
I think you take the damage because if you know that Osner is not playing etchings, which I don't know if he do.
He's not.
Yeah, then you will never die, and you have Tunic and you have the mask to protect yourself.
And here's a Restless Coalescence coming in for 5.
Okay, that's a problem.
Yeah. I like how you go, like, I forgot I saw the Restless.
Yeah.
I don't actually, this might actually be a point where Nicholas is not going to arsenal that card. He's just going to make a Spectre Shield to force another block. Depending on what Martin does here.
I think Martin is just going to give mask and a card, and then if it is a D-react, he's going to arsenal it 100%.
Yeah. But if Martin takes 1, he's going to make a Spectre Shield. There's no reason for Martin to take 1 here, but if for some reason Martin decides to take 1 here, he is going to make a Spectre Shield and attack for that because it's a lethal attack.
Yeah, so he puts away the pick 2 pieces and the Just a Nick, which he obviously is going to keep, and he has a hiss in his arsenal. This is a lot of damage.
I don't think the hiss is going to, depending on what he has a Tunic resource, so if he keeps that around, he can present a
pick 2 pieces for 9.
10. For 10, isn't it? It's base 1 plus 1 from ability.
It's 10 damage.
Yeah, so the pick 2 piece for 10.
Yeah, so if Niklas only draws wards, this could be very scary for him.
Yeah, so this game is so close.
I thought Martin was out, but that last pick 2 pieces came at exactly the time he needed it.
This is what I said. Like, Martin has never been really out of this game because it's been that most of the turns Nicholas has been done with his turn. He don't really have ward. He hasn't really been able to build a bigger table. He had at max had 2 auras in play, and if that's the only thing Martin has to fight through, it's not actually the worst. Usually, when Enigma gets the 3rd to 4th aura out, is when New really starts to struggle.
Yeah, because then you give the hand every turn, and you have to get like a pick 2 pieces board wipe to get through.
Exactly, but Nicholas has never managed to get more than 2 auras into play at the same time.
Yeah,
there was maybe one point and the fact that he lost his Sacred Art so early in the game.
Yeah, that Seduce Secret saved Martin so
That
much
Siren's
damage.
Call.
Siren's Call, yeah.
That has I would say that can have been a very big deciding point of this game, of it actually being like this, because if Nicholas can keep that Sacred Art around, I think Nicholas has most of this
You
game.
block with Infect and Helmet because the Rousing Rubble. No, you're not gonna get the go again. Yeah, so you have to use a dagger with the Rousing Rubble, sadly, because of the you don't have a blue. So Martin really wanted to have the four grip here, but unfortunately for him, the Restless Collision came in clutch for Niklas.
Very. So yeah, Martin is taking his time here, thinking about it. It's a very hard decision of how you're gonna do it here.
Yeah.
It is. It's not easy sitting here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. There's so much pressure, and you really want to win.
Yeah. You know, it's a hard match to play, and you want to win it. You know you're the underdog. Yeah.
Here's the Infect, and then he makes another Spectral Shield because he wants to diversify his portfolio.
Yeah.
And these pick to pieces might be able to carry him.
It might be enough here to carry him through. It really depends on what Osner's hand is.
Yeah.
So that seems like a full hand of block except for the 1 chi. That is what Nicholas wants to see now with the pick to pieces coming through.
Yeah, so the big question is, what is in Martin's arsenal? If it's a D-React, this is going to be very hard for Martin. Here's a dagger. He's probably just going to eat a Spectral Shield.
It's very likely to just eat a Spectral Shield. So.
And I think it's very important for Martin to not activate the gloves right now.
Please don't activate the gloves, Martin. I just have to say it. And yeah, and Osner now thinking about, am I going to give anything here?
Well, actually, you might want to activate it to bait Osner to do something.
That is actually true,
because it doesn't, it's a non-bow with the pick to pieces.
Yeah, I think actually, but I still think Osner is just going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to give you 2 Spectral Shields.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does that. He's fine with that. It was face-up information. He knew this could happen.
Yeah.
I forgot the tunic existed, the tunic resource. That's why I was like, okay, you're losing the hiss, but you're not.
So you still get the hiss, and now you get to arsenal the go again. So here's the big question: how much does Martin think this is actually going to come for?
You mean Nicholas?
Nicholas, I mean, yeah. Martin knows how big it is.
Yeah.
Nicholas doesn't know.
So the worst thing Osner can get now would be 2 pick to pieces, because that comes in for 12.
Yeah, that's huge.
So if he believes the 2 last pick to pieces is here, he just gives his whole hand.
You mean just a Nix?
Just a Nix, I mean. He just gives 3 cards. Yeah, you see here, he's thinking about it. And I think I would have done the same, because the only way you lose here, if you have a D-reacting arsenal, is by double Just a Nick. And I think you have the capability to play around it, because you have the Chi in hand that allows you to attack for 5. No, attack for 4 with your Restless Coalescence, and then attack for 1 more with your with the Spectral Shield after that. It might be that he has to read and not play around double Just a Nick, because if he plays,
he's just like, boy, try to kill me. I have 9 black.
Yeah.
So the question is, do you fire it off? Do you go to 10? I think you do, because you want to. No, you don't, because. Yeah, you do 100%. You need to kill this aura.
Yeah, you force him. You're going to say, show me the D-react.
Yeah.
That is what you do here. You say, show me the D-react. That is what you're looking for here.
It's Niklas is like, what's the number, sir?
Yeah, 10.
Boom.
And then he gets a slither that he can arsenal.
Yeah. If he remembers,
he cannot forget it.
Yeah, and he has the disgusting blue D-react.
So then if he was double Just a Nick, he would not have been able to cover this.
No, he would have taken 2, gone down to 6, and lose the aura that might win him the game.
Yeah.
But this is 11, so Osner very good, smart, identified. This is what he lose to. And he played around it like a champ.
Yeah.
And now he gets to reap the reward of attacking Martin.
All of those cards except for the Sink Below should be banished from the new, but it could have been mistriggered from new again.
Yeah.
It is a trigger that you can miss.
And I think Martin might just be thinking about the feat. There's the last one. And so,
That's with a prognosis.
No, the problem is he can't block this because of the stupid 2 block. Oh, this turn would have been so sick because if that card would have been a 3 block, he would have blocked Tunic, blocked with the 3 block, hit Prognostic for 6 with Go Again.
No, but he can block.
Keep,
he can still do.
Yeah,
this
but
and
the
block
turn
Tunic.
just becomes much weaker because
True.
of the 2 block, because now he can't use Codex effectively.
Yeah.
I mean, he can use Codex. I think you block with the 3 block. I think you have to give up just Nick.
Yeah, I think you have to give up the Just Nick because you can take. I think you can take 1 here. I think you're kind of priced into maybe taking 1 here.
Yeah, and then you will give Tunic when Aster makes a shield.
Yeah, and that leaves you with a 4-card hand at least, and you still push back. It's like, yeah, Martin is still in this game as long as he keeps his head cool and he keeps focused on playing the game and doing just the best he can. He can still get. He can still be in this game.
This will be a. This will be a looking for scrap into a CNC.
Yeah.
And Asner will have to discard a card. So he takes 1.
Yep.
He's like, come on, Martin, don't you want to make a shield? I know you do.
Come on, Nicholas, make a shield. I know you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Nicholas also knows that this is eating the Tunic, but it still leaves you with Ward 3.
Yep. Which is good.
It is quite good. It also is easier for you to protect your Russell's Coalescence that you really want to protect because of the counter.
Yeah. So here is looking for scraps. And he's going to give it double Go Again. Oh,
that's
my
a Restless Coalescence and a Phantasmify.
Ash.
This, depending on what Martin does here, this is going to be hard for Martin.
Yep.
But this is still 5 Go Again.
Yep. It's 11 damage. So Niklas has to do something.
Yeah, Nicholas could look at just go, okay, do you know what? I'm going to remove the counter on Restless Coalescence. Then I'm going to make a Spectral Shield. And then I'll take 1. Because that's Ward 4 on the table.
That seems bad. Why would he do that?
Because he still has his attack. He still can go on his turn. He still have the opportunity of going with Phantasmify or activating his hero ability, make a Spectral Shield, attack with that, go into Phantasmoclasm.
Yeah. So then Martin needs to draw 2 poppers.
Yeah.
Or draw into a popper, or else...
Yeah, you see, this is what you do. I think this is the correct line here, because he has the power to rebuild the board. And if he does not want to go to Phantasmify round, what he can do is play the activate hero ability, attack for 2, play Restless Coalescence, attack for 3, make another Spectral Shield,
so
attack
he gives
for 1.
Go Again. Amazing.
The very secret slither from sideboard. No, sideboard. What I'm saying from the arsenal.
Yes, sir. Martin Niklas takes 1. And then the last Codex will try to do his best to help Martin get in a good position.
This is also the thing here. This is actually even better then, because of the Codex. What Nicholas can do, he can take a Miraging Metamorph, put it in Arsenal, discard his Phantasmify. No, Phantasmoclasm. And that allows him to do the line I talked about. Would also then he can go activate hero ability, attack for 2, play Restless Coalescence, attack for 3, then play Manifestation. Or Miraging Metamorph.
Yeah.
Though he will lose 3 damage on a turn because of Frailty Token, but it's still going to be an attack for 10.
Yeah. No, only for 8 because of the Frailty.
No, that's with the Frailty, because originally it's 2, 3, 5.
Okay.
2, 3, 7. That will be 12 normally, but he loses 3 damage, so it's still going to come in.
And he has to discard a card.
So he would discard. I was thinking of discarding the Phantasmoclasm, as that is the weakest card in. It's still a strong card,
but it sets you up for a lucky top deck from Martin
exactly.
to win the game.
I would rather than have the access to either a CNC weakest link or a manifestation.
Yeah, you can
Miraging Metamorph.
How many poppers Martin has, if you remembered from reading the deck list.
I'm not sure how many he has left. Can you see how many CNCs and things like that has been played?
Well, 2 CNC, 2 of the weakest link.
So then it should be 1 of each left.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have gambled on that, because what I would rather have is I would rather just go, okay, do you know what? I would just want a copy of Restless Coalescence. I would have a Miraging Metamorph. If you pop it, I get another Restless Coalescence. So I end my turn with 5 ward.
That seems very good.
It's also so you lose 3 damage, but it also costs 2 resources left.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what Martin is thinking about here. Why does Martin not just slam the CNC?
I think it's just thinking like, what is his options? What can he do? Yeah, and here's correct. Where Nicholas is, he hasn't chosen yet because he. It's
always good to take an extra look in case you come up with something new. But I think this is the only line I can see this turn going.
You see exactly what Nicholas is doing here. He's checking what poppers was left in Martin's deck.
So he's thinking about what card to discard, and since Codex of Frailty, the owner chooses first.
Yeah.
You have time to react and think about what will happen.
Yeah. So I can see the thought about not discarding the blue, or discarding the blue because you might take a 1 cost. So because Nicholas could also choose his own weakest link, CNC, or he decides to TNC.
He's just gonna clap back for 5.
Yeah.
Or just take it.
But then why does he keep the Phantasmify then?
I think he has figured out that he probably just don't care.
Yeah, because of the CNC. Yeah, because of the CNC here, he's gonna do this. Yeah, this makes more sense then. So he's just gonna crack back with CNC.
Yeah.
Or he's gonna attack for 2 and then CNC.
Yeah. So 1 and then 5, which is completely popper safe.
And this is also better than my originally thought of a line, because the problem with my original line was that I didn't think about that he was just gonna grab CNC.
Yeah.
So this is an attack for 1. That is a 0 block and 3 block and 2 block.
So he has to give everything but the chi.
Yeah. So he could give up Vambrace here.
Yeah, he could activate Vambrace. It's a little clunky, but I mean, I guess it's better. No, wait. Doesn't Aster have a blue? He has some blue cards he can play.
Yeah, but there's only 2 manifestations that is the blue cards. Other than that is mostly red cards. So there's the 2 manifestation of Mirror Guy in his, and they're still Ward 2 actually.
Yeah, so
he can play both of them.
So this actually helps him a lot, because then he can keep. He only needs to block with a 3 block on the CNC that comes for 5.
That is true. So yeah, no, there is a blue sync blow there too. Oh, that's really good. Oh, this is really good.
I didn't see that line. That's
I did not see this blue sync blow. This is really. Oh yeah, true. It was flipped with immovable on the Bonds of Attraction turn. So this game, Martin is considering if he should cycle a card in his hand, and then he can just go, okay, do you know what? I can just play double manifestation, and I can block with 1 card, and I'm still gonna keep 2 health around.
So it depends what the card is arsenal. If he either blocks with CNC, or if he blocks with looking for a scrap. I think ideally he wants to keep the looking for a scrap as it is a go again card. So Martin is just like, Gadoosh, give me 2 counters.
I'm gonna play this with 2 counters on.
Gadoosh, give me 2 counters.
I don't think I like this necessarily, but then he gives looking for.
Why not?
Yeah.
He just plays. He just wants to.
It doesn't really change much.
It's just a yellow sigil. He just wants life.
Yeah.
So that chi was actually pretty.
That chi was
good.
really, really good. Yeah, it just.
He's mine.
Nicholas is just like, oh shit.
No, but it's mine, and he's like, no, it's mine. Take this stupid frailty. Get it out of here.
This game is. This is everywhere. This game. I love this game.
Yeah. That's a leave no witness. That is very spicy. Now.
But there is a red sync below in Asna's hand.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a turn for 10 damage.
Yeah.
It's quite good.
No, it's gonna be a turn for 9. No, 10. Yeah, because of the dagger too.
So he's probably just gonna use the D-React here.
Yeah.
Because, but what is Asner going to do on his turn? The Mirror Guy is not that good actually, because he doesn't have the chi.
No, it's still fine to play it for 2, but because it's still gonna attack for 4, but that's gonna cost him 2 cards.
No, 1. He has Ward 2, baby.
No, it has. So the manifestation comes in with 2 counters, giving you Ward 2, but it also has 2 plus attack counters.
Yeah, but Martin has Ward 2. So he only
Yeah, but it
needs
still
to-
comes in for 4.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you said he has to use 2 cards. He only needs to use 1 card.
No. Nicholas has to use 2 cards in order because it costs 3 to
Oh,
play the
yeah,
manifestation,
yeah,
and it costs 1 to
So
attack.
that's actually quite awkward for him. This is a very exciting game, man. And what a roller coaster! Come on, Martin, you can do it.
The Sink Below is probably gonna cycle around. I think is probably gonna put the manifestation to the bottom.
Yeah. I'm really the pick to pieces that Martin pitched really early will come up very soon, and I'm uncertain if it will have text or not. Because this has been a very low ward game, a lot of actual blocking.
So he goes for that. Okay, puts this rounds on me on the bottom. Okay, it's trying to dig for the chi. That's what. Okay.
Okay, that's a good
An
one.
E-Strike is a good card.
Then he actually has to force 2 cards out of Martin's hand.
Yeah.
Because he can take this 5 damage and go to 2.
Yeah. But he's old. He's down to 2. But yeah, he's 4 here. Nicholas is sitting here and he's like, okay.
So if this Leave No Witnesses hits the blue D-React and Martin draws chi,
yeah, that is. This game. This is what we like to see in Flesh and Blood. This game is such a back and forth. It's just what we talked about at the start of the game. It's so different compared to the beatdowns that we had the 2 earlier matches.
Yeah.
This is the thinking man's game. Not that the other games are not thinking man games, but they're quite different.
This is slow chess. The other games is lightning chess.
Yes. And you can see like new. I think Martin, even though we've been a little bit disagreeable with what some of the lines you've done, he's still played it very well.
Yeah.
He's set up his lines quite well.
So you're just blocking for 3, trying to minimize the damage, not going to 2. I like that.
I like this better because going to 2, you can just randomly die to a hand that does not block well, and he has. Okay, it's a CNC.
CNC.
Giving the silver.
Yep.
It's not going to be relevant anymore, or it can be relevant in cycling around a hand, but it's not going to enable levels.
Yeah, he has no more levels.
And no more codexes.
No more codexes. I'm not... If he... Yeah, so the only way it would be relevant is he had played Preserve Tradition to add another codex. That's the pick to pieces I told about. With an attack reaction, then the Preserve.
Yeah. So it's coming for 7.
So he has to give 2 cards. So this is very awkward for him.
Yeah, because the hand he's sitting left with is not really good.
Yeah, if only there was a way to only use 1 card here. That's the problem.
Yeah, and there's not really any way to be able to do that.
Martin Niklas does not have a board.
No.
I think it's time to crack the silver and see if we can find something nice, because this Preserved Edition doesn't do anything.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see what is happening here.
Yeah.
What is good. So it seems like he's blocking with the Venomous Strike.
If only had gained
Venomous
more
Bite.
life on that stupid Bonds of Attraction turn, he would have kept his tunic and had so many more options.
I think it would be so much higher likely for him to win
especially
this game,
if he could take more blue cards to defend himself better.
Yeah. So, and a lot of his power cards are gone.
No more Just a Nick, no more Codex.
No more bonds, no more levels.
No more, so it has just the beat down stuff.
Yeah. So I think Martin's thinking here that he wants to go. So the hand that Martin sits, I think, as you say, I think he just have to pitch his chi card to the silver to just draw a new card.
Yeah. Because if Niklas would have had any good blue cards, there's an argument for trying to play them with the chi. But just send the prognostic bait. You're not threatening anything, so Niklas knows that it's only coming for 1.
There is also no, there is no blue cards in Niklas's banish. There is only red cards and 1 yellow card to dissolve reality.
Yeah. So here we see which player has pitch decks better for the late game.
Yeah, I think there is actually a couple. There should be 2 Essence of Ancestry that should have been in the banish if Martin would have remembered his new triggers.
That's true. He could have not played it when they pitched the chi, but it might have come up later.
Yeah. So yeah, he's thinking about maybe blocking with a Vambrace to turn his non-block into a block.
Yeah, I don't like that line. I think
No.
he's trying to save the reaction some way, but I don't
Yeah.
think there's any point, because you have to give, even if you turn it into a one block, you have to block with 2 cards. So
Yeah.
then you're just sitting there with 1 card.
Martin's just looking like, what can you do? How do I squeeze the win out here?
Yeah.
Because there's been quite a lot of turns here on 1 and still keeping around. He's still here. He's
Yeah.
still hanging by for their life, and he's still threatening. It's like, it hasn't been like, oh yeah, you're just sitting here not playing the game. He has been very active playing
So
the game.
identify correctly blocking and warding 2.
Yeah.
Niklas doesn't have any mirror guys left either, so all of his a lot of his power cards are also gone. So if
You have a manifestation on the bottom, because that's the manifestation you put on the bottom with the Enlightened Strike.
so
Manifestation of, or that's Spectrum Manifestation or
so
Manifestation.
he's going for the just going so, but
That is such a good hand for Nicholas there. He's just going to give the card, because that allows him to...
I thought the hand was bad first, but no, it's good. It's really good.
It is really good because of the Rage Spectre, and he can transcend off. So he can play Rage Spectre, transcend,
attack
play,
for 2, attack for 6.
Yes, so that's an 8 damage, and I think that will be the game.
Yeah. Martin will gain 1 life here, so he puts a CNC on the bottom. I personally prefer to put Codexes on the bottom.
Yeah, it gives you more options of what you can do.
And here's gonna activate Nu and pray that he gets a instant aura. Is it a blue? Yep.
It's homage. Do you want to play it? He gains a life, but I don't think he can give
Nah, he
Nicholas
can't
the chi.
give him the chi.
He really wants the life. So
Yeah,
here's the funny thing.
Niklas is laughing like,
Yeah.
do you want the chi?
Here's the funny thing, that if Martin hadn't played a blue card this turn, he
Yeah.
could have just gained a life to just put it in the graveyard.
Martin is going to gain 1 life, go
Yeah.
back to 2 because of the sweet prognostics. But then now I think we're at the close. It's closing store. You and the bar is closed. It's closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, this Rage Spectre
Gadoosh.
coming here and just like, hey, look, my preserved tradition.
Mine is prettier, so therefore it's better.
Yeah, we talked about foil is better. This is half the grade better, because this is a rainbow foil. This is not the Marvel.
Okay, fair.
So he's just thinking about, what do I want to put back in my deck?
Yeah, even though it looks over, you still have to play perfectly until the fist bump is presented.
It is not over before one of the players is dead.
Yeah.
Martin still has... he gained a life from the block, so he's actually at 2 now. So that's... it doesn't really change that much.
Yeah, because it doesn't have frailty. Here comes the special for gold. Card, please, and then 2 cards, please.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna sit with 1 card, and
and then just go there, and then he's just gonna return Dagger, and you can see it on the body language of Martin that he's kind of like, I'm locked, because now he is on the illusionist lock, kind of like the Qruxel lock.
yeah. Except it's better because it keeps scaling.
Okay, yeah, just.
Yeah. So he's just gonna send this for 2.
Oh, Stefan was just gonna check something. I'm not sure what happened. Okay, this is probably just clearing something up.
It's just gonna send this for 2. If he blocks with it, actually it goes to 4. But he can just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, this is the Rowdy Locals. If it's defended by an action card, this gets +2. Yeah, it's like... this one is actually a little bit awkward here, because it threatens to just consume the table here, and depending on what Nicholas's hand is, that might be horrible. So it is likely that Nicholas is just going to be, do you know what? Here, take 2 cards.
Yeah, but he's happy with giving 2 cards. He has the defense reaction. He has everything he needs to close this game up. He has the blue mist. He has... we can do whatever. He has another Rage Spectre. That doesn't do anything. But I think probably you just play the defense reaction. You attack with both of your cards. You arsenal the Rage Spectre. Or you just block with 2 cards and arsenal the defense reaction.
I do wonder if you just go... I do think you just go here, take the defense reaction, pitching the Warmonger to attack for 8, and then Arsenal Rage Spectre, because that is the one that if something goes wrong and he takes your board, that is the best rebuilding card you have currently.
Yep. Yeah, it's just gonna... Here's a defense reaction.
I like this play. I like this the best because this is what... So this is very heads up because he's trying to do his best now to just like, okay, what can go wrong? I don't want it shit to go wrong. So that's a homage. Doesn't block. This is not the place where Martin want to be.
No. He almost made it to the heavens, but just got squeezed by Mr. Astner here.
So I wonder, because he does not play, Martin does not play any...
Gains a life, goes down to 1.
That he... I like, this is the same as blocking the card, but he's just removing a 0 block from his deck, and I like this. I do like this line of doing
Arsenal, the Rage Spectre, block for 6. Martin's turn. Is he gonna send 1? He's like, please block with a blue card.
Actually, we can't count because the last bonds just went because he pitched the last bonds. We saw the bonds that he pitched. That you said he pitched.
But I meant that they're not live because it's too hard for him to keep bonds because you have to pay life to use it.
Yeah. Here we can just it's you can play you can just use the defense reaction in your hand. You can activate Enigma once. Yeah, I think this round should just be game.
Yeah. If I'm Martin, I think he should definitely watch this match again and see if he's agree with all his plays in hindsight.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of lines he could have taken, and some even though we disagreed with it, it might have been correct from the purpose of that players.
Yeah, and also what he's thinking about, right? He has a lot. So here comes the second one. This one you have to pitch for this one. Pitching it.
Yep.
Because what he can do now is that his next attack comes for 4. The rest is Coalescence, consuming both tokens.
Yeah,
coming in for
like,
4.
I'm done.
Blocking out there. Yeah, just block there. I'm just giving it there. And Nicholas proceeds to 6 and 2.
Yeah, and he was sweating. He was nervous.
Both players are. Yeah, I think Nicholas was thinking like, hey, I am in the driver's seat. I have control of this game. Yeah. And then it's just like, do you know what? I can't build board. I'm not managing to have a board here. At all.
This was a very low board. Very interesting game. And
you see him
don't call it
out.
a comeback.
That is, and also think about it again. He's not been movable as Jacob Trossing. But after losing the 2 first games, he's not lost a game either.
Yeah, he's the submarine movable.
He's the submarine. So you have, and they're coming on the different side of the brackets. Yeah. You have the undefeated versus the submarine coming towards each other.
Yeah, so if Mr. Niklas goes to the finals, he has to defeat the Sen. And that's a notoriously bad matchup for Enigma.
Yes.
So it's going to be really interesting what Dex is going to play against next. Yeah. But that was a nail-biter, folks. We're going to need a little break here before we get to the last quarterfinals from the Swedish National. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back.
Welcome
to the last quarterfinals round here in the Swedish National Championship in Stockholm, hosted by Dragon's Lair and being casted from the beautiful studio of Qruxel.
Oh, it's so nice here, Christian. So pretty.
Holy shit, I'm sweating still after that last game.
That last game, that was a nail biter down to the finish. We're going to second cycle, almost third cycle. And the guys were fighting for their life, but a well-deserved winner managed to pop out. So now we're going to have a very different match, or it might be kind of the same. We're going to have Victor versus Dash.io, or Dio, as she is lovingly called in the community.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup to see. You have a deck that is hyper-aggressive and a deck that Guardians are known to be a little bit more defensive towards this kind of indie games, but Victor is also known to be a little bit more of a tempo-oriented thanks to his hero ability generating gold, and also, or not his hero ability generating gold, but allowing you to draw cards from the gold that you generate, allowing you to use blocking cards like Test of Strength to generate that gold. And then draw cards from that, so it allows you to block and also gain those cards back to keep up the pressure and tempo.
Yeah. So who will win, metal or steel? Let's get our contestants in for a quick deck tech and interview, and then we will start the last quarterfinals. here I am with Jacob Nilsson. Welcome, Jacob.
Thank you very much.
So you're playing Dash.io, not the traditional Dash. What an interesting hero. What made you choose her?
Well, I entered the game in bright lights and I fell in love at first sight, so to say. I loved playing and actually knowing what was on the top of the deck.
Yeah, it's a very cool ability.
Boosted, knowing how to play around that, and the interesting lines you can take, like taking items to the banish and playing them out in different ways. And I think, I mean, I always nag about she's being at 36 lives, but I feel like in the future she has so high potential.
Yeah, like it's you basically have 5 intellect. What's 4 life for a little bit of brain power, you know? Is this your first time at a big tournament, or have you been playing grinding?
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I won the ProQuest in Malmö.
Hey, nice. What deck did you play?
Dash.io.
Okay, so you are the ProQuest champion here to see if you can become the Swedish national champion. That's cool. Let's go quickly through your deck. So you're playing 2 here. The 2 first spicy cards I see are BIOS Update and Infused Titanium. Will you please talk about these cards a little bit?
We can start with BIOS Update. Has so high ceiling, and since it can either be put in Arsenal for a turn when you know you have something on top of your deck, so you can start the turn out by doing a sheep boost and having this, so you almost have a 2-card 10.
Yeah, it's basically plunder run because you draw the card and you get it into play.
And you can also, in that step, get another action to do something else.
That's right. That's very clever.
And with that, it also becomes like another way to get out Tekla Pounder.
Because it costs quite a lot, and especially and you can't use your hero on it.
I can't use my hero power for it, but that is one of the ways you can get it out mid-game for no resource cost at all.
Ooh, that's very spicy indeed. So what about this card? Usually a draft common staple for a Bright Lies, the infamous draft format.
I liked it in certain matchups. For example, in Azalea for Red in the Legends and so forth. If you
just have like a big conk.
A big bonk that's also, if you have blocked with it early, to some extent, you can almost pick it up from, backup protocol and so forth. The Mechanologist Codex. Exactly.
Okay.
And it also has some use cases in having a block for if you have an item.
Yeah.
And the same way adaptive plating has.
Okay, I see. So what do you think about the matchup? What do you think about playing against Victor? Are you nervous? Are you feeling confident? Yeah?
Quite. But I have played a matchup. I know some things in just Jesper's list that I feel like when I saw like, there might be some things that I need to play different in this matchup.
Okay, so actually using the ability of open decklist to your advantage. That's very interesting.
And but I know that since he can be so defensive, I need to, for example, pitch my first high octane probably to have every high octane
be a good turn with the 6 shot on the pistol.
Exactly, I need more shots in that pistol to actually be able to use every action and use it effectively.
Okay, very interesting. Well, good luck to you, Jacob. I wish you the best of luck. We will come right back with Jesper and his Victor deck. And here we are with our last quarter finalist for Swedish National. Jasper, introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much to be here. Yeah, with my first top 8 in.
First top 8, congratulations! And on such a big event in Norway. We don't have 2 days national, so are you proud? Are you happy?
Yeah, still shocked, honestly. Yeah.
Well, you gotta wake up, son.
Yeah,
It's time to fight for the championship.
Yeah, time to get some clashes.
Yeah, you win some clashes, you know, or pay the judge to do it again.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Victor. Guardian seems to be like in a little shaky place in the meta. What made you choose Victor, even though his so-called Guardian is dead, the propaganda?
Yeah, well, Levia has been my hero from like since last year somewhere.
Okay, so
and
she's your
like,
girl.
Yeah, and well, new exists.
Okay,
yeah,
true.
And like, well, I kind of want my free card hand. I want to block a bit. And,
It's pretty sick.
And I need some graveyard. So let's swap.
Okay.
So Guardian, Sen. I was expecting a lot of Sen. Victor kind of, well, I'm gonna block, get an extra card. I'm gonna block a bit more.
Okay, so you think you can outlast the storm that is sent by getting the free 4 block, drawing another card, blocking again, and just keep containing the pressure using the strong hero ability. Do you have any specific tech against Sen? I see a Stonewall Gauntlet.
Stonewall Gauntlet, I think, is the biggest thing. Just because, well, if he does his Art of War, his Ancestral Harmony, well, block the Descendant, I'm gonna get 4 value minimum from the...
Okay, and that's a very good arm piece blocking 4.
Yeah, so it's 1 point better than the Gauntlets of Iron Will, so...
Yeah, and you will almost always win clashes against the Sen deck. I see also you have extra Arsenal Disruption, and what do you think about the Visit the Gold Main Estate? Is this a card that you try to activate the effect for?
Yes, very much so. This is like I would say the most important card in the deck, almost.
Okay, yeah, because...
winning clashes and then get the payoff.
Yeah, so you try not to crack your gold.
Yes, very much
unless
so.
you have to crack your gold, because this card is so much better when you get the might as well.
Yes, having 4 or 5 might, it makes the Command Congress hit more, it makes the disables, the Spinal Crushes, makes everything just hit more.
Yeah, that's really very good. So, is there anything other I should think about? Yeah, so you have a lot of armor, and I see you have like the. When do you want to go with the Anatos versus when you want to go with the Titan's Fist?
I would say Enigma and Kano is probably the only 2 matchups with Anathos.
Okay, because you have to present some damage but keep a lot of cards in your hand.
Yeah, and Enigma is just race, so keep up the tempo.
Yeah, because they will overpower you with the board, and
very much
they
so.
can actually win some clashes. They have 9s and 7s in the deck.
Very much
kind of annoying.
Yes.
Yeah. So Crown of Dominion is a spicy one. When do you use this one?
I would say it's in most aggro matchups.
Okay, so
just for the extra golds, you have 2 gold. Oh, I draw a Visit the Gold Main Estate on turn 0. Well, I play it, get 3 might.
So very spicy indeed. Well, Jesper, I wish you most good luck.
Thank you very much.
Keep calm and don't let the pressure get to you. Yeah. We will now shortly begin the last quarterfinals of the Swedish Nationals. Here we are. Christian, are you excited? Are you excited for the last quarterfinals?
How can I not be excited? It's been such amazing games. It's like everything has been on fire. Every player has been on fire. They played so well. Yeah, no, it's. I think I'm actually going to lose a couple of pounds after this tournament just from sweating it out.
Well, you can take one from
amazing.
me.
Yeah. I don't know what to say to that. I'm sorry. My head just... No, I cannot build off that.
The golden rule of impro is yes and. So he said, yes, please, but I want more or something. We got to talk about it in this break, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologize for Christian's inability to yap of my yipping. But nevertheless, the players are going to get ready. So how do you think this matchup is going to play out? Is Victor just going to build the wall and say to Dash, you have to go through this. This is you have to kill me, and I will kill you sometimes later.
I'll keep like pummel you down with a little hammer, just pouncing on you with a hammer, and then blocking a little bit here, blocking a little bit there. No, as you say, it might be a little wall built from Victor that might be blocking out Dash.io, since she wants to hit thanks to boom grenades and things like that. But she does have the items. She builds up a little board of all these extra effects that she can use to get an extra advantage. Yeah, and the risky part of trying to be very slow is that you give Dash the opportunity to play slow. So she can try to build some of the item sticks around, some of them doesn't. I don't think he will be very dependent on the boom grenade. I think he will try to be, as he said, try to get maximum value of the high octanes and pump those rookie numbers up. Yeah, I do indeed believe that. So Dash.io has been known to be one of the most blitzing fast decks in this format. Because if you don't want to block, they're going to trench you for so much damage. We saw that in one of the matches yesterday, where a heist hit brought up a boom grenade, came with a action point, with a spark of genius, fetched a new boom grenade, just kept on trucking, and it just was so much damage. There's grenades blowing up in your face and all of this. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I really like Dash.io's playstyle. I really like Victor's playstyle. All of that. Victor is very cool. I played some of the Guardian. This is the Guardian I kind of regret I'm not playing, because I like the clash and I like the money. Yeah, I know you're a bit greedy. I'm from Bærum, which is like the posh place of Norway, so I do relate to going home to father dearest, and getting the money. So you're saying that you're technically just Victor? Yeah, but I'm much more fun. How do you know Victor is not fun? I can tell. Trust me, I know his type. He looks like the person who lives in Bærum, not by coincidence, but by choice. Well, it's like, you know, it could be my train of thought disappeared. I don't know what I was going to say. Thank God we're taking the plane, because Christian will never reach that train. No. And that rhymed. Bada boom, the bars are real. Can I get some... No. Guardians of Steel. No. Come on, Christian, give me some appeal for the viewers at home. Put the viewers You're up. Just on fire right now. We're not playing fire, but it seems like the players are getting ready. Let's go to the players who's actually on fire and not by yapping. Oh, I'm so excited for this. My beloved friend Stian is a mechanologist enjoyer, and I really hope he tunes in and see what the CC deck could do. I really like we gotta talk about Jacob's extremely cool I've used the hero power token. Yeah, it's a really cool token. It's a laser engrave. And he gets a pounder turn 1. He just goes, you know what? My hero power does not allow me to start with an item, but I don't need that. I'm just going to draw it and play it. Just draw it. The names need to be changed for our contestants, but that's no biggie. They probably get to it really soon. So let's see, how will the Victor... He has the very interesting, the Humble. And, he has also Visit Goldmane Estate in his opening hand. So it feels like both of the players are drawing their good cards very early, and that's really exciting. We might not be here for the long game. This might just be blitzing over, but who would it be? Would it be Victor suddenly being very fast and hammering down, or will it be Dash that just runs over? Yeah, I think if I'm Jesper here, I think
I might want to arsenal. Yeah. He's arsenaling. No, he's not arsenaling the gold main estate. I thought he wanted to do that so he could try to use it when he has one more gold for getting the ability.
I don't think it's worth arsenaling this early to do that, as he doesn't really necessarily know when he's going to get the next gold. So it might be locked there for quite some time.
That's true.
But you can always play it. But I think the humble is easier to get the correct value out of at this point.
I think it's just going to be an attack for 6. Since Dash can't play on your opponent's turn, Jacob can respond to the trigger, and thus being able to not be as punished by it.
Well, you get, but it's still very effective that it does not represent any boom grenades on your phase because you didn't block. That is quite good to not be able to have to think about that.
Agreed. And Victor is also known for not playing any defense reaction. I did not see anything in his list, so
I'm pretty sure there's no defense reactions in that list.
That might be very scary for him, Jesper, as if he chooses not to outblock everything, there might be coming surprise 4 damage.
That is true. And that is the dangerous, because mechanologists are not known for their combat tricks. Everything is usually quite
so here we see block for 3. Okay, he doesn't have a boom grenade on top.
It does not have the boom. It does not go boom. Or, I don't know, maybe he's just cheeky and waits for it.
Nah, you take the 3 damage. He's just gonna set up another nice item, pump up that gun. That resource can be really clutch for later.
The fuel injector is quite nice. I remember when it came, people were not as up on a lot of these kind of items because it doesn't block, but it's kind of like a vigor that you can play from your deck and just save around until you want to use it.
Yeah, it's really is, and it can be really clutch in the context of humble, because you can use it without pitching a card from your hand. So if he has an item up top, he can get it for free now.
That is the strength of it, and I think that's the main reason of that's just we go like, hey, I have a crippling crush, I'm gonna cripple crush you again.
A spinal cripple crush.
I mean spinal, yeah.
Is the Bravo specialization. Jasper would undoubtedly love to be able to play that card.
Yes, it is a very, very strong card. It's probably why it's locked behind being a specialization.
Yeah.
So you see Jasper.
Attacking for 9. And Jacob just has to take 3, so he's able to do anything on his turn. But I think this is fine by Jacob because he wants to play it slowly, and this card's the Spinal Crush this early doesn't scare him as much.
No. And so Victor could just be sitting down too and see, okay, Jacob, if you go too aggressive here and boost too much, I'm just going to let you remove your library for me.
Yeah.
And it seems like Jasper is doing a little bit of this.
So he decided he doesn't want that... what is it called? The scrap card.
It is Hyper Scrapper, I think it is.
Yeah, it's a notoriously good card for finishing the game late game.
Yeah, because you can banish a bunch of extra items from you as an additional cost for it, but you can come in. It can come in quite large as it is attack coming in there. As you say, it's a good finisher for the later in the game. It is also blue, so it's very easy for you to pitch. We see a block with the out muscle on the data link, or look through data as the card it says. It seems like Jasper didn't want to do that. It seems like he's considering what should he do. There's a cells belting, out muscle, and is that a rouse the ancient? Yeah, rouse the ancient. So his hand is almost all generics. Wait, is that the last Spinal Crush?
That would be
Did he just draw the last Spinal Crush?
Back to back. That would be really funny.
But he only has 1 blue in his hand. Yeah, that is the last Spinal Crush.
So a rather weak turn from Jasper. It sometimes happens when the Guardian decks when they unfortunately draw a lot of reds, but that's just the nature of the beast. He hits, so he gets to opt 1 card, looking for anything good. I think he just might end the turn. One thing that's really interesting is the equipment Jacob chose to go with. That is, he decided not. He wanted that item. He wants to look at 2 cards.
Seems like it. And I think I like this, just trying to dig you down to some more cards that you want. Dissolving, like the shield, I think is better when you set it up. Earlier, or set it up for bigger turns. This is quite early. I don't think this is the point where I would try and use resources for it. I would just try and push damage more.
Okay. Jesper takes 2. He gets Tunic, so he can, if he wants to, attack with the hammer. It's really bad, but he can. I don't know. Now the Humble is really good because now he can pitch the red, use the Tunic, still present 6 with the kind of a relative on hit, and Arsenal the Spinal Crush.
Yeah.
No, he had the blue. He had the Rouse the Ancients.
Yeah, he had 1 blue left in his hand. He only had 1 blue and 3 reds in his hand.
Yeah.
So this is still an okay turn.
So this is fine. I don't know if Jacob respects this ability. It might not matter, it might.
Yeah, it really depends. Sometimes Dash Dio can be...
Unfortunate with the draw deck composition. Second cycle, you always know if you do something, but the problem here is that he has not been able to activate his hero ability once during this game. So he's just paying the 4 HP tax while not getting the benefits.
Yeah, it's not like you always get the benefits, but it's still just a threat of maybe being able, maybe getting up the boom grenades, threading those as a reaction might be very good there.
So he's blocking 5. He takes 1, Humble on it, activates, which is really interesting. I thought maybe he would just block with 1, send a 7. Just put it face down. Okay, yeah, so he's going to pitch this high octane, I think, or arsenal it. Yeah, he's gonna arsenal it.
Yeah.
The question is, do you boost here for the last damage?
The question, yeah, it's a good question there if you want to boost or not boost.
No, he doesn't boost. Ooh,
Yeah.
here comes the big clash. Will he miss?
No, he wins
Oh,
in a
that's a win
thunk.
with a thunk.
That is 2 tokens and drawing a card. Drawing the thunk, that is a blue. That might be, or that is can enable some more things in his hand.
That's so lovely. Now all of the visit the papa cards are alive. So
Yeah.
this is really scary for Jacob.
That is quite scary. We see that the lives are equal, but they may look equal. It can be run anyway, any direction of the players. It depends on the draws. It depends on how they manage to do it from here. Jacob does have quite a lot of 0 blocks in his deck, so it is a little bit harder for him to block during these games.
Here is also a problem with Guardians. Even though they have large cards, they might not be able to use every card in their hand.
No, they don't really have that much
card filtering ability.
Card filtering and go again. We do have seen quite a lot, like we have out muscles, we have Celos belting, and we have E strikes as go again sources and Rouse the Ancient, but they do require some forms of setup most of the time.
Yeah. Ooh, this is a spinal for 10, which means you can't just give it 2 cards to stop the ability.
No.
He might just give it 3 cards and just play the item.
Yeah, that is a possibility here. There's a possibility to block it out here. It's going to be interesting to see what he does. Thinking a little bit here. Sometimes, most of the time, Spinal Crush is quite hard for the Mechanologists, as they, because of the boost, they do require not require, but they are quite fond of their go again sources or go again to do more and bigger damage turns.
Yeah, so here we see Jacob putting the high octane back into the deck. He wants to pitch deck for it to make sure it is really good.
The advantage you have as a mechanologist is that you are one of the quicker decks to reach your pitch stack. Because of boosting away, you're going faster down your deck. We have been talking about this concept quite a bit, like pitch stack. What would you say is pitch stacking?
So, Flesh and Blood is quite unique. That why did you give me this bad pen? It keeps destroying itself. It's
That's
quite
what we
unique that in the late game there is no RNG because the cards you use to pay resources for are cards that you draw later. So it's a skill of the players to identify when to go for a weaker turn to put better cards in their deck.
Yeah, and this makes it so a very fascinating game. The longer you play, so it takes quite a lot of skills to try and remember what cards have you put on the bottom of your deck and what cards have your opponent put on the bottom of the deck. That is one of the highest skill levels of this game, to be able to know what is coming for you, what is coming for your opponent. And it is changing the game when you come down to that, when you, as you say, you know everything is open information at that point because you have seen it, unless you shuffle or you put cards face down on the bottom of the deck through cards like East and Lightning Strike or Sink Below.
Yeah.
So I do, as you say, I think Jacob might be doing that. He's trying to set up for a second cycle where he can push enough damage where Jesper cannot actually block it out efficiently and still bleed enough damage through his high octane and his symbiosis shot weapon.
Yeah. Jesper knows that he is not going to... this will be a longer game. This will take time. So he is just trying to patiently try to put aggression, try to see if he can catch Jacob with non-blocks in hand. So then he can push damage, and then later when Jacob reaches the pop of turn, he might be too low and has to block with cards.
Yeah, I think that is the best opportunity or the best line that Jesper has now. He's just trying to whittle down and do as much damage as he can before the potentially inevitable pop-off and huge damage turn is coming.
Here we see the opting hit, putting another card on the bottom, still not used the Dash.io ability, and just sending the gun for 2.
Yes.
So I like what Jacob is doing here. He's presenting damage, not in big chunks, but in efficient chunks. He spent 3 cards for 8 damage, and be able to get an arsenal. I think Jasper's just gonna take it, and he wants to arsenal this pummel because this can be a huge turn if he manages to combine it with CNC, for example.
Yeah, Pummel is a very, it's a good old card. We've played for it with a
good
long
old
time.
card from Welcome to Wraith.
And it has a very heavy disruptive effect on the opponent. This is a boulder drop.
Drop the base.
It's boulder drop, pitching a boulder drop. I don't actually remember what boulder drop does.
If it deals 4 damage, they actually have to kind of discard a card.
That is still quite a good effect.
And he's not blocking it, so he gets the crush trigger.
Yeah, so they delayed a card for the next turn instead of having this turn, and that's quite good. Jacob doesn't really care.
Oh, he puts an item on top to use it with the BIOS update!
That's so good.
He used the card against him! Oh, that's sick!
I think Jacob is just like, you know what? I'm fine with this. Here.
Oh my
thank
god!
You. I now have 2. So this is a cool thing here, because you get a counter on Symbiosis shot, he gets an action point back from Go again, but he also gets an action point if he cranks the... backup protocol, so he now has 2 action points.
Yeah, and the very strong part from this is that Jacob basically got to go again for free. He didn't lose a card from the deck.
That is also true. He decides to not crank the backup protocol, and that makes sense here, as he doesn't have that much he can do after he's played out this backup protocol.
Yeah, so he will basically just you use it for later. I think he's considering sending the card and cracking for arsenaling, he petted it. Good card, stay there. And this is also an attack for 8. That's a lot of damage.
That is quite a lot of damage.
Oh, here double trounce. This, my good folks, this can be huge. Christian, put trounce on the screen, please.
This you could call
First
a good old trouncing.
Win. Cards on the bottom.
Second clash. What is it?
Win.
He wins it
Oh,
with a
he
thunk.
wins with a thunk! Oh my goodness, here comes the money! And the sick part, the thunk. No, he draws the thunk. Oh, because...
No, yeah, but he still generates the might. I think it's might from thunk, right?
Yeah, so he will get 2 might, 1 vigor, 1 gold. I thought he would be able to clash with the same thug on the second clash to get another might. That would have been insane. Okay, now second clash. Oh yeah, he plays the fun part here is that Jacob got information, so he managed to get the card out for free. That's sick. Out muscle.
Wins with the out
again.
muscle. Both goes on the bottom.
Let's see.
Does he win the last one here? And that's a 5. He wins the last one.
Okay, here comes the money.
That's 3 gold, 3 might, 2 vigor.
And he draws an go again card for the next turn. Ooh, I don't like being Jacob in this position.
Ah, this. I have seen a lot of trounces misses. I don't think I've ever seen a double. That's a gold fest.
And he's gonna get 4 might.
5. He's gonna have 5 because he had the shield is 1 gold. He has 3 gold, and he generates a new gold off the gold. Visit the gold nest state.
My goodness! When I thought this was going to be a long match, I regress my statement. This is going to go quite fast, party people. Whew. This is going to be one disgusting Guardian turn.
Yeah, it's. I wonder what he's going to use all of these amazing value on. It's going to be really interesting to see what he can do with this turn. If it can generate a dominate attack or a power attack in that way, it will be terrifying. So Jesper will start with 2 resources, plus 3, and also just have these 4 gold.
Yeah, and no, he draws the go again card for this turn. Jacob actually chose to get rid of the high octane. He probably doesn't think he needs it.
He will not, unless he cracks a gold. He draws it off the gold. Visit the gold nest state. I forgot that card actually draws, and he doesn't even have to
pay for it
because he still has to pay for it. He just doesn't have to pitch for it. I'm sorry, guys. My brain doesn't really work right now. So
yeah. So Jesper just need to think. Okay, how can I get the most filthiest turn without taking too much damage? He wants. I think he just wants to keep his hand. I think he takes the 6 because he's going to clap back for so much that it will be really hard for Jacob to come back. I think Jacob correctly identified that he can't just arsenal this card because he has to make Jesper think about what the next turn should be.
yeah, and Jacob does have a the symbiosis shot too. He's probably going to come up for that with 2, just so this is 8 damage for the rest of this turn, which is fine. It's not insignificant damage. It is still an okay amount of damage, and Jesper is thinking like, what will I do? How can I do? And it's good here that he's taking his time to actually figure out what he's want to do, so he doesn't end up doing a mistake here and end up having a little accident there.
That's why also Jacob decided that it's okay to throw away the high octane, because he knows the next turn. This next turn, though, is gonna be crazy.
He needs block. He cannot draw a 0 block.
Yeah, but he didn't knew the heart was the second card. He was going to draw the high octane. It blocked for 3.
That is true.
I just think he realized that he just need to don't pump the brakes and just go as hard as possible to try to make the turn not as bad as it will be. Let's see how Jesper plays this turn.
You could see Jacob doing a heavy sigh there.
Yeah.
Be like,
here it comes!
Brace for impact. So yeah, getting 2 resources of vigor.
Get plus 3 on the next attack.
For the 3 mights. This, would you say that this is a mighty turn?
This is a mighty turn, and I'm young in my prime.
For Victor, the high and mighty.
Yeah, the horse is rimming now throughout. Rum. Yes, Daddy, I would like 5 mites, please. I like that he has both of the tokens, the red and the blue.
Yeah.
It's actually very clean, because then you know which one was used this turn and which one is for the next turn.
Yeah.
So, what is the card in his arsenal?
I don't remember.
It can't be a lot of card, because he has 3 resources. I hope it is a real card because this is going for 8. Go again.
Yeah. That is a high damage. 8 go again. It's not a lot of times you have 8 go again.
And not in Guardian.
Yeah.
It was the same amount of damage Jacob did on the last turn.
That is true. With same kind of setup.
Oh, it's the pummel!
It's the pummel going up to 12.
Oh, we knew the pummel was dead. Ooh, oopsie.
We just no. We didn't see the pummel.
Where did that come from?
We did not talk about that pummel being arsenaled for the later turn either.
He takes 10, goes to 12, and there's 5 might incoming. Oh, this is looking rough for Jacob. He still has some amount of block in his equipment, but I think he's praying that is that another visit the Golden Estate? I see, and a Golden Sun.
No, that's.
Oh yeah,
no,
it's a boulder drop. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is gonna be a Golden Sun for.
No, it's not boulder because it's 3 letters in it, but it's a generic, so it's Rouse the Agent.
Okay, this turn is going to be a crazy frog.
Giving up the Gauntlet of their own will, or not giving them up.
Yeah, they're blocking for 2, taking 1.
Jacob is gonna be chomping on some, or not really, because there's gonna be a Snapdragon Skiller just getting used on the T-Bone here. So Jacob is down on 12, Jasper at 20, at good healthy 21.
Yeah, and he can give go again, but then he can't play the Golden Sun. But he can't just play the CNC. So this can be a 12 go again into CNC.
That is still a very good. I think I like that more than just
15 overpower. Yeah, I agree.
Because you have a disruptive effect and you have 2 big attacks instead.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
So yeah, he just takes the damage here, which is fine. Like, you don't really care here that much.
Yeah. So here comes another T-Bone.
I do wonder here if we can get Jacob Nilsson to win, being the other X&2 player, because there was only 2 X&2 players. That was Niklas Astner and Jacob Nilsson here.
So he doesn't want that item. It makes sense. He's coming with a yellow T-Bone. So here we're probably going to see a block with the Crown of Providence.
Yeah.
Probably not going to do anything with the Crown because his hand is stacked, as we like to say.
Yeah. It is a really good hand. He might decide that. So what he could do is he might look at maybe changing out the CNZ to see if he's hit something else, to see how he sets up his hand, if there is a possibility for him to actually manage to go. Now there's no way.
If the CNC becomes a blue,
then he can go Rouse into
Golden Sun.
And I think it's worth maybe. But yeah, he just gives up.
He gives up the shield. Yeah. He has enough gold.
Yeah.
He doesn't need the.
Using the 2 floating, looking here. That's also an argument where he could technically pitch to the goal and see what he draws, but I don't think that's the correct line to do either.
Okay, this is a nice play by Jacob, harpooning, trying to... this is for 4, so this will show the whole hand, and it will take the best card from Jacob's hand.
Yeah, so here it is. Jacob is a little bit doomed if you do, doomed if you don't.
Yeah.
Because if it takes the Rouse, the Golden Sun comes. If it takes the Golden Sun... well, actually, to be fair, if it takes the Golden Sun, he can't do Rouse into CNC.
No, that's correct. But then he'll just go to CNC for 11 and Arsenal the Rouse.
Yeah, but you're still more fine with that than a Golden Sun for 15.
Yeah, I agree. It's just bad.
It's just bad anyway. Like, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I do think this is the best way for him to mitigate the damage and what he can do. He is, as we talked about, this is a lot faster game than the game we just watched.
Yeah. That was a slugfest. This is just the blistering speed. And the little gun to finishing out. A little gun on top, please. Pew pew.
And that gun, the damage adds up. It's not free to always take damage of it. Sure, it's 14 to 10, and Jasper is in the front here, in the front lead here.
3 for me, 2 for thee. Here's my favorite card in the Dash.io deck, the Spark of Genius. It feels so filthy to play.
Seems like the fuel injector came back into Jacob's hand. So that's a 0 block for his hand, sadly.
Yeah, he didn't shuffle his deck, but I think he plays 2.
He plays 2.
Yeah.
That is what he does.
Yep. So he's actually gonna crack a gold. He might
I'd
why
like-
would he crack a gold here?
Maybe because he wants something that does more than the might.
Oh my!
Let's just, you know
Okay,
what?
yeah.
That's a good card.
Yep, yep.
You see
yep.
Jesper just being like,
Yeah,
like that.
I
Yeah.
guess I'll play.
you can see he's just like, yeah, I
I'll play it. I guess I'll draw a card.
You see the
Get
smirk from Jacob being
Yeah.
just like,
Yep.
yeah,
That's
that
bad.
sadly checks out.
Oof.
You didn't really use a gold there. You just, here, take 4 more might.
I can't believe there were some Victor players that doubted this card. This is so filthy and sick.
You know, during the 3 last turns now, he have created a total of
5 might.
11 mights.
Yeah, and now he's just trying to make the resources go up. Oh,
12
he
might.
draws the go again.
Sell spell. Oh, this is good.
Oh.
And he can play both of
Yeah,
them.
he can't play CNC
So he goes
after.
for this is 16 damage turn.
What
What is this deck? What
With
is
that
this?
four backed up, ready to go.
What is this? Well, it's like, oh yeah, I'm coming for a lethal hit with go again.
Yeah, and then
and afterwards I'm gonna come for this 6 that doesn't really have disruption this game, but
no,
or
but it's a
round.
big number.
Yeah, it's and Jacob is sitting there and he can block 9 if he uses his whole hand. He still has his whole equipment suit.
Yeah, and he can galvanize the heart.
Yeah, so he's block. Seems like he goes for blocking 5. Maybe he goes up for blocking 7. No, blocking 9. But I think he might be fine just blocking 5, take 5.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what the last card is.
Yep. There might just be a hammer because he's threatening hammer for 4. And I think
Yes.
that's...
With Arsenal too.
Yeah, I think Jacob thinks, how can I win this game?
Yeah.
And I don't think he wins by blocking. When the Victor player has 4 might locked and loaded, ready to go.
No. I don't actually know how Jacob is gonna manage to pull himself back into this game. The life totals is close, but it's just these huge damage turns that Jasper has set up back to back.
I think it involves Jasper drawing 4 reds.
I do so too. I do believe it's gonna be some kind of that combination.
But the problem is, if he draws 4 reds, he has the Crown of Providence to fix his hand.
Yeah,
And-
but then he just gets a new red.
Okay, and then he pitches 2 red to draw with the gold. And then he draws...
A red.
Okay, so if it's 6 red on the top of his deck, there might be a possibility for a comeback here.
Yes.
Yeah, you said Jacob is shaking his head. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm in a bad spot.
I think you see the writing on the wall.
I think you take 5, then you galvanize the heart, and then you have to try to do something with the...
Yeah, you have to try and do and see what you can squeeze out here. Yeah, that's that way though. He goes up to 9. Yeah, he decides to go up for a 9 block here, only taking 1. And I think it pains to lose the resources from the core, but I think you just have to do this to keep your life total high, to just try and do something back, because Jasper is not at the highest life total at this point. And that makes it that if you just push enough, that could be enough for you to actually win.
Yeah, so here comes the CNC for 6. So he might just go to 2.
He might. It's going to be... I'm so curious what is going through the head of these players right now. It would be really fun to talk a little bit with them afterwards.
Yeah.
About what is going through their head.
I think Jasper is thinking, I like money.
Yeah. Yeah. Well... You see, it's Victor likes his money, and he went to Golden Estate. Go, Papa, can I get money?
Papa.
Yeah, here, take money, buy her some equipment. And he goes, thanks.
I like the flavor that Victor, he knows that his bank account is stacked, so he feels himself so much that he's starting to get stronger. So Jacob went with the path of just blocking and
Just play out if you
play
want
out an
Jacob.
item. Get a counter of the gun and hope that the next hand is not good.
You saw that Macho Grande, right?
Yeah, and I also saw that that E strike.
Can he go both? He cannot do both.
No, because all the blue cards sadly cost more than 4.
That depends, because he does have gold.
He can crack a gold to get 1 floating, then he can go E strike into a 5 cost. And I think
And he can go E strike plus 2. Go again through Snapdragon skillers.
Well, he can just draw a card. He doesn't need to crack the gold.
Yeah, he can just draw a card off. he
This
can
is
just do that.
E-strike for 10. Draw a card.
So if he does that, and he draws another blue, he can go into the Macho Grande
Yeah.
of the tunic that he has.
Yep. So it's very interesting that they're not playing the Civic step, but I understand why, because he doesn't want to give free go again to Jacob. And when you're the beatdown, it feel the OG Snapdragons with
the
E-strike is really powerful.
Yeah, it is interesting here because all of the victors we've had on camera this weekend has been running the Snapdragon skillers, but they do indeed have the Civic steps in their sideboard. It's just been not used in these particular matchups. We see here Jasper thinking a little bit about how he's going to do. Is he just going to go the Macho Grande for 14 dominate? Does he think that's enough, or do we want to go first for a E-strike and then try and get into the second blue that he needs to play the Macho Grande afterwards?
Yeah, I think it's always E-strike, draw a card here. There's very few things that can go wrong with that hand. But it's also very correct to just look at your opponent's graveyard, think about their deck list, think about your deck list, and then make an informed decision. When you're in top 8 and you have infinite time, you can take that extra breather to gather all the information.
Yeah.
You still have to play at a reasonable pace, which all the players have been doing, but just double check when you're in top 8. That's my pro player advice to you, as I am described as one.
I do agree with this. Okay, so he does go for the gold instead of the E-strike.
Yeah.
This might just be because he just wants more information. It doesn't really cost him much to do this.
Oh, he drew a forecast. It's a blue one, but now he doesn't need to do anything else. But I still want to snap that bad boy. I want to draw a card. I like drawing cards. It's fun.
But what he could technically just keep drawing cards with the gold and see what he draws.
He puts the Macho Grande at the bottom.
Okay, so he doesn't know what. But I like that because so that's what I think he did now, because he had a 6 cost, 5 cost, a 6. He had a 7, 6, and 5 cost. Yeah, so what I think he was doing here is that he
just went for the damage.
Yeah, so he wanted to just get a cheaper card. That he can use.
Oh yeah, it's 4, not 5 might, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you get 7 plus 3, and now he's guaranteed to play the Chokeslam afterwards. So this is almost a guaranteed... well, he still has 4 blocks left in his hand.
No, he has a 0 cost in his hand.
Oh, it's a 0 cost. So then... But this is a blue Chokeslam, so this is not a lethal turn.
Yeah, but you can send the disable for 7.
Yeah, you can send the disable for... Yeah, you can send the disable for 7.
So I think you just do that.
No, but it's not a red disable.
No, blue is 7, my man. It's,
it's
huge.
It's a 5 cost. It's a 5 cost.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, he chooses to keep the resource.
Goes to 1.
Yeah. So if you just sent the disable, it would be lethal here.
Yeah.
But he's still in such a good position right now.
Yeah. I like to use the tunic here.
I don't see any reason to keep the tunic around.
Yeah.
The tunic doesn't really do much.
It's just a boom grenade.
Not cranking
and,
the edges.
So now, if those 6 reds would come up, this could be a...
No, that's a thunder cry. That's an east.
An embarrassment of riches is what you call this hand.
Yeah. So it is a little bit interesting here. So yeah, he has everything here. He goes E-strike, we go again. He uses tunic, pitch for Chokeslam, the blue Chokeslam. So he has an... he's still representing 11 damage this turn. So...
yep.
Which can be blocked out by Jacob's hand. Okay, I do actually like this. He actually goes for cracking the gold before doing more because he can see what he draws. If he draws a go again or anything else, he has more things he could do.
He drew a red. Which is fine because he can pummel on it.
Yeah, and it's another thing that's fine about the Humble is that it's easier to cast than the Chokeslam, and it's the same damage.
Yeah.
It costs less. So yeah, you can see here he's contemplated between Humble Pummel and
E-strike
Humble.
Yeah.
So there's one less damage of E-strike Humble than it is Humble Pummel. That's also a new fun thing to say. Humble
Pummel, yeah. That's a funny combo.
But the advantage with Humble Pummel. Yes. The advantage of that line is that you're just attacking for 6, and if he just gives you 6 blocks, he just dies. So the question becomes then, does Jacob play around it?
Otherwise, he's at 1.
That is exactly the thing.
He can't just... Jacob just
The-
have to play.
The disadvantage here about going E-strikes into Humble is that if he has 6, so he just goes for the Humble line, and
Yeah.
I actually prefer this line because he also lets him arsenal his E-strike. The disadvantage, or not disadvantage, but E-strike into Humble is blocked out by the same amount of blocks that you get blocked out by this.
Yeah. And if it just gives you the entire hand, it's like, okay, I arsenal the E-strike and he can't keep doing this. He will draw into 0 blocks at sometimes, and
He can't just keep getting away with
he can't
this.
keep getting away with it.
So yeah, you see Jacob thinking,
He can't play around pummel. When you're in this position, you just have to be like, I just hope that was the best attack he drew, and he just have more attacks.
yeah, Jacob is just sitting there. You can see in his body language here that he is kind of like, yeah, what do I even do here?
Yeah, but the correct thing he's doing, he's looking at what's pitch, trying to, okay, why would Victor with 4 cards in hand send a red 2-cost?
Yes. He has more cards. He has played quite a bit of the go against sources, but he's like, okay, what is left here? Because if it was one of the stronger reds, he should be able, even if hands now is 2 reds.
Yeah, Jacob is smiling. He's like, I think it's that part where you know, like, yeah, I'm out of this game, but I guess I do something.
Actually, Jacob is just dead.
Yeah, he there is no way he survives this turn.
Yeah, no, I didn't see the core before now.
Ah, okay.
So he only has 9 block in his hand. That's why I said he's just dead.
Yeah.
I did not realize there was 0 block. I thought there was... no, it's a high octane. So he survives the turn. If he just gives the hand, he survives the turn because that's 12 block.
Yeah. You might survive, but as we say in this corporate dystopia, you might survive, but you're not living.
Yeah. but this is still the correct thing to do because... so now Jesper has... Yeah, I like this. I'm just saying this is fine. Arsenal the pummel.
What I really like...
Arsenal the pummel. I like that.
What I really like with Jasper, that he's not giving away. He has a poker face.
Yeah.
I couldn't... If I was in Jacob, I couldn't tell if I had a pummel there or not.
No. That's a double E-strike.
I think it's... this is a E-strike, Sen, CC pummel.
It's almost the 4 reds.
Yeah, it's almost...
It's 3 or 4. The problem is that it's E-strikes.
Yeah, the problem is that the 1 blue he has fixes the entire hand, so...
Yeah, but even if he had just 4 reds here, just going 5 go again, 5 go again...
Yeah, 5 go again, 7 go again.
Still rips. Yeah,
7.
5-7. Still rips. Would actually kill him. Because he can only block 12, so he would have to block 6 and then...
So here he puts the E-strike on the bottom, 5 go again, and then it's CC pummel, and you're in the semi-finals, baby!
So let's see, here comes the block for 6, and you have the boom grenade.
Yeah.
Sadly, so you only have a 4 block left.
So at least Jacob will go out with a boom.
Yes.
It's like,
he doesn't even have to use the pummel. Yeah. Yeah, he just like, I want to show you the pummel. I just want to show you the pummel, man. Come on, let me pummel you.
Yeah. Holy moly. I thought the Guardians were a slow deck, but not this one. Yeah, you saw he was, well, show me the money, he said.
How can it be a slow game when you have double trounce and he wins both of the trounces and then goes into, oh, look, Papa, can I get money? Thanks. And then it's like, oh yeah, I spent my money. Daddy, can I get more money? Yeah. Oh yeah, here you are.
The rich get keeping richer, while the poor is getting poorer.
Yeah. Congratulations to Jesper Lindström advancing over to the semifinals. He's going to be meeting Niklas Astner. Yeah. So that's going to be Enigma versus Victor. That was the finals match of Malaysians Nationals.
Malaysia? Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Malaysian.
I thought you forgot where we were in 1 second.
No. I said the finals of Malaysian Nationals was the...
Enigma versus Victor.
Victor, yeah. And that was won by Victor in the end. Yes.
Victor won that. Ooh, that's
It really depends
exciting.
on the draws, and it will be interesting to see how that game is going to shake out.
Yeah, because usually Illusionist is a class that beats Assassins, Sad Life, and also beats Guardian. But Jasper's list looks really prepared to fight a Enigma with... with all the go again cards and the pummels and stuff to be able to push through. It might be hard to win clashes, but necessarily it doesn't need to win the clashes to win the game.
I think actually it can win quite a lot of the clashes because it depends on how much of the 6 attackers that they play. Now, Nicholas do have a lot of the 6 attackers that make it so that he can actually win the clashes, some of the clashes. But you might actually see Victor or Jesper siding out some amount of his clashes in this matchup to make sure that he's not giving away this value.
Yeah, and you don't want to give Enigma gold because they can be quite a powerful resource to draw an extra card. That might get you the extra resource to play the extra aura or get the extra attack in.
It also, as we've seen with from the Assassin and News, how the gold slash golds and silvers can enable very big levels of enlightenment turns.
Yeah, ooh, I love that card. And why does everybody keep siding it out when they play new? Keep it in, you cowards!
Oh gee, I wonder why.
We are gonna take a little extended break, about 15 minutes, so we can get some food. All the players can refocus, DG, remember to DG everybody, and then we'll get the final, the semifinals, where we Sen versus Sen, and this match will be fast.
It's probably going to be quite fast. I've actually seen a Sen match go quite long. It's been quite long, so it will be interesting to see how the Sen mirror goes. I think it's going to be quite fast. It's just going to be who can high roll the fastest.
Yeah. Let's give a final shout out to all the lovely people that is helping this event go around. Qruxel Productions, letting us sit here. I can't stress how amazing this place is. I really hope that everybody sees how beautiful it is and how cool it is. Also, shout out, yeah, there's the trophy, baby. That's what everybody wants. Dragon's Lair Gaming, Dragon's Lair Nest for Dragon's Lair. There's no Nest, there's no gaming.
No.
Fab Counter, and of course Henrik Monti, the big boss TO man himself, and all the players that are here playing this fabulous game, and LSS for making a very great game.
Yes, and shout out to James White, who just posted on Twitter earlier that he's actually watching this.
Oh, James White, please, camera, look at me. Where's the camera?
The camera's over there.
James White,
No,
I have
the white one over there.
White one.
No, wait, it's that one. That one.
James White, I have a request. My birthday is 18th of October, which also is close to Halloween. Please, can you go as Mr. White from Breaking Bad? That's all I'm begging you. Please. I need to say Mr. White, and then you can go to one of the deciders. We need to cook, and then you drop the fattest spoiler.
They actually gave me a better birthday gift than you did.
Okay.
Yeah, because the Worlds is around the last weekend of October, and my birthday is 28th of October.
Ooh,
so it's right around my birthday.
Lucky boy.
I'm looking forward to being a
I forgot
Worlds.
we're both October, man.
Yeah.
Nice. Anyways, let's go to the break. And stay tuned. There will be 3 more very exciting games. I can promise you that.
Yes.
It's getting closer to midnight. I try to get closer to you. Drinking courage from my red cup now. I will soon make it.
Hey people, I'm here with Mr. Unmovable himself, Jacob Trossing, here to give us a quick little deck tech. This is not the deck, but please tell us about your Zen deck, Jacob. Is there any special things you've done to it, as I get it up on the screen right now?
Well, there are some special takes, maybe not for this matchup. Like Tearing Shuko is maybe not very well played, but I know that we have a lot of good mechanologies in Sweden.
Yeah.
We saw 2 here in the top 8, and I played 1 first round. And it's very important to have some form of battle-worn equipment.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, not to
T-bones.
get really griefed by the T-bones,
Yeah.
right?
And you can play Nullrune gloves, but they don't do anything. They
Yeah, well,
just serve
that's much
So
better
then
to
you
give
get
up
some
one
extra.
slot to actually
Yeah.
have a card that does something.
Relevant for this matchup, the Zephyr Needles will definitely be a highlight. I think that gives my deck a bit of an advantage. They're very good like in the shorter matchups where your opponent doesn't want to block much.
Yeah.
Even if they block them and break them, it's not that terrible. They can usually block 3 on something else, so they kind of attack for 3, which is very good.
Yeah, and you're gonna finish the game without the needles. You don't
no
need them
worries.
to do the damage.
And then there are some disruptive pieces. For example, this weakest link, which I think is quite good in the mirror, to help prevent the opponent from keeping those transcend hands early, and also pressure Art of Wars and similar stuff.
Yeah, and if they block with the helmet too early, you might force them to block again, and then their hand is much worse. Except anything, you have 2 snags. This is not for this matchup. And why did you come? How many transcend cards are you playing, and why are you playing every possible transcend card?
I'm playing every single transcend card. Like, they're so important. You might see this in this matchup where it's a bit shorter. The player who
you need to
transcend
draw
first have such a huge opportunity, like advantage, because blocking with Traverse gives you so much value. If you're forced to block without it, without having transcended, it's such a loss.
Yeah, Blade Break 2 is not good enough.
It's often correct to even Sacred Art with only 1 mode to transcend.
Yeah, just to transcend to get it in the deck.
Yeah, it's so important to transcend early in this matchup. I play all 9. I would play more if there were more.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to hold you any longer. Good luck in your semifinals.
Thank you.
Okay, good fist bump. And let's see if you continue your streak, or it will be stopped right there.
Thank you.
And here with the other semi-finalists, Ashkan and his other Zen deck. Welcome, welcome. So please tell us about your deck. Here we see the pretty big difference with no Zephyr Needles. How do you feel about that?
Well, I've seen many Zens run those 2 cards, and there's an argument that they are better.
Try to look at me.
I kind of agree, actually, but I didn't have enough slots to swap them in, so I actually decided to just go with the Kakara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not as good as the Zephyr Needles. Try to turn a little more the cameras there so they can look at your beautiful appearance, but look at me when we're talking. Okay, but you do have Sensor, which I didn't see in Jacob's deck. Do you think this will help you be able to win the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, in previous matchups against Zen, it has helped me a lot. It's also very good into Katsu, which we haven't seen so much.
Yeah.
But it's basically the only matchup that I bring those in.
Okay.
And it's a good thing when you can like pitch a blue for Kakara into Sensor.
Yeah, so you're still doing 7 damage, and you have a relevant effect.
Plus some disruption, yeah, that's correct. But otherwise, the deck is pretty much surrounded around the bonds. That's why you see me run.
Yeah, so you
Rainbow
are on
or-
the 9 bonds list.
Yeah,
You
and
felt
also
that
the
has been
Zen
very
and Crosswares.
important.
Yeah, because I want the consistency in the deck.
Yeah.
I feel like, especially in the mirror, you don't have time to set up big turns all the time. So you want to fill the graveyard as fast as possible to be able to pop off once you see those big cards come up.
And here we have the notorious blue spilling wheel
the
kick.
spinning wheel kick,
We already
yeah.
talked about that. So this
we
this
did.
would be levels of enlightenment if you could, right?
Yeah. This is not optimal for this deck. I just didn't have enough time to.
So
get the
card
playset
acquisition
up.
is a real thing in the game.
Yeah,
So
it is,
sometimes
it
you
is.
gotta
And-
do, but it's I like that you found something to replace it with that shows ingenuity for building the deck.
Well, it was a last-minute change actually because I used to run Flusterfists.
Okay, blue?
Both red and blue actually. But it was a bit clunky because it doesn't have go again.
Yeah.
So I made a last-minute change and decided to go with the spinning wheel kicks. There is an argument that maybe you could go with I don't know, a zero-cost non-attack.
Blue head jab.
like a Captain's Call, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a combo card and it works well with Ancestral Harmony. You can fetch it with Zen. I mean, it could become clutch.
Yeah.
But it's not optimal. I would say that levels is better in this slot.
Yeah. Okay, are you ready for the semifinals?
I'm excited, yeah.
Okay, good luck, my man.
Thanks,
Let's have a fun game. We're now just getting both the players ready and getting ready for a super exciting and fast semifinals.
Right, welcome back to the first semi-finals here at the National Championship in Sweden, hosted by Dragon's Lair and in the beautiful studio of Qruxel. The production here is so amazing.
It makes me look good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe. So we're going to have a very interesting game here. A blitzing fast game, you might say. It's a Zen versus Zen game by Jacob Trossing. Does he keep going to be the undefeated player? Can he break the curse that 2 of 3 Nordic countries have had, where the undefeated player loses in the semifinals? That is what is on the line here. It's also on the line to get to the finals, but I think for Jacob, that is 1 point to get past.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It doesn't make sense that the strongest player loses in the quarterfinals, but that's just how variance goes in this game of cards and such. So here we will see, will the unstoppable force beat the unmovable object?
That is hard to say. It will be interesting to see. Also, what is the strongest blue card in Zen? Will it be Levels of Enlightenment or will it be Spinning Wheel Kick?
It's levels. This is not up for debate, Mister. But
of course it can be. Okay. Everything can be up for debate.
That's true, because actually with one data point, if Ashkan wins, we will have unbiased confirmed knowledge that blue Spinning Wheel Kick is the way to go.
Exactly. Even though even if we have a game where none of the players sees the card, ever plays the card, that is obviously
because
the
it was in the deck.
Factor. Yes.
Yeah. Here we see both the players shuffling up. Jacob Trossing with the very important of hydration. Go team hydration. Will be able to clear his thoughts and keep his cool.
Yeah, that is A very small thing to do, keep hydrated. I've heard that Trossing has a nice thing where he usually eats one sandwich per game that he actually plays.
He and his fellow sandwich lover and also very good Flesh and Blood player Birdie Spurlock, also famously known for consuming large amount of sandwiches on the tournament. I wonder, is it for convenience or just Jacob maybe has affinity for the bread and the meat?
I think it's just for convenience. Like I usually do the same. I don't eat as many sandwiches as they do. A lot of times because I don't have the time to do it. Because my games take a lot of time because I play Illusionist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you considered playing anything not slow?
No, it's not fun. It's more fun just making things hard for your opponent.
Right, here we see the Bro Fist and the gamers are ready to game.
So you see Ashkan, he's leading a little bit here because he has a extended art traverse, he has cold foil boots, he has his extended chest, cold foil arms, and also a rainbow foil hero.
Yeah, so will the pauper beat the prince? As Jacob, the higher seed, again decided to go first. No, he decided to go second. So in this matchup, he feels the pressure of going second is better than the setup against Dash, which is really interesting.
I do think that is correct, especially when you also have the needles on it, because then you can push more damage on it, and there is not that, like, we talked about, like, you kind of want to set up a little bit, but in this matchup, I think it's just, you're just going to try to be the one that can push the most damage.
Yeah. And you will be like, I don't think there's very few odds that you can transcend on turn one.
Yeah, they do require you quite a lot of things to go correct. Now we see Jacob in Jacob's hand. We see one of the transcend cards that Ashkan is not playing, and that is a drop in the ocean.
It's just a drop in the ocean.
And it's very hard for him. He cannot transcend. He would love here if he had another way to transcend his turn.
Yeah.
So he could transcend on Ashkan's turn.
Yeah, I think Jacob is just gonna block out. Possibly leak some damage, but to keep the blue, so he can possibly draw into another blue and transcend on the first turn, which will put him very ahead.
Yeah. You see Jacob thinking a lot about this block with the Chase the Tail, because compared to the early games, this comes back to what we talked about, where it's good to have it out. Oh, both players doing Chase the Tail. Do you see that half of the hands of both players was the same cards, Chase the Tail and Shifting and the Shifting Winds?
I think he's also correct to block with the Shifting Wind here, as Jacob Trossing is lining up to do. It's a very cool card, but it's for the late game.
Yeah.
And there is no late game, right? Ashkan gets to Arsenal and Ancestral Empowerment, which is very powerful. We also see Jacob considering just using it to take one less damage, which I don't think is correct.
I think he was thinking, I think he just wanted to triple check what the actual wording on a Transcend card actually is, so that is there any way that he could cheese it or find a cool way to maybe transcend with it, and he realized no. That is a good draw. For the Ancestral Harmony, and you also have Bonds of Ancestry, and the last card I cannot see.
It's 100 wins, red.
Okay.
So here he can attack with the Zephyr Needles, pitching the 100 wins.
So I think I probably would play Harmony. You play Harmony first, see what you hit.
Yeah.
And then based on what you hit, you might go, as you say...
Go to the casino.
Yeah.
All on black.
Okay.
Let's go! Oh, that you don't want to see hit. That's brutal. And you can see Ashkan, a sigh of relief, like, okay, I'm not going to get pummeled to dust this turn.
Do you see Ashkan's hand? Do you see what he has in his hand there?
Oh, is that the fabled blue spinning wheel kick?
No, it's not. It is two red spinning wheel kicks and a red Bonds. And the Sacred Art.
Okay.
It's the Sacred Art, but he can't play it. He doesn't have a blue. He does not have any blues to set up the Sacred Art, which brings a lot of value into the Zen deck. It creates two tigers in your hand, which you can use for Art of War and those kind of things, or just you get more value out of it. But they also give +1 to your tigers.
Okay, Christian, tell me about why can Jacob give minus without Ashkan taking less damage here?
So, after when you do damage, there will be a little step after that called Resolution Step, where you have priority of the damage, where he decided to play this drop in the ocean. So damage has already happened, so even the reduce in power will not affect the damage that will be resolved. It will not be retroactively applied. So there's a little priority point where you're allowed to play instants in that point.
Yeah, it's also an instant, so he can technically resolve go again as well. It doesn't matter.
No.
And here we see the Surging Gustway coming for 4. So this, even though he missed, this is going to be still quite a nice turn.
Yeah, because he had the bonds and he had the Transcend card. This was a guaranteed bonds, a active bonds line with quite a good lot of damage. He knew that the Harmony was going to be +3 to +4 damage anyway, and I think most cards that give you +4 spread over 3 to 4 attacks is something you're happy with playing, especially for 0 and a blue. Enabling or your Transcend card. It kind of just does everything you want.
Yeah. So the big question is, what is his bonds target? I'm thinking 100 wins, or I'm thinking Chase the Tail. He doesn't have 2 Tigers, so the Chase the Tail doesn't do that much, and it doesn't have a resource. So I think it will just be 100 wins for 4, but that's good enough.
Yeah, I think he... so it seems like he closed the combat chain. I'm not quite sure why he closed the combat chain.
He wanted the 100 wins in the grave.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, because he doesn't have 100 wins. Sorry, my bad. I was thinking he had several, but yeah.
Yeah, no, he has only the red one. So here we see
there's a blue bonds
for
coming
3.
And it's probably the 100 one, 100 wins.
So a heads-up play from Jacob, closing the combat chain to get the reward what he wanted, which is actually quite interesting, because I feel that a lot of players don't close the combat chain correctly when they're playing.
No. Another thing that Jacob did very clearly there is that he didn't just take the 100 wins, put it in his banish and start searching. He picked it up and showed Ashkan, I'm choosing this card because he knows Ashkan can have passovers.
Yeah.
So the thing here is that bonds does not target. So
you have to give the
even if Ashkan removed the 100 wins, Jacob could choose another card, but since Jacob was fast and just go, I take this card, Ashkan would have a priority point to respond to the Bonds of Agony, not Agony, but Bonds of Ancestry trigger to remove a card in his banish.
So here we see Ashkan just playing it slowly, blocking a little because his hand was not that good, and just accepting that he has to play a little defensively right now. So I think he's just going to go Kakara and the Spinning Wheel Kick for a total of 6 damage and keep his arsenal.
Yeah. Ashkan's hand was very close to be really good. The problem was that it was very red heavy, so he struggled to actually make it into anything that converted to big enough numbers.
And here we see a mistress card being arsenaled by Jacob. What could it be? We don't know. It could be anything, even a boat.
We should know what it is. I just can't remember.
It's a tiger. I'm joking.
Oh, it is. Yeah, true. You see, one of us is better at watching the game than the other, and that is not me. So we see here a Spinning Wheel Kick, exactly as you say, the Sacred Art pitching to get that and into a Kakara, probably just attacking for 6 this turn.
Yeah, so very unfortunate for Ashkan that he has not transcended and could not transcend this turn. If it has been any other transcend card, he could have played he could have kept the entire hand, played the Harmony. What's the Harmony
Ancestral
called?
Harmony.
Ancestral Harmony from the Arsenal and transcended, but because it was specifically the Sacred Art, he got kind of screwed here and has to take a more patient approach and hope that Jacob doesn't block with the headpiece or block with the boots.
And just doesn't have a new pop-off turn.
Yeah, just have an okay center and
we
not
we know
huge...
that Jacob only has 2 Art of Wars and 2 Ancestral Harmonies left in his library after he getting a Art of War banished from his Ancestral Harmony.
And the graveyard is not as stacked as well. I don't think he had... I think he just have some... Or he has a Bonds. I saw at the top of the...
He has a Spinning Wheel Kick, Bonds, Descendant Gustwave, 100 Winds, and a Chase the Tail.
Okay, so it's a okay damage turn, not a huge one, but still a decent one.
Yeah, and here's the Kakara for 2. Ashkan just going, here, take
I
my
wonder
weapon.
why he did it that way, because he would preserve more information by doing the Spinning Wheel Cake later. Or else he could have baited, like the Arsenal card could be CC.
Did I see a Sacred Art in Jacob's hand? That is I think that's a Sacred Heart.
Oh no.
If that is a Sacred Art, this Jacob, then what is that a Sacred Heart? Sacred Art, Jacob. What is your hand? Stop teasing us. Show us your hand.
Show me the money. No, that's the next game.
Yeah, that is the wrong one.
So here, if I'm Ashkan, I'm like, oh no. I need help. I need help right
You're
now.
kind of like, okay, Ashkan is probably sitting here and be like, okay, you're going to play Art of War, and you're just going to hit blues that you don't want.
Why when he blocks with a helmet, he's not signaling Art of War, he's just signaling bonds.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking the gloves.
It's the boots. No,
the boots, I mean.
If it's a sacred art, this could be a disgusting turn because he would have 4 tigers.
That is correct. And 4 tigers would convert onto 4 damage. I think he might have a bonds on hand.
Yeah,
so
he has 100% the bonds in hand, and he has a chase tail.
Chase the tail
in his graveyard, so he can use these tigers very efficiently.
So I'm very curious, did I see correct in a Sacred Art? I might have been wrong. It might be that there is not actually a Sacred Art there, but...
Oh, it's 2 bonds.
Okay, it's 2 bonds that just have a lot of, they look in...
There's a lot of blue cards.
Yeah, it's two
with blue
bonds. The side profile has kind of the same blue hue on the side.
So here we will see a bonds.
That means that we have a double bonds line this time instead.
This will be bonds getting descending. The
Playing
next bond
red bonds
will get
saying, "Hey, I'm going to get the descending Gustwave that's in my graveyard and play that out with another bonds that goes into probably chase the tail because I have 2 tigers."
So a very efficient turn. Imagine if you had any pumps for this turn. Woof, that would be filthy.
So this is about a 21 damage turn.
Yeah, it's 7/7/7.
Yeah.
So 21.
21 damage. That's nothing to scoff at. No, it's actually going to be 22 damage because of the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yay! We love the Shuko.
So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, we actually see him playing the Tiger Stripe Shuko here and not playing the other Shukos that he played against the Dash player. As he does not need the Battle-Worn block in the +2 damage because he believes that
it's for the T-bones, as he told in the interview.
Yeah.
So you rather want the 2 block that gives you damage a lot of the time.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, Ashkan is just saying, yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to take the damage. What is in Ashkan's hand? We haven't really been seeing his hand this turn.
It should be strong. He has Ancestral Harmony. So
yeah, he has
I'm
Harmony
not sure
if
he can take all the
damage. That's a
damage.
Molen key.
Transcend, then he might be able to come back.
Yeah.
There is a weakest link in Jacob's hand, but I don't think he's going to play it.
So there's a Shifting Winds in his hand. Shifting Winds and a Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
Okay, so we have the Transcend. That's good.
But the question is this a little bit too late? And can he just take everything in the face right now and do... he's just saying, I'm going to take the 3.
Yeah, I think your only out is that the next turn will be so amazing that you can try to come back.
Yeah.
Because Jacob is not going to kill you. He's just going to do a lot of damage.
21 damage is a good damage turn.
Yeah, when you start at 29 or something.
Yeah, especially when also considering the fact that he's not using Art of War or Ancestral Harmony, he just uses Helmet here.
Yeah. So that's scary.
So when you look at lines like this and you come back to what people are talking about, like, okay, then is he problematic? Is he not problematic? Then again, the reason why this turn works is because he'd already played Descending Gustwave into bonds before. Yeah. So he already used cards. He's already set up the graveyard. He had the setup from the Chase the Tail early on to set up more damage. It's a lot of the setup. I do wonder if Gravekeeping might be a card people could look at more to just take some of the more powerful cards out of sense.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if in the next set there will be more cards that banish cards from the grave.
Yeah. I do wonder actually if Elsa's thoughts when they made Gravekeeping is that the reason why it is a generic is because not just for limited, but because they know how bonds lines of Zen could be.
Yeah.
It might actually have been a thing where they're thinking like, okay, weakest link and Gravekeeping or Amnesia plus Gravekeeping, because there's a 1 cost that comes for 5, and of course they can have multiple good targets, but there was in this game we've seen here, it's only been 1 of each target in the graveyard. So if he had drawn a Passover or something that can remove the cards from the graveyard, a lot of this turn would have been disrupted from Jacob.
Yeah, that's true.
So we see Jacob still considering how he's going to do. He's still sitting with 1 tiger in his hand. and 1 Tiger in arsenal.
Yeah.
But he has one more card, which is
I think-
the last bond.
I think the one is thinking is Ashkan is wondering if he continues not blocking as he's seeing the 7 damage that is coming, or if he will start blocking right now. I think we are in the hole, and we're just gonna take it as he agrees with me.
You see Jacob drinking some more water. It is quite hot in that studio there, as you see why people sitting there in shirts and not. So it's good to just keep drinking.
Yeah. Tiger
water.
for 0. Meow.
Chase the tail for 4.
Using the last pitch, and this last Tiger will come for 4 as well. So that's 8 more damage, going down to 8. So
this is just 7 casual 7 chain links. But then again, this is also off because it is also off a 6 card hand.
Yeah.
Because of the headpiece that gives the chi.
Yes, sir.
I do
Quite good headpiece.
Yeah. I do wonder if we might end up seeing a card that might be stopping some search effects and might prevent some searching or affect searching abilities.
Bring back a channel like what's it called?
Bleak Expanse.
The Bleak channel, the Bleak Expanse.
True. I thought I remember that there was one card. So here we see the block of Shifting Sands, and then there's another attack for 4.
So Ashkan decided that he wanted to wait to see what the total damage is.
Because whenever he blocks here, it is going to be the same because he doesn't really represent anything hit. So if he blocks earlier or later, it's going to be the same if his decision is to block about 1 or 2 cards. So I really like this discipline of Ashkan. He is quite lower in life total, but Jacob had used. So Jacob has just have blue Gustways left, I think, and then. He has...
Yay! Blue spinning wheel kick, and it's better than Levels of Enlightenment because you can't play it! Let's go!
So I do think, Jacob does not have... Did I just see a Harmony in Jacob's hand?
Uh-oh.
I think I saw a Harmony in Jacob's hand.
Uh-oh. That's a rough, Rugi.
That's 100 wins. I think it was a homage. But because we just see them in like split seconds... I think if that spinning wheel kick, if that was a Levels of Alignment, that wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, I told you. That's why it was funny.
I know. For some reason, it looked like it was pitched, but there was nothing to pitch to. So,
no. It's there, ready to rumble for 3 damage.
Is that a stir the pot spinning wheel kick? We're just flashing the cards, so I'm trying
it's
to quickly
It's hard to see
glance.
what this hand is, but it might just be a mediocre hand, and that is what Ashkan needs to come back in this game. He needs Jacob to pump the brakes for 1 turn, use his equipment, and draw some very strong cards.
Yeah, it's going to be seeing what he's looking through your graveyard to see what's left in his library. What can he do going from here? Like, what should I play? Where do I go from here to try and close in the life deficit? So activating Sen, see what there goes. So, it's just he's just double checking on the chi.
Because of the smoky sleeves, it's kind of hard to see what the original name for the chi was.
So it says Rising Sun, Setting Moon. I cannot actually read it, but I can count the number of words on it. It's 4 words after Transcended From, and that's why I know it's Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
Grains that tips the scale.
Grains that tips the... Yeah, but I can see the length of the words does not match.
Okay. We are words detective here in the studio. So this is going to be a decent turn.
It's also 5 words on grains that tips the scale.
I can't count, my man. It's so hard.
Card gamers are horrible at counting. We've proven this. We proved this in the Danish Nationals. Neither the judges or the players was able to count. We counted deck lists, and everyone came to the wrong result after the 10th
Oh my god,
time.
everybody's playing 79 cards? Just kidding, it's 80.
Oh, that wouldn't be a problem. It's worse when you get like, oh, everyone is playing 83 cards. Wait, what?
Okay.
They're playing 4 copies of... No, wait, what? And then you realize, no one of us can actually count.
Okay.
This
would be scary to get a game loss because the judge counts the deck list wrong.
No. It's more like a player. You counted it, and they're like, "I'm just coming to different result numbers every time I count it."
Okay.
It's like, okay, can you count this?
82.
79.
Something is wrong.
Who is this hamster eating up my cards?
Nom 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 nom. Delicious cardboard.
So it was Peter. Shit.
I love cardboard. It makes my tummy happy.
Is that why we call it cardboard crack?
Yes, sir. You put it in your cereal bowl and you crack it open.
So what is that hand? Spinning wheel kick, Death and Harmony, spinning wheel kick, stir the pot, and I do not see what the last card is.
If it's a shifting winds, I wonder why. I think it's a go time hand. If it's not a shifting winds, it might be a kind of awkward hand.
Yeah, I didn't actually get a proper look at the border of it, but it did seem a little bit of the...
I think Ashkan might be thinking that Jacob doesn't have like the stone cold nuts here, and just a mediocre hand that is trying to squeeze as much value out of to get the most damage.
Definitely. Okay, so he's just taking the damage here. Yeah, he has a lot of life to play around with here. So he's not any danger of dying. There come the bonds.
Yeah. I don't think the spinning wheel kick will be played, sadly, because it costs 1.
Yes. And he does not have the resources right now to actually play it. He used the resource of the 12-pill Kasaya to play the Descendant Gust Wave.
Yes. So, here I was so excited that it was a combo card murdered and he can't get to play it anyways. Such is life.
Yeah. It is like, this is how some of the Zen games just goes. Sometimes it just, you just draw it. So we talked a little bit about how Cheers Briar is a lot of the same cards. To be fair, the Zen deck has a lot of the same cards, but you also need to draw the correct cards together in some ways to try and fix it. Zen's hero ability does help you a lot with this. As long as you transcend, you just go, okay, I'm just going to pick the combo card I need right now.
Well, one also very notable thing that is... Ooh, that's interesting. I didn't see an Art of War, but I think why Jacob was thinking so long is because he needed to find the line, and now he has found the line, is ready to execute it.
This makes sense if there is a shift. No, that's a 100 win, not a shifting. Because I thought that this might make sense if it's a shifting wins, but it's 100 wins in his hand.
I think he just wants the 2 tigers. I think he's thinking about...
to help to chase the tile. Chase the tail.
Chase the tile?
Chase the tile, yeah, that's how it is.
Oh, mate, I'm chasing the tile.
Yeah, so he's still considering it. And you can see this where Jacob has been setting up these powerful, unconventional power turns, using Traverse and maybe using his boots for this. We're not just using them for, hey, I'm popping off Art of War or Ancestral Harmony. It's more like, okay, I'm using this now to just make a better turn without a direct pop-off card.
Yeah, so we're using all parts of the buffalo is a saying that has been said a lot of times.
Definitely. And you can see there that these are both deliberate players playing really clean and taking the time to just figure out what can I do, what is the right. I don't want to miss any details here. I don't want to lose because of I missed 1 damage here or 1 damage there.
That would be brutal. But he finally decides to block with the strides of reprisal and is considering blocking with another card. He might not be able to use every card in his hand, so then you might as well just don't take the extra damage.
If you were Ashkan here, what do you think? What would you be thinking here when you see the stride of reprisal block?
Uh-oh, here comes the Art of War.
Yeah. As you see here again, Jacob is using his armor. Ashkan has not been able to use it, probably. Yeah, as you said, correctly identified. The spinning wheel kick was not to be played. He didn't really have the resources for it.
Yeah, he only has a tiger.
The advantage Ashkan has now is that he actually have the cheese, so he can use his helmet is active.
Okay, here's the big gamble turn. So, Casino, all on black.
So does he hit?
Show me the money. No.
And he misses again. He misses again.
That can actually change the game.
And Ashkan, he just drew back in.
He has the Sacred Art and a lot of bonds, right?
Yeah, it seems like he has another bonds. This might be a way of Ashkan just sneaking back into the game.
That might be possible because he can give he can give block with the boots, block with the helm, and try to get some strong turn right
We
now.
see activation of Zen,
Meow.
getting the second tiger. What do we get? It's probably Chase the Tail, as we talked about. That's why he wanted the double tigers.
Yeah, I think that's the only card that makes sense in this situation. Because according to our information, if the... Yep, there it is. I really like this card. It's so cool.
I really like it too. I really like the design. I remember when Zen was originally spoiled, a lot of players, us included, was a little bit disappointed because it didn't feel that unique. It didn't feel that cool. I do know that there's still people having some qualms with Zen feeling just like Katsu, where you're just playing bonds. You're not playing that much with the tigers. But I still think the deck does a lot of cool things with the tigers. Sure, the tigers in themselves does not necessarily deal damage, but you find just playing them to enable more of these go again cards, more of these wider lines that Zen has access to.
I think it's very different from Katsu.
I think the main reason people are comparing it with Katsu there is because it's mainly just, you could just go bonds.
Yeah.
But
So here we see a very cool interaction, because I think that there's a art of body in Jacob's hand, so he could get another tiger for this turn to get the pump on the Chase the Tail.
yeah. So he probably has... he should have another way to get a tiger. Well, he should have two tigers, because he got one from Strider's Reprisal, and he does have the Zen, one from Zen's ability.
Yeah, that's right.
So he has the tigers anyway.
He has it unlocked.
So this was what Jacob was setting up. He had decided that when he was blocking there, he is, okay, I'm going to transcend, I'm going to fetch Chase the Tail, I've set it up to Chase the Tail. And I actually do like this thing about Chase the Tail, where with one tiger, it is a spinning wheel kick.
Yeah.
With two tigers, it is a 1 for 8. The 1 for 7.
1 for 7 is when Shuko it's 8. Here, the Akshan has one big problem. He doesn't have another blue in his hand.
Didn't. I thought he had another blue. So he's had the same problem when he draws his Sacred Art this time as he had the first time around, and that is the lack of blues.
Meow. Coming in for 4.
I don't think a tiger that attacks for 4 comes in with that sound. I think it's a little bit more aggressively sound.
Meow. Like that?
Maybe. There's a spinning wheel kick for 5.
Yeah, so this
should
be...
do you see another thing here? He's filling 2 resources. Do you know what's going to come after this spinning wheel kick?
The weakest link.
Is that what you're thinking? I would just also think just needle.
No, he has the weakest link in his arsenal.
Oh, I just forgot that. That's even better. But even regardless of that, even if he didn't have an arsenal, he would still be able to come for at least 4 more damage.
Yeah, so he's coming for 6 more damage and a relevant on hit. This is going to be brutal.
This game has not been in Ashkan's favor. His hands has been a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, he felt behind like the entire game, and Jacob never gave him an opportunity to catch up.
But if you also looked a little bit on the difference in their draws here, Ashkan has been having very red heavy hands.
Yeah,
and they do play the same amount of
blues
of reds.
It was a blue.
Yeah.
Oh.
They play the same amount of blues. Where Ashkan plays actually a little bit less reds because he has the extra yellows.
Why?
No, actually, they have the same amount there. It's the difference is equipment. Jacob has a lot more equipment. But yeah.
Why did he decide to block with that one?
Because even if he has a blue, he needed another blue to play the Sacred
Art. Yeah, but he could use it with the helm.
That is true. He could have gone that way.
Yeah, this is really weird. Why did he do it like that?
I'm not sure.
Because you can just give him 6 with the equipment. And then you have a bonus turn.
Yeah, I wonder what Ashkan is thinking now, like what he's doing now. He can still maybe give... No, he cannot really give the he needs to give more than the helmet here if he's gonna try and...
Yeah, he can't let this hit, because it will draw Jacob into an arsenal.
Yeah. So he can go block 2 with a spinning wheel kick, give helmet, and then maybe Tiger Swipe Shukos, keeping 2 cards in hand and getting the... keeping a blue in hand and then also getting the chi.
Okay, why he blocked is because the life total was not updated. So he had to block it.
Oh, yeah, because he was at 9 and then he took... He was at 9 and then he took 5 and 4. He was more than 9, but yeah, he took 5 and 4, going down to 2. So he had to block.
Yes.
Interesting, he did not use his Traverse there. Why did he not use his Traverse?
Because he had nothing to do with the chi.
Don't he have bonds in hand?
Yeah, he
Yes,
has, but
so he could still push back with Descending Gust Wave into bonds and just still do some kind of damage.
I think he doesn't think that's good enough. I think he is praying to all the lords that Jacob bricks in one way or another. But the problem is he can't really brick because he has 2 Zephyr Needles and you're at 2.
Exactly. So I'm still a little bit curious about that. I don't remember what's in Ashkan's arsenal. Do you remember?
It is a tiger.
Oh yeah, it's a tiger. So you're just gonna attack with the tiger for 3 and then arsenal the bonds and hope that your next turn is better than with the traverse.
Yeah, I think the train has left the station for our hero here, and
yeah, I
Jacob
think
needs to take some time, identify the strongest hand he can play, and then, as we have said many times, this deck does not block well.
no.
When it's forced to block, it blocks like a wet sausage, which is infamously known for not blocking well.
You see Ashkan just like lazily throwing down the arsenal, just like he sees the writing on the wall. It's gonna be hard here. The Zephyr Needles is gonna be. You see an Art of War in Jacob's hand, with only 1 attack, no 2 attacks. He has a Tiger Swipe.
Yep.
So he's thinking a little bit of what should I do with his hand. Does he play the Art of War? Or do he set up the levels? Because so this hand is a little bit awkward here because he has 2 blues, a yellow, and a red. So he could pitch the yeah. It seems like he's playing the
we just start
levels.
with the Art of War.
Yeah,
pitch
pitching.
the set card, the toss the tiger card, and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, that seems correct. So what 2 fancy cards do we get? That's a Weakest Link and blue Descending Gust Waves, this looks like. Yeah, that's a blue Descending Gust Wave.
So here you go, I think you just go needle,
levels. Plus 2 go again.
Plus 2 go again, the Weakest Link.
Yeah. Because that's going to be 2, so that's 4 damage into 6 damage, that's 10, into 6, that's 16.
Yes, which is quite a good turn for not an amazing draw.
No, this is still quite powerful, and especially when, as we talked about, Zen is not known for their blocking capabilities.
Yeah. So here comes the helmet, trigger the helmet.
You're not really super happy about this block because you don't really want them to keep the Zephyr Needles around, but that train is also very long gone.
Yeah, there is like... you just do it because it's the correct thing, and you just, I don't know.
Yeah, it is the correct play.
It feels better than just scooping, am I right? So
yeah. No, that's why I'm saying like it's the best thing he can do at this point. But he's probably not that happy about this. He's fine enough because this is the best he can do this turn, or do now because he conserves cards in his hand. So now Ashkan is looking. What do we see here? We see the Descending Gust Wave, and I don't see there's a Descendant, the Chi. Seems like 100 wins.
Is he gonna block 2 and not pop the Zephyr Needles? That's a little funny.
Could be. They have quite a lot of 2 blocks.
Yeah. Which also a huge why they are so good at the mirror. This is interesting, the first time Jacob attacks with the needles, but he didn't need to attack with them because all his hands were so good.
Yeah, why attack with them when you are... Yeah, he just blocks there, takes
1, get the tiger.
I like this line because it's like 1 and 2 does not matter that much when the weapon attacks for 2.
And here we see Levels of Enlightenment showing its power, being a 5.
Oh, he's drawing a card.
Interesting.
Because it's still coming for 4, so it's a 2 damage difference, and a card on average is often representing 3 or more damage.
Yeah, I agreed with this. If he has 3 blocks, the 6 and 4 is the same number.
Yeah. So he might have done a little bit less damage here, but it could have enabled him another attack, which could have been, especially because of the Art of War, it could represent 4 damage instead of the
2.
Yeah. Also, the weakest link is gonna come for 7.
Yeah.
Not 6.
Yeah. So here we see double 2 block, and here boom.
Ashkan is dead on this hand because he only has 2 cards that blocks, and that is a block for 6, and that is the lethal damage.
Good game.
And Jacob
Mr.
goes on
Unmovable
to 11-0.
Can't be stopped.
So he beat the curse.
Yep.
That means that Sweden is better than the rest, than Norway and Denmark on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can he do the same as Juha-Lampi
Yeah.
in Finland.
Can
he go
he go
undefeated
all
the way?
the
whole way
way?
through? Yeah, you see both player here. They're being cordial. They're still having fun. It's a fun game. They
Yeah.
enjoyed it. They're just like, this is just what happens.
I don't think I would be unhappy with coming top 4. Well, I can't not be unhappy because that's my record in all the nationals I have played. But it feels bad to lose always, but that's why it feels good to win, you know? If you didn't feel anything, it wouldn't matter. So I think Ashkan will be happy with his result, and he tried his best, but he couldn't get there.
I think both players did their best. Like a lot of lines, Jacob was sitting there using his time to identify what is the correct lines, and so it could see it is easy to look at these games and think like, oh yeah, he just high rolled him because he hits correctly. But if you think about the fact that
he missed both his ancestral harmonies,
he only played one Art of War this game.
Yeah, because they banished one.
Yeah, because he missed, because the first one was a miss, but he was always trying to set up these turns and enable himself for the more powerful turns later down in the game.
Yeah,
and
but it also shows the power of the deck that the +1 matters even if you don't get the +1 and draw a card.
Yes,
and
definitely.
Ashkan technically missed as well because the card he hit he could not play because of the resource.
Yeah,
but he didn't draw any Art of War. And as the chain players used to say back in the day, the good chains, they draw the Art of War, the bad chains, they banish the Art of War.
Yeah, it is what happens when you have these kind of random effects in your cards and in your decks that can affect you in this way. But in this game, so it's an interesting concept here, because in this game that goes so fast as it does, you're not on average going to your pitch stack. And in that way, if you miss, you can say it didn't actually matter that you didn't get the card, because it would be the same as removing the card from the bottom of your deck.
Yeah.
Because you would never see the card because you're not going to the pitch stack.
The good all-mill conundrum. Terrorizing young players of all card games. No, I lost my card! Which technically does matter, but we're here, we're competitive. We don't care about that. But what we do care about is our very short break that we're going to take before going right next to the last semifinals, because we already did a deck tech with one of the wonderful people. So we are ready and square and ready to fight fair.
We can shine in a crowd, we never hesitate. Let us rise to the clouds. We got nothing to lose, I know the time is right. Let us light up the fuse. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know we're perfect, you and I. And I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't giving up without a fight. What I feel, I know it's right. Let us detonate tonight. We can shine in a crowd, we never hesitate. Let us rise to the clouds. We got nothing to lose, I know the time is right. Let us light up the fuse. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know we're perfect, you and I. And I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't giving up without a fight. What I feel, I know it's right. Let us detonate tonight. Let us detonate tonight. No, it's right. Let us detonate tonight.
I shouldn't want you, I shouldn't need you, but I'm afraid that's not up to me. Cause when I hear you sing through my speakers, it's like my mind takes a hold of me. I've tried shutting you off for some time now, but I'm still hearing your voice in my head. Oh, I wish I was more than your fan now, and that your voice came from here in my bed. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, singing to me. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, making me bleed. You're in my
Right. Welcome back to the last semi-finals between the submarine Asner versus the golden boy himself.
Yeah,
Yes,
Jesper. Oh, I'm still so excited for seeing Victor getting the job done, getting paid.
Yeah, he's throwing around the money. You said it want to be a fair fight. I don't know if it can be a fair fight with Victor there. He's paying his way through everything. So we'll see how this goes down. This is going to be kind of like, I was going to say a replay of the Malaysian finals. I don't know if it's actually going to be that. It's going to be really interesting to see how this is going.
Yeah,
So-
I've not seen the Malaysia final. Was there any key moments or like strategies from that final that you could share with our dear audience?
So it's kind of hard to actually compare them because the Enigma list there was running Iris of Reality into the matchup. So the whole deck was quite different. We know that Asner is not on the Iris of Reality tech.
Yeah.
That we saw Shaheen play yesterday. So I do think that players are getting ready.
Yeah,
it
but
seems like.
before we go, as Victor loves to ask his daddy for money, dear audience, I'm gonna ask you to like and subscribe to FAB Sweden and help them grow the platform so they'll be able to do more amazing things like this and keep you guys entertained with awesome FAB content. But now we can go to the players and see how ready they are.
It's looking real for it. Who are you? Oh, okay. I'm asking you, who are you rooting for? But you don't
you
really,
already
you don't
know
really
the
have
answer.
a choice. You don't really
I
have a
have
choice.
to take Jasper.
Yeah.
Not that I mind. I
No.
really like his Victor deck. It's really cool. But this is your Niklas, who is still alive in the
Yeah.
race.
It
We
is
didn't get the Niklas final, so Aster will still continue hold the very powerful title of the real Niklas.
Well, technically, still don't remember who actually holds the title.
Aster said it's him.
Okay, then he keeps holding it because it has to be an actual game between those two.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who finished best. It's when they fight, that name is on the line.
Yes. So it will be interesting to see now that my boy is doing so good.
Oh. It's also very cool because a lot of people said that Enigma. Here we see two dead decks.
Yeah.
Enigma and Victor. People don't really believe that they are going to play. Here we see the players lining up the equipment, so I think they're pretty much ready to go, drawing the starting hand. So let's see how is it going to go in this very exciting semifinals.
It is actually a little bit fun thing about Asner, because he sent me a message 2 weeks ago, and he's just like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing Enigma because I don't feel comfortable with the Zen matchup. So do you have a Prism list that I can use? I sent him a Prism list. We talked a little bit about it. He didn't have time to actually test enough with the Prism list. So then he fell back on the Enigma, which is the deck I have played the most recently, which is... okay.
10,000 years!
Nicholas, being the higher seed, chose to go first because he wanted to set up the auras. And he just goes, here. Word 10.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Get through this. And it's so much pressure for Jesper to get through this, because if Niklas managed to block, let's say he just need to block with 2 cards, he can swing 10.
Niklas only needs to keep 1 card to attack for 10.
Here's attack for 8. He gladly blocked that out for 9.
Yeah, it easily. Niklas is just going to go slam block because he knows there's nothing else threatening here. There cannot come a pummel. This is actually...
But it's very interesting to see how prepared the Victor is. He's using the Crown of Dominion to get a gold to help him turn on the Visit Papa, and the Vambrace that helped the news so much in the matchup.
It is interesting though, because we do see here that he's just playing the Dominion, but he does not play the Shield. So I do wonder, like we saw Erika play yesterday, where she also was only using Crown of Dominion and doing the Anathos. Do you believe there is a package here that if you run Anathos, you will run the Dominion, so you always have the gold?
Yeah, I think that the extra 2 health doesn't matter, and he just wants to have the best weapon to maybe fatigue Niklas out of cards, and the Hammer for 4 doesn't really get it.
No, that is correct. That might be too hard, and as you say, the 2 health. So it might be that it's more the grinding plan. It's not actually set up to just have the biggest papa attack. I
really like that Niklas could have put the counter on the 10,000 years, but he correctly identified this is not what the matchup is about. I'm gonna keep it here for a while, and then it's gonna block a ginormous attack, and I will be happy.
I don't think it's worth using it this early either, because you give it a go again, and then what do you do with the go again?
No, attack for 11, it's 1 larger than 10.
That is true, but I think it's better to just keep the go again to a more relevant turn.
Yeah, and basically he will have to give almost his entire hand every turn to protect this thing. Yeah. So it's very greedy to try to give it go again and keep a card to do something with it.
Yeah, you see here Nicholas thinking, because he do see in his hand that this 1000 year might not belong for the world anymore.
Well, he has a defense reaction and a I don't know which color.
It is a moon chakra, and I think it is a blue. I do believe it's a blue one, so it's only 6 block. That will not cover this.
So it's 10 over power.
Yes.
But now, okay, he loses the aura, but it dealt 10 and blocked 10. That's 20 points of value.
That is true. The problem Nicholas has then of just losing it right here is that he's not going to do anything on his turn. So he's most likely then going to still give the sync. He might look at giving the sync below just to cycle around the card. And you see here him agonizing a little bit about how should he do, what should he do with his turn? Because the hand is a little bit awkward here, because there was no good way for him to block out the Zealous Belting. Though I do wonder if he should just use Sync Below and the Moon Chakra
on the
blue.
first attack, because then he could have attacked for 7 or done something on his turn. Now he's possibly just gonna Arsenal the defense reaction.
Yeah.
He might play, it feels real bad, but he could play the defense reactions to try to look for a 0-cost aura or anything else.
That's what I was thinking, because he already lost 1 block on the 6 block there. So yeah, because if he had done that and keeps the other 2 cards, he's just going to take the 10. But the problem is that the manifestation is not the Miraging Metamorph is not really that good when you have no auras to actually copy. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Aster just needs to realize that his reunion is gone, and he needs to be happy with what it did.
You see Jasper clapping his hand and just like, it's gone. I'm so happy. It did not survive for more than 1 round.
But here we see why it was so important to start with the gold, or else that would have been coming for 7. And there is a word where Niklas blocks that 7 and keeps the card for 1 more turn and then uses it with Tunic to attack.
Yeah, it would be hard because when it comes for 7, it will not have overpower, so he can actually block it easier.
Yeah.
But it is very hard for Nicholas unless Sink Below plus a 3 block to actually block out a 7.
Yeah,
still.
That's true. Okay, so we see here a pummel that would be very useful later.
Pummel, Rouse,
and
Cranial
two
Clutch,
blues.
and Debilitate is the hand.
So he cannot rouse with this hand, and I think this might be a pummel on Hammer Time and Arsenal the Rouse just to keep the tempo up.
I wonder if that is what he does, or if he just goes for attacking for 8. Yeah, it seems like he's just gonna go, as you say. It seems like it's going your play.
It's
gonna go
10,
pummel.
so it's a big number.
Yeah, I was just considering the other line here would be play the Cranial Crush for 8 and then Arsenal the pummel.
That's also a play.
So it's 2 less damage and you keep the pummel, but you then lose to go again in your arsenal, as you alluded to.
Pummel is at his best this turn because he doesn't have any ward.
I like this. I also like this line. He's just like, okay, if you do want to put out a ward, because now he doesn't need to use the pummel. He's
That's true.
He's most likely going to use it. Yeah, as you see.
But he wanted to give Niklas the opportunity to mess up and play a ward.
Yeah. And just play out something and just lose some value on it. We have seen Niklas, the fact that he is 8-2 into this point, does say that, well, he should be 9-2, because this is round 11. This is round 12. But yeah, that's not really that.
He has a big number.
He only has 2 losses, and a person that only has 2 losses up to this point, he knows that he's not going to get punked by just that ability, activation of that ability.
Yeah, so he blocks with a 3 block, probably a Fantastic Custom, and then he goes for Levels of Enlightenment, probably with Go Again, I think.
Yeah, I would assume that is what this levels is. Did we see the rest of the content of his hand?
No, I have no idea what it is.
Because if you do have a Transcend card here, that would be quite good. It does not have a Transcend card.
Yeah, but I really... Yeah, then it would play it before the attack trigger resolved.
Exactly, that was what I was thinking.
Yeah. So here it is, 7 attack, but no auras to copy, sadly. So this is probably just going to be popped.
This is probably just going to trade for a big attack on Jesper's side. And Jesper is fine with that, because he can still do and push big damage, even though he uses 1 card for it.
Yeah, so this Enigma deck seems like it's not playing that much Ward and Spectra.
No, it's more of the, I would say, what we've seen the most being played, being the ones that plays these 6 attack 2 for 6s that has disruptive effects like Amnesia, CNC, and that kind of effects.
Okay, so it's more like an old Prism deck before they got all the auras.
Yes, it's a little bit closer to that, and then they play the best word auras that they can.
Yeah, I would like to shout out Niklas Aster being very, very deliberate with the defense reaction and saving it for later, because it was just damage that Jesper was pushing, so he doesn't need to do anything with it.
No, and he didn't really have to protect. Oh, there we see the visit to Papa.
But on Victor doesn't feel himself. He has too short allowance. He needs more stacks than this to feel himself.
Yeah, I feel what happened now is he asked his dad for so much money in last round, and his dad just came around. Do you know what? No, this time you're only getting 1 gold.
No, Papa, please.
But I like this because it's just kind of, okay, I'm using my Tunic to just reshuffle my hand. That's a trounce. You don't really want to see that at this point.
No.
You wish you had that at last turn instead.
So it's probably just going to the bottom with E-Strike.
No, he keeps the trounce. So
interesting.
The fact that he's not probably going to get value out of his whole hand anyway, because he has a Rouse in his arsenal, he can't use his whole hand anyway. It's better to keep the trounce in your hand than keeping the random blue.
Yeah. No, but I thought maybe he's just going to attack with Hammer for 4.
He could have done that. And I think he believes that the value... So It is 2 damage in difference between E-Strike for 7 and 5 into
4.
Into 4. That's only 2 damage in difference, but now you get to keep a trounce that can give you more value, and that is most likely you're going to win the clashes on.
Yeah.
So I do like this line of doing it. Yeah, you lose a little bit of damage, but yeah. So Niklas had a really strong start here, starting off with a 1,000-year reunion. Jesper managed to rip it down. So we're going to see how they can manage to do more of this game. That does seem like 2 E-strikes. Yeah, that's 2 E-strikes and a homage to the ancestor, and then the sink below.
So he's probably just going to sink below to try to draw into a blue or anything else. It doesn't need 2 E-strikes.
It does seem like... No, he didn't keep 2 E-strikes, did he?
I don't think so. It makes no sense for me. So
that's a spectral manifest. No, that was a sink below. So his draws are not lining up to the point where he wants them at this point.
Yeah. So now there comes the very exciting part. What will happen with this trouse?
How will this trounce go? Will it go as it did for the dash? It is very in Jesper's favor, this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see he just plays the trounce and he's just like, okay, do you hit your Phantasmifies?
Ready to gamble. He
it's a tie.
lost!
No, it's a tie.
Oh, they're both 6?
Yeah, debilitate. I think debilitate is a 6.
Yeah, so we can cash this gold in to do a redraw.
Yeah, debilitate is a 6 versus the CNC for 6.
Yeah.
So this is a tie, and Jesper is a really hard consideration now because
he activate victors, sacrifice the gold to make Niklas show a new card because it's most likely going to be like that.
That was a miss. So now he wins the trounce.
That's a really good card for to go to the bottom for Jesper as well. Let's reveal.
That's the other 10,000. So we know now that the 1,000 is quite far down on the bottom.
No, that the 1,000 will stay.
Oh, it will stay. For
yeah,
next
so we will
turn.
draw to the next turn. So he might be able to do something with it, but here he gets the gold back.
And he draws the choke
He gets
slam.
the vigor, he gets the might, and he gets the choke slam. So he blocks 3. That will take 4.
Trounce is such a good card. I've heard Victor's players talking up and down about cutting that card, and I do understand that when you're missing it, it feels kind of annoying.
Yeah.
But when it hits,
it's cracked.
It is a reason why you have to win 2 clashes on it because it's so strong.
Yeah.
It's really, really strong.
It's hard to put a number on how strong getting a might, vigor, and a gold is.
So it is interesting because this is the first time we've actually seen people use the second part of the Victor's ability.
Yeah, they're just like the first part.
Yeah, it's usually the first part you see, but the second part is really strong. It's the first time you would fail to win a clash. So you have to fail to win a clash, and then the first time you do that, you can destroy your one gold you control, and if you do, you can put one of the revealed cards on the bottom of his owner's deck. So you could either choose your own. If you feel your card, you have a better chance of getting a better card, or your opponent. Of course, you will choose the Enigma player here, as they play a lot less cards that actually has an attack value in their deck than what you do.
Looking at Oster's hand there, it kind of is bad.
This hand does not do anything.
It can play at the reunion. You just have to take all damage to do it. It is exactly 8.
Yeah. Ideally, you don't want to, because now the rest, the ancients is coming.
Yeah. Oh, here
it's
it
coming
comes.
For 8. Go again. Showing a humble and a choke slam we already knew about.
Yeah, cleverly concealing the last card. I think it's gonna be Rouse into a humble because I think the last card is also a red.
This is going to be quite an uphill battle for Niklas at this point because his draws has not been. So this is a little bit of the disadvantage about, or not disadvantage, but some of the balancing factors around Illusionist. They can sometimes draw these hands that just, they don't really do anything.
Yeah, because Niklas has decided to play a lot of blocking cards that do not build board, but they protect the board. But when you don't have the board, they're kind of annoying to use.
It doesn't matter. Well, they still do protect your life total, though. So, and the more life total you have, you can trade for that to set up board later in the game.
Yeah.
So it's like, even if you don't do anything, you don't progress anything, but as long as you can keep your life total higher, that means that you have more opportunities to rebuild and set up a board later in the game.
Yeah, and you are ahead on life. Not by much anymore, since you just took 5. Yeah, and here we also see the humble.
Yeah.
How relevant is denying the hero power on Enigma in this game?
It can, in general, it can be very punishing for Enigma to not have a hero ability. Currently, because Niklas does not have any chi and is yet to transcend this game, losing his hero ability is not really that relevant. But I think the biggest reason why Niklas is blocking here is I think he might look at just blocking 3 or 6. Okay, so think of giving up the Dissolve Reality, which is a little bit interesting, because I think I would be inclined to just play the Dissolve Reality to remove my opponent's arsenal. Yeah, you see he's considering... okay.
I think he kept the E-Strike. I think that's another E-Strike in his arsenal. That's why he is...
If he kept the E-Strikes instead of... So that's probably why he put the Homage to the Ancestor on the bottom, because then he knew that he could set up... that saved himself that if he drew a bad hand, he could manage to go... back-to-back E-Strikes.
Yeah, he would always have something to do. Yep, there it is. Woo!
Yeah, you were correct.
So do you think he's drawing a card here or just pushing damage? I would like to draw a card here.
I think
he wants the damage.
I don't think the 2 damage. I think the 2 damage is more. I think the arsenal is worth more than 2 damage, especially now that he's trying to set up. I do understand the wish to push the damage, but I do think at this point, where he really wants to find some way to set up some damage.
Let's hit the casino, boys. Gardunk.
And then he lost. No.
Oh, that's a tie.
That is a tie of a test of strength.
This is very unfortunate for Jesper, because he really wants to get to that 2 gold threshold to turn on the real power of the Visit Papa, or Visit the Gold Main Estate, as it's actually called.
From now on, we're just going to call it Visit the Papa. James White, please do make that a thing. Just the next time you make an article with Victor, just make it like Visit the Papa. It would be amazing.
You can hover over the card and change his name.
To Visit the Papa.
So now he's going to target himself, because he most likely will not miss 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
Schedule. Oh no! And you see Aster's like, yeah, that's unfortunate. So the pummel goes to the bottom of the deck, and then yay, I won.
Yeah, he won.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you see Jesper being like, yeah, that's what happened. It's kind of like, it's here. It's like you saw him last game. He just went trounce and go like, hey, I won both of them. Yeah. And now he's like,
It's 50-50 though. And he still has 3 cards in his hand, and presumably something nice to do with him. And Niklas doesn't have a board. He's up 6 life. But that life is not that much. In this matchup.
No. Like 6 life is a lot more.
He has a double E-Strike as well. Whose man stapled these E-Strikes together?
I don't know. This is the second time. Jasper had that last game too. He just like, 2 E-Strikes.
I think this is the E-Strike hammer time.
Yeah. So 6 life actually has a lot more to say in this game right now, because there is no might being generated. If the trounces, if the second trounce also generated might and gold, so that it could get closer to Visit the Golden Estate, to make sure that that you push more damage, the 6 health would be less relevant. But now, because you're more pushing normal base damage on the attacks and not really overrated damage or anything like that, the 6 health.
6 health?
6 health. Does a lot more. It means that he can tank a full Anathos hit.
Yeah, but again, look at Niklas' hand. Not a single ward to be seen. He's just playing, as you said, brute deck. He drew a card because he's going to use the boots with the fur.
Yeah. So you see an immovable in his hand. You see 2D react and the 3rd E-Strike in Asner's hand. So he's considering giving up the holder line so that he can play Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and maybe draw into something a little bit more relevant that can do more.
Almost active holder line, but it only blocks for 2.
Yeah. Okay, I want to see the game where you have a player play holder line versus a Guardian, versus Victor, where it is active. It can be, because
if he cracks enough gold.
Just cracks 2 golds.
Wait, why does... Didn't he just... He blocked 2.
Take 3. He should take 3.
Yeah, was it at 28? Yeah, it was at 28, yeah.
Yeah.
Math is hard as...
Yeah, it was 6. He had a 6 health life lead.
Yeah. So here, he drew a very good card. I don't remember what is in Jesper's arsenal, but he drew another of the Rouse the Ancients, which is a huge card in this matchup. Yeah, so now... Oh my god, he actually gets a ward. He gets to transcend. And now, very importantly, the helmet is on.
Yeah, and that changes. So the game almost becomes a completely different game as soon as the helmet is active. because it opens so much lines for the Enigma player. Also, the fact that now they've generated Chi, it also enables the boots to have its 4-block enable. It is, you can actually set up a later game, depending a little bit of how you want to do the Protect the Queen or how you want to do things. There is a lot of different ways that you can actually, or not a lot of different ways, but you can actually have a point where you can block for 7 with your equipment suit.
Yeah. So he's thinking about which card to put on bottom. Unfortunately, he has 3 reds in his hand, so he can't make the Spectral Shield with 3 counters. So he puts it on the bottom.
He could with his Chi, but I think it's
but he
better
wants to use the Chi on the hero power.
Yeah, I think it's better spent on the hero power right now. So that means that he can do that and then go in for 7 with his E-Strike, or set up and draw a card for it for later.
Yeah, so I think you just take the 4 here, let Jesper get the life lead, but you will attack for 5 with go again. No, you will attack for 2.
Oh, he's considering giving up. So I see the thought here of maybe giving up the E-Strike, because then you can put the movable in the arsenal for later.
That might be interesting. Niklas doesn't know, but 7 is very nice for the next turn.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's just gonna pay, pump the Anatos up.
To make sure it's both pumping the Anatos. I really like this about the Vambrace too. In
yeah,
Anatos.
It's a very cool interaction.
It just kind of becomes a react to pump the Anatos, but it's also say, hey, if you put a word, they're just going to be worse.
Yeah, I think this is very clever deck building, because Victor with this hammer sometimes have a hard time getting the other card in the pitch zone because they can't pay for Bravo, they don't play Seismic. But with the Vambrace, you can actually turn it on to a 6 attack, and that's really nice.
Yeah.
So here's the E-Strike.
Here we see the E-Strike.
Coming in. So, he's going 7. So he put the Chi on the bottom.
So that means he's going to arsenal the immovable. And I think I like this because the Spectral Shield doesn't do much.
No, but Christian, look at his hand. That's a 2. That's a pummel and a CHC and a blue.
That is
This
true.
is going to be back-breaking for Niklas.
This is a hard game for Niklas.
Yeah. Yep.
It seems like the submarine might be sinking, but he's not out of the game yet.
No, it all depends on what he draws and how he plays this.
Yeah,
that's
so
a secret art on another defense reaction.
That's 2 sync blows. He has 3D reacts.
Oh no! He is going to. I'm calling it now. He's going to 9.
Yeah, this is very hard.
And he
for him.
can't play the sacred. It's very interesting. Of all the decks we've seen today on stream, I think this is the hardest time the deck has bricked.
So what he can do, Niklas can do an interesting thing here. So Niklas can actually block with a headpiece to get the Chi, pitch that to Meridian Pathways, play the Essence of Ancestry, then use the blue Sync below to pitch for a Sacred Art, and then attack with that. That is a line that he has available.
That's
to
a
him.
very spicy line. I didn't see that, so it's a good thing that the illusionist specialist this is here.
And here's actually a different thing about that he could look at doing it, because he can set up some of these lines with the Meridian Pathways, because he can go crack the Helm, then he can pitch the Meridian Pathways on Jesper's turn to get the Chi and to get the effect of the pathway. So he blocks for 3.
But can't he block 10 here? Because he can block with Helmet, block with Tunic. It's very early to give the Tunic, but Jasper is only on 19. He has been racing down. The activate Enigma, activate Boots. That's no, he's lacking 3 then.
Yeah. So again, actually, he can do exactly what you're saying there, because he has a 3 block in hand and he has 7 block from his equipment. So because
he can just block with the 3. I'm stupid.
yeah, he blocks with 3. So he could do that. He could just use everything here and block 10, take 0 damage, keep his arsenal, but then again, his hand doesn't do anything.
Because he can't play the Sacred Art then.
Yeah, and it's also stuck. The unmovable is also stuck in the arsenal, and then he's sitting with 2 reactions in his hand.
Yeah, dude. Maybe it is time. It's time to take 10.
Yeah, I think I would be more inclined to go block with Traverse.
Yep.
And then maybe look at using my Meridian Pathways. So what you could do is force the pummel. Because the pummel is probably going to be played anyway, but you can block 6 on it by using your Uphold Tradition through the Tunic counter. if you want to. Yeah, you see him thinking here very hard. But I think I'm more inclined to block with Traverse here, to get the Chi, to activate the Meridian Pathways. I can decide to just block 5 this turn.
Yeah, because then he gets 4 ward on the board.
Exactly. He gets 4 wards on the board, and he can... So if he does my line, he can get 3 wards on the board, and 3 with counters, and then he can actually attack with everything, so he's attacking for 6.
Because he will discard the red Sink Below, and he will keep the blue to attack with all the auras.
Well, he will use the blue to play Sacred Art, and then have the Sacred Art to pitch for the auras.
Yeah, but doesn't he want to make another one?
Well, then he can only attack with 1 Spectral Shield. Because he doesn't have the resources anyways. Because he has to play he has to play the Essence of Ancestry. He has to use the Chi to pitch for the boots. That leaves him with Sacred Art and blue Sink Below. Pitch the blue Sink Below for the Sacred Art. The Sacred Art resolves, comes back into hand, creating 2 Spectral Shields. So he only has the Chi, 2 Sink...
Yeah, and he has to discard the red. Oh no, I don't think he sees the line.
I don't think he sees the line either.
It's a very complicated line. I have no idea you could do that.
No, it's because it's very easy to not think about how you could use your boots there. But I think... So he's taking a lot of damage doing that.
He's taking 10, but you're healing 4, and Victor will have a hard time dealing with that board.
In the line I'm mentioning, the thing is that you could do this on your opponent's turn, so you could block out 5, so you could take 6 damage on that turn.
He's only taking 8 because he blocks with the helmet, so...
Yeah, but he would do the... He's not taking 8 if he blocks 5 right now. Because 10.
But now he probably doesn't even pummel.
But this is the point where if he had done he could block the 3 with the boots now. And then after all of the damage is done, then he can play the Transcend and do things and start his turn with the Chi in hand.
Yeah. So he's just gonna play this to make 2 Spectral Shields. Not the funnest way to use the card.
It's clear that he did not see the line that I was talking about.
And here it comes, the backbreaker.
So the advantage Niklas has now, what he can do is the thing you see here it is doing now. So he's still gonna have 1 Spectral Shield.
Yeah, remember, Boots is live.
Yeah. So he's blocking 8, 9, 10 with 2 Spectral Shields. So he still keeps a Spectral Shield, but you see here, he's losing the same amount of cards.
Yeah, but he doesn't lose any life.
No, yeah, that is true. He doesn't lose any life. And
so it might be the better play, actually.
So he would have traded 3 life. No, 4 life for 4 more damage. So it will be equalized out. So it will 4 damage and also 2 more ward.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like... I think this was the time for Niklas to take damage and build an amazing board. Because even if he loses the 2 cards here, the double defense reactions, he has a lot of board.
Yeah. He would have had quite a good board there, and everything would have counters, everything would have go again.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Niklas's line here is wrong, and as we say, it's a lot of moving pieces we talked about there to make it go up in that way, and you have to also then think about, okay, I take this damage. Actually, you can do a lot of these things in response to the pummel triggers. You didn't actually have to discard things. You could have pitched things lower down too.
Yeah, I think you have to discard. Now you can overpitch, but you want to discard because you want to keep at least 1 blue going into your turn, so you present the damage.
There is actually no way that you will still have to discard. Yeah,
but you're fine tossing away the 2 defense reactions.
Yeah.
Because now Jasper I think he drew another CNC with go again. So this is very unfortunate for our illusionist hero here, Niklas. Very fortunate for the Guardian hero Jasper.
Yeah, he didn't really get to pay the gold to actually give the biggest advantage, but his lines here is drawing quite up, and he's just pushing good damage, just good raw damage.
Yeah. He's playing the matchup very well, I think.
I think both players are playing very well. I like Niklas's alternative line to what I talked about, because it's still...
It saves the life.
It saves more life. Definitely saves more life than compared to the line I was talking about.
Yeah.
So we will see how it goes. Niklas still is in the game. It is a 3 health life lead to Niklas. The CNC is going to be brutal though.
It's kind of like what should I say? Based on it's kind of result-oriented thinking, but with the other line, he would have been able to protect his entire board against the turn Jasper is doing and still attack back.
Yeah, so the thing I was thinking mostly about is you get to smash out a little board here that you can protect, and you can give up a little bit of board and still keep here. Now you're you're not necessarily priced into trying to let your board survive. Because you still have some good attacks, but a little bit disadvantage of the list that Nicholas is playing here is that since he's playing these Phantasm attacks too in his deck, he is a little bit more prone to when he's trying to push the damage on Jaspers.
Yeah. Very interesting that he's not going for CNC here. He wants to save it for later. That can be very nice because then he keeps then the immovable will be stuck there.
Oh, I like this. So he blocks 6 here because he has a standing order in hand. So he used that to clear his arsenal to attack for 6 at least.
Yeah.
Or not at least. It's going to be an attack for 6 there.
Yeah, and then you've probably forced Jasper to block with 2 cards unless he draws a aggressive hand.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how this is going. Yeah, standing order.
Will he remove the card? No,
it's just coming for 4.
He wants the... Oh, and here comes... If he win this clash... Here comes the money.
And... That's
oh, no! It's the most brutal one to
He draws the
win
Golden
with.
Sun.
So he gets 2 gold.
Oh, this is brutal. It's 2 gold. Gold for... So the Golden Sun, the ability you don't see that often on the Golden Sun is that when it is revealed for a clash, you do actually get an extra gold, and then he gets to draw it on top of this.
And he gets double gold. This is insanity. It might be some luck in unlock here because Mr. Niklas has the defense reaction, and this might bait Jasper into attacking with the Golden Sun for 10.
Yeah, you see Nicholas here, he's a little in a tank, he drew double Miraging Manifestation of Mirror Guy and a Restless Coalescence and Passover.
He would love to have Chi in this hand.
Do you know what this hand does not do?
Transcend?
Block.
Yeah, that's true.
It does actually transcend, because you can play a Manifestation of Mirror Guy and then also play a Passover after that to transcend into it. The problem is that you have, the 2 blues you have is Manifestation, and Passover.
Yeah.
So if you had 4 blue hairs, it would be an argument to just go, you know what, I'm just going to play my blue.
Oh, that would be so good though if I had another blue in this hand.
Yeah, but I think what we're going to see is probably an unmovable played here to get it out.
To shore up some damage.
Yeah.
The problem is, isn't this... Can't you just take it?
You could just take it.
Because then you can get double, you can get Mirror Guy out.
Oh, here's what you can do. No, so... There, you could play out both manifestations with one of them with
the
Chi,
tunic,
but then you don't get to attack with any of them.
Yeah, but this might be the turn to take some damage to get the board.
Yeah, there is also a possibility of what he can do is he can pitch manifestation to play manifestation for 2, and then he can attack for 4, and then he can look at playing Restless Coalescence.
Yeah, We have determined that Niklas really values his HP, so he wants to keep it high.
I agree more with this line than just taking the 10, because I don't think the board he would build taking the 10 damage here is not worth the 10 health, because it would just be blocking about 2 to 5 damage. It will still present about the same. It will present a little bit more damage than that.
Imagine if he has kept the helm for this turn. That would have been so good. Then he could have gotten both with extra counters and attacked with both of them.
Yeah. Do you see that Jasper might go and visit
Papa?
Visit Papa twice?
Does he have double?
I see two visit Papa.
Oh, if he only had 1 more gold, that would have been 3 7 might tokens.
Yeah.
Holy
it seems like
moly.
Rouse the Ancient, Buckling Blow, and 2 visit the Golden Estate. So this is just going to be a Restless Coalescence for 2 and Arsenal in Manifestation.
I think he's going to use the gloves now.
He might do that.
For the funny trick of adding 1 extra ward to the board.
And then just doing a little bit more damage, because they're both at 16. It's good. So the advantage Nicholas has of saving a little bit of his life here, or not a little bit, but saving more of his life here, is that he can just keep this poking damage, because even though a lot of his card doesn't really block that well, He has still ways to block through ward and all of that kind of effects. So that as long as he does not take too much damage on his turns, and he can play these ward effect and just keep pushing back. I think Nicholas has played his game very well to make sure, like, this is actually the way we see it now.
Yep.
It's really a way I like to see Enigma played. It is more where you're just using your weapons or the wards as weapon that just heals you a little bit, everything.
Yeah.
Right?
It's kind of nice to have a weapon that gains you some 2 to 3 lives every time you use them.
That is pretty good. That sounds pretty disgusting.
Yeah. I wonder if they make a hero like that.
Yeah. So I like this, where it just makes the Spectre Shield immediately and just attack for one more, just pushing a little bit more damage, but also setting up the extra ward.
The mirror guy.
Yeah. So he only has 1 chi so far.
Yeah, he has had to pitch all the other Transcend and play the Sacred Art.
He might. Yeah, I think he only has Transcended 1. He might have Transcended twice.
But I love this. Tunic? Papa? Father dearest, I'm home.
Is that a blue Moon Chakra? If so, this is quite a good blocking there, because you can play Moon Chakra. In response to Moon Chakra, play a Drop in the Ocean.
That's very sweet. Oh, that's the block card. That's a little too late, buddy.
If he had that test of strength last turn. Oh, these visit Papa, these visit the Golden Estate would have been...
That would have been... That would have been insane, getting 7 damage on a crazy card. I think... do you visit just to get the 3 might? It's pretty good.
It depends a little bit, because I don't remember what the card that Jesper put down now, that he's hiding away from us right now. It depends a little bit on how his resources are and what he feels like how he can use his turn.
Yeah. I think the big question is if he's going to keep the block card in his hand, or if he's going to do something. Because I think there could be a good turn where you
see he's thinking of playing Visit.
Yeah.
And I think
he's visiting Papa.
Yeah. We also seen that Jesper, because what this also could imply is that Jesper does this to get the 3 might, and then it can be like, and then I want to draw off the gold. Because we've seen Jesper be quite fine with using his gold to draw into something more and better that he can do than is currently in hand, as you saw in the duo match.
Yeah.
So this was the last Visit Papa, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he played all
there you can
3.
see all 3. So Nicholas just making sure, the same as we did, that all 3 has been played.
Yeah. If the Arsenal card is okay.
It's the CNC.
Yeah, that's the CNC that has been there some while.
Yeah. This seems like this is the Drop in the Ocean. So what he can, this is quite good here, because he could. So it seems like he want to block, but I wonder if what you might want to do is block 4 and give up the Restless, because you can go Moon Chakra in response, Drop in the Ocean, Transcend. That is -1, so it goes down to 5 damage. Then the Moon Chakra will be defending for prevent 3 damage.
But don't you want to lose all the Spectra? So
no, because you will have 3 + 2 from the Restless Coalescence, because the Restless Coalescence has Ward 2. That is 5 in total. And then in response to the hit trigger, or actually you don't even have a hit trigger because you don't take damage.
Yeah, but why don't you just block it? But we want the chi in hand for the mirror guy. Yeah.
Exactly.
I agree. I was thinking about just getting the baby Spectra with 3 cards, but I rather want the big. The Fatigo boom boom pow on the mirror guy.
Yeah, what he could look at is he cannot play both of them. It's very hard for him to try and set up a turn where he can play. Because he needs to use one of the blue cards. Actually, he doesn't have to lose Restless. He can lose the Spectral Shield and the Uphold Tradition. But no, it seems like he decided to block with 2 cards instead. I am very curious about why he does this.
Yeah, this seems very weird, because now you don't get the chi.
Yeah, now he needs to do this, and this is just bad value of the. I don't like this at all. I'm sorry, Nicholas, my friend, but I don't like this at all. It's very. I think you want to protect the Restless, but I don't think it's worth. He is. I wonder if he tries to play around Pummel, because this line does play around Pummel.
Yeah.
So it could be that. So I'm
I can activate the mirror guy and attack with the Tunic. So that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. So I'm actually going to take back my own because this line is better playing around Pummel than the line I did.
Yeah, and
then
you
it
get
comes with-
you get the value. So now you see Niklas is very happy with himself. He has finally established a board,
Yeah.
and this also threatens 9 damage. And
Yeah.
Jasper is just on 12 life.
But yeah, it's I'm take back what I said because that was a clean block on a pummeled CNC.
Yeah.
So he my line was just I get value of this, but I did not actually consider the pummel. So I take it back.
Your line
Nicholas,
is better if you know there's no pummel.
yeah,
But
Nicholas,
you
your play
have
was
to
better
play
than
around
mine.
the pummel when you can get this. Is he going to block with the other block card as well? I think that might be good.
Yeah, so 2 pummels have been used. But yeah,
No, he's just blocking with Trouse.
Yeah.
We win this. Let's go. And now it's easy for
should
him
win the
to
last. He should win the last.
throw away the gold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he wins that one. So this is gonna be hard because this goes up to 4 might. So Nicholas is happy with just the damage that he can push this turn, but it is gonna be a little bit hard for him. He knows about the blue sink below on top, which is kind of good for Nicholas because that means even if he draws some of the transcend cards, he can still use those.
Yeah, but isn't Jasper blocking too little? He takes 5 damage from the mirror guy.
I wonder if I'm not 100% sure why he's only blocking that and not. So the problem he has a little bit with his hand is that it's resource light because he only has 1 blue. So I think that is the reason why he did not want to give up the test of strength also there.
Yeah, and he wouldn't draw a card even if he won the clash. He would just get a gold.
Exactly.
But I don't want to take 8 damage. I want 5 damage. I want to take 1.
Yeah.
Then I take 2 damage here. I keep a lot of the cards in my hand, and I can try to dig myself out of this with the gold.
Yeah, it's good. I'm not sure what he's thinking here. We will be interesting to see how he plays his line.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels like Niklas is... he felt like the underdog the entire matchup, and now it feels like he is pretty well established. So here we try to dig ourselves out. Okay, so he's using it for pitch, trying to turn this red into something more useful.
It is a little bit what we talked about. He's now established the board, and now Nicholas is a lot more dangerous. He was struggling a little bit to get the cards, but this is also an advantage where he decided to protect his life a little bit more so that he could trade life later for actually committing up to the board that you have.
If a Macho Grande would be very good here because the Dominate would be very relevant. It would effectively take all of Niklas' board. Okay, he has a Rouse, so this might...
Yeah, the Rouse has been there in the arsenal quite a long time.
This might be a good turn. Yeah, because he drew a blue, so now he gets to do the follow-up.
This is a Rouse for 11 go again.
That's pretty good.
Showing a Thunderquake and a Humble.
Sit down. Be humble.
Does not. So this is going to be hard for Nicholas to actually...
Hold on. I've never zoomed into this art. Is this is a little man?
Yeah.
That is the guy who's rousing the ancients.
The ancient is huge. It is a huge golem that is just trampling down over Wraith at that. So yeah, you see...
So the little man is summoning this beast. That's very funny.
So it's going to be interesting to see what Nicholas decides to do on this here, because his hand is like okay in the blocking. He's blocking, or he can block 10 with his whole hand. So there's no way for him to actually save his whole board.
I think we're on the throw it in the trash territory.
Yes. So he has currently access to Ward 8. 4 from Manifestation, 2 from Restless Coalescence, 1 from Spectral Shield, and 1 from Uphold Traditions.
Then you take 3 from this and go to 13, and then you can CNC back. It's not lethal, but it's something to do, I guess.
Yeah. What you could look at doing is actually play Restless Coalescence, move 1 counter from Manifestation, because that would remove 1 ward from Manifestation, but it will create 3 more ward on the table.
It effectively be plus 2.
Yeah.
So he can block it out, but the next thing will be hard to block out.
Yeah.
The next attack. Pardon my bad English.
So he's sitting in a tank here, thinking really hard about what he should do here.
Yeah.
Because you see that, like, so he did create this board. Jesper has been very patient with Rouse the Ancient, having that in the arsenal all the way until Nicholas can make a board that is threatening enough for him to unleash the Ancient.
That's really good, because it's the Go Again card that helps you defeat a large board. Because if it's just one big attack, he gladly gives you 9 or more.
He just say, here, take my hand.
Yeah, basically he wants to keep one card to attack with the dragon, the Mira guy, and then a Spectral Shield. But now it's hard, because this is a huge agent. He's really big.
A lot of times you're happy if you can just keep one Spectral Shield around. You're often happy with that, because that still means it's 0 for 1 that lingers a little bit around. So you can still poke for damage.
Yeah, I think Niklas says that, I can't protect this, but you're at 7, and I have a 6 attack in my hand.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is also, but he's still considering it.
Is there any way to protect this board?
Because, like, even if it is an attack for 6, he is at 7, as we say. That is not, the 6 is not lethal. So, and as we know, the game is not over before one of the heroes are dead.
Yeah. Do they die? Is that the lore? Or is it Pokemon that is KO?
I don't know how the lore on that actually is. I would imagine it's just you've knocked them unconscious flavorfully. I don't think
the game is 16 plus. They're not afraid of showing some truly graphic things like what's that arrow that goes through a man's head?
Yeah. So he takes 1 damage here. He has been quite conservative, not taking a lot of damage, because he knows that he needs to keep his health up if he is to grind out this game. He's very patient on grinding this game.
So he takes 1 to 15, and then we're gonna see the Humble come in, attacking for 6. Oh, he actually is at 6. Then CNC is much better. So
they just talked about it. They forgot the damage from the last Spectral Shield. Okay.
Yeah, then the line makes much more sense.
Then this is a lot better, and it seems like Niklas has that in his notes more properly. That's why they catched it, and that's really good.
That's why we asked them to keep track on paper, as well as updating the life total for the stream. So he takes it because this is just a vanilla 6. It doesn't do anything. He is not going to use Enigma this turn. It's basically as if the hero was on Japanese. Doesn't do anything. Can't read that stuff.
Yeah. It's that's how I've heard it is. If you cannot read a hero, it does not work.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So unless Niklas can read Japanese and say the Japanese words, it does not work.
Read Japanese, prove it. But now that he has a blue in hand, doesn't he? So now he can make the Spectral Shield and attack for 4. But I think he's just gonna play the CNC, force some action, and arsenal the card. Yep. Here we see it.
Yeah, it's better to just arsenal the Restless Coalescence.
Because the board is much more better when the opponent has few cards in his hand, because then you will take less damage, and it's easier for you to just take it and build a board.
Yeah. What you saw in Jesper's hand is that he's sitting on Golden Sun.
Yeah.
That represent 10 overpower again.
Yeah, but can he play it? Because he needs 1 more resource. It costs 4.
That is true. He needs 1 more resource, but that only thing he needs, he can crack the gold, and as long as he draws a blue, he can play it.
Yeah, if that's a blue is in his hand.
Yeah, it's a blue. It's a blue chokeslam.
So the question is he going to the casino?
I think I don't remember what is in the arsenal. Why don't I remember what's in the arsenal of these players? I know Niklas has a Restless Coalescence. I have no clue what Jesper's.
Because my man, you're locked in.
Yeah, probably.
This Restless Coalition is going to be so much trouble for Jasper. Even if he attacks for 10, Niklas is very happy to just give it up. Yeah, it's a Spinal Crush.
Spinal Crush.
That's actually very relevant, so Niklas has to do something about that.
Yeah, I like this more than playing the Golden Sun for 10. Because it's a bigger gamble. Because if you do hit the red, you're not doing anything that turn.
Yeah, and it doesn't have an on-hit. This has a relevant text. Yeah. It will take card from Usner.
Yeah, and you're more interested in just grabbing people's cards right now. Because as long as you're not... And also, so both of these attacks would be lethal. So we'll grab card. So Golden Sun will grab 1 card. The Spinal Crush is more likely to grab 2 cards from Usner's hand, depending on... it would always require 2 cards, regardless of of D-reacts.
Yeah, you see his thinking. He was not happy seeing that card. He wanted it to be just an attack with damage.
This is one of the worst.
Because
one of the worst card that he can. You now see him double check, just like, okay, how many manifestations do I have? What is my power cards left? How can I get back into this game properly? Because he is starting, so like none of the players has been in complete control during this game at all. It's always been like, okay, I'm grabbing it again, right? Ah, shit, I lost it. I'm grabbing it. Ah, shit, I lost it.
Yeah.
They've just been throwing the ball back and forth.
Very nice back and forth game. Not the usual Illusionist versus Guardian that we used to see, where the Illusionist just builds a board and the Guardian is crying and can't get back into the game.
I've heard Spectra is a really brutal mechanic, and Nicholas does not play any Spectra
he
cards.
went for this. So
this is interesting of this play. So actually, I like this more than just play. So he didn't really. He would have to play the Miraging Metamorph over Phantasmaclasm, and then I would just do the 9 and just like, hey, if you have a shit hand that cannot pop this, cool, I do a lot of damage on you. You're most likely going to pop it. I just want the information about what can you threaten me. Do you have a pummel? Do you have what you see there, the Macho Grande that can come for 10 dominated?
Yeah, this
the Macho Grande is quite dangerous here.
He's 8 dominate, but he can't really play it unless if he draws another blue, because 7, right?
Yeah, it costs 7, so it depends on the card that Nicholas takes. He's probably going to take the CNC.
Not the go again card. Yeah.
Both of these are kind of struggle here, because the problem with leaving CNC is that he still has a lot of D-reacts left in his hand. The problem with the Go Again card is it has Go Again. But if you look at his hand, so the Boulder Drop is, I think it's a 5. No.
Yeah, it's not a popper.
No, it's more. Boulder Drop is a 3 cost. So depending on what he draws, so regardless, so as long as Jasper doesn't draw another blue, but another red, he could not have gone Go Again into Boulder
I
Drop.
agree with taking the Go Again card here. Pardon me, people.
Yeah, we can hear the other top 8 players sitting in the lounge area and watching us laughing off Peter yawning.
Why?
Why?
Laugh when I'm funny.
No. So actually, what I like about if you look at his hand now, because neither the Thunk or the Boulder Drop is a popper, so he has to pop.
The Thunk is a popper, my man.
Oh yeah, the
huge.
Thunk. I was thinking the Thunk. I was thinking the other Wallop.
It costs 5, so it's quite big.
Yeah.
Jasper Lindström. He's focusing. He's locked in. He's thinking.
You say it's big, but it's actually just a 6.
But that's a big blue.
That is a big blue. It's quite big. So Phantasmaclasm here coming for 9. That is a good chunk of damage. So what does Jasper decide? Does he want to use a blue, or do we want to use one of the reds?
Yeah, either way, his turn is kind of predictable. Niklas will get the information that no matter what he pops with, he's most likely is just going to need to give 2 cards or 1 cards if he draw a D-react.
So now, but the difference here is that now Nicholas has 100% information about the hand, because the Thunk was the card drawn.
It was a mystery card.
So it was the mystery card, and now Nicholas knows that. So he knows that there is no other secrets. There was no secret pummel coming off that CNC.
Can he activate this? No, he can't activate he can't transcend here. So it's most likely a pitch.
Yeah.
So he chooses to crack a gold. Digging for something more interesting, hiding information. He draws another Boulder Drop. That's what we like to call a MTGO bug.
Yeah, we just draw multiple. I like doing this because you're just seeing what more do I draw. Do I draw a new Go Again source? Because if I draw a new Go Again source, he could have done both.
Yeah, I think I would like to go 1 card deeper here as well.
I think I'm fine going 1 card deeper here. If you draw the pummel or if you draw a Go Again source, you are so much ahead in this game.
Yeah, because then you can use CNC as well.
Yeah, and if you do miss, like if you hit a red, that depends on what red. Even if you hit a Spinal Crush, you can actually play the Spinal Crush.
Yeah, that's good.
So you can play most of the cards that you draw off this. So what did he get? That's a Debilitate blue.
Not the best.
No, but it's the same as a boulder drop, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't change. You're still gonna do. You're probably going to just go CNC anyway. You can't.
Yeah, and then you pitch to the Van Brace to get
Yeah.
another blue out of your hand and just arsenal the last blue. We can go even deeper if we want to, but
Yeah.
that's a little awkward. You use your last gold, and then you don't get. Then you have 4 cards in hand.
I think what he's considering a build here, because I think he kind of don't want to be stuck with two cards in hand.
You can just arsenal the blue.
Yeah, but he can arsenal the Macho Grande. I do think he's thinking a little bit about. Okay,
Yeah,
he goes.
yeah,
he
yeah,
goes,
we're digging,
We're
boys.
bowling in. Okay, what is this card? Show us the card. It is a debility. It's not a debility. It's a disable.
Yeah, so he
Disable
can
blue.
go for a Macho Grande now. I think.
Yeah.
No, he.
Yes, he can.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's 7.
yeah.
So he might just go for 8 dominate.
What he can do is Macho Grande with a tunic and then arsenal the CNC, and that seems what he's going to do. And I actually like this line.
Yeah. Boom. Pow.
I like this because Asner now, he can only block with 1 card from hand.
Yeah.
And then he needs to find other ways of generating the last point of blocks.
Yep.
So what does Asner do here?
I didn't think the game would be so close. It looked very in Jasper's favor, but Niklas managed to very patiently claw himself back into the game.
Yeah. So you're gonna see he's sitting there really thinking about how do I do this. So
Yeah, it looks like he's shaking, but it's actually just the fan that is blowing.
Yeah. So he can block if you use both Restless Coalescence, that will be a block of 7. If you also block with 1,000-year reunion, because he has 2 ward from Restless, multiplied by 2, that's 4, and then a block 3 from the 1,000-year reunion.
Yeah, but
I don't know if that's what you want to do.
I think you would try to present 6 back in one way or another. And Niklas agrees and takes 5 damage going to 1.
Yeah, because what he can do now is he can play the Manifestation, pitch the Restless Coalescence to attack with Mirror Guy for 4, and then play the Restless Coalescence for 4 again if he wants to push. So that's actually a push for 8.
And then
he can make a
another
Spectral
card.
Shield and then attack with a Spectral Shield, so a total of 9 damage out of that turn if he believes that he can pull enough cards. I'm unsure if you want to pull over the rip over the counters.
Yeah, because
this
it's
fast.
ward 0.
It becomes ward 0, and you don't increase your ward amount. You could also look at maybe taking 1 counter over, so you get attack for 4, attack for 3, attack for 1.
Yeah.
That is still going to be an attack for 8, and your Manifestation is still going to ward 1, so you don't actually lose any ward by that line.
I like that better. Hit Jasper blocking for 3, takes 1,
Go
goes
to
to
5.
5.
So now the question becomes, is this going to be 2, 3, or 4?
Yeah.
Plays?
Here it is in foil. Very
Oh, he
beautiful.
goes up to 5.
He takes it all.
Yeah.
He's ready to ball. He's like, you know that Mirror Guy? This is bad.
This is coming
I don't
for
want
4.
it anymore.
Yeah, because this means that the total line here is presenting lethal. Or it's technically presented lethal. He has the tunic. So it's not guaranteed to
Yeah,
rip
but
more cards.
Jasper doesn't have anything to... he's not married to the tunic anymore.
No.
He's just gonna block 3, take 1, and then take another 1, go to 3.
Yeah.
And then send the CNC, I think.
Yeah. So he takes 1 more, going down to 3. So let's see. It's coming in now for 1 more. That is
Yeah.
a free.
So Jasper 3 versus Niklas on 1, and he has ward 0, ward 2, and ward 1. He draws up a fresh hand. Let's see how these turn cycles.
He's actually going to
plays
end
out.
up with ward 4 because he can activate Restless Coalescence on Jasper's turn, creating another spectral shield.
Yeah. Ooh, he draws a 5 block. That's pretty good.
Oh, that.
No, that's pretty bad.
That's
yes.
bad.
If-
This hand is horrendous.
If it's CNC, this is very scary for Niklas. I think he survives. Okay, it's just hammer.
It's just hammer for 6. Oh, Niklas should be so happy seeing that. Not knowing about the CNC that's lying in the arsenal here.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jasper. So
he wants to block 6 here if possible, because then you deny the value from the Van Brace.
Yeah, I actually like this line because since Niklas is representing 4 ward here, he only needs a 2 block to block out the CNC. Otherwise, if Nicholas did not have ward, I think I would prefer the attack with the CNC because Enigma does play a good amount of defense reaction.
This hand is kind of bad.
Yeah, this hand is not really good.
You have to block very awkward. I think you have to block. You say no blocks. No, you block with the 2 block red, and then you play the 5 defense reaction, and then you keep the blue to attack for 3 and then 1.
Yeah, I think that is the line you go.
You can actually arsenal a card because you can use the tunic to attack for 3 and then 1.
So it seems like he is thinking more of blocking 4 here, and maybe giving up the. Okay, so we're just gonna make a Spectral Shield then with Restless Coalescence. But I don't know if I like that line that much.
Yeah, I think there is 2 ways to play this. It's to lose all the auras, lose all the wards.
Yes.
Without taking damage. So you have to count very carefully how to block. Then you can go Rage Spectre and attack for 6.
So, yeah.
So yeah, I think that's his plan. He wants to lose all the aura. He has the defense reaction to tie it up, because this is you have now block 2, and then it will go up to 6, effectively 7.
Yeah. So now it's block 4, 5, 6, 7. Depending on how he changes this, yeah, and he does not make the Spectral Shield because he, as you say, he's just gonna say, do you know what? My auras are gone.
Yeah,
that's fine. I take 0. My auras are gone, and then
I'll clap back for 6.
Yeah, so he destroys that. He destroys that. That one gets, and then the last 6 damage there. So now I can get a clap back for 6.
So this can force 2 cards from Jasper or 1 card if Jasper gives the tunic.
Yeah. It also depends on how.
No, Asner, you forgot your tunic. Yeah. Yeah, nah, he remembered.
Yeah, Jasper
okay,
just got,
yeah.
Jasper is so
Jasper's
kind
homie giving it back.
But Nicholas catched it so fast too. He just like shit. You just channeled it over to Nicholas.
I'm like, Nicholas, take my energy, and he remembered the tunic because that might be very crucial in these low hands here.
In this low health game part.
So here, Jasper needs to think. He has the block 4. Is he going to use it? Because he doesn't have any way to like cycle his hand or do anything. So I think using it here just with that 3 block, yeah, you're blocking for 1 more, but is the correct play.
Yeah, that is a possibility to do here. Depending on what he's looking for, and he has a CNC, yeah, it's hard for him to use his whole hand on anything.
Yeah, I think you just want the gold so you can dig out of another.
Yeah. So
no, he's gonna take 2.
2, go down to 1. That's
the pommel.
That's a tie. That is
very unfortunate.
But, okay, so we say this is unfortunate. He does miss on this, but this can be terrible for Nicholas. That is a pummel that's going to come the next round. So depending on the damage that Nicholas can present on his next turn, Jasper might end up going with a with CNC into pummel.
Yeah. So he's probably just going to send the biggest attack, pitch those 2. That's an attack for 8. We have to block it some way. And this hand is not blocking as well.
This hand actually blocks quite well. He has 3 blocks and 1 2 block.
Yeah, but the attack for 6 is not good enough.
No.
Because...
that actually, you're saying it's not good enough, but it can be quite good depending on how many 2 blocks that Jasper ends up drawing.
Yeah, but if Jasper draws 1 blue and 2 3 blocks, then he's clapping back for 10 with CNC.
At that point, I think Nicholas loses the game.
Yeah, because he can't draw D-reacts to save himself. He has to like draw a super ward to get up to 10 somehow. Yeah, so he blocks it out, blocking 3/3/2, keeping the other levels of enlightenment in his hand, which unfortunately won't do anything. So let's see.
It's still a pitch.
Will Jasper
he can actually
draw
arsenal
enough good cards? Yeah, he can arsenal. Use the tunic, attack for 6.
And I like this. So that is a blue. It's an E-strike. So there's 2 blocks and 2 3 blocks.
Yeah.
And a blue. So this is just snap block 6, keep the rouse and the tunic up to 3,
Yep.
and then crack back for 10.
And Niklas is now scared because he knows the pummel is in the hand.
Yeah. And he's probably quite sure that's 2D react. This is over.
No.
This is over.
No, Jasper, there. That is favorite clutching it out. Holy moly, I can't see a way for Niklas to survive this.
Niklas is gone because he can only block 5 on this one. He can't even block this one out because it's 3 on the Rage Spectre, 1 from Tunic, 1 from the Rage Spectre in play, and then he can pitch to Enigma.
Yeah.
That's only 5 damage. So without it, he doesn't need even the pummel.
Yeah, but as he finished the last game, he's got to finish with a pummel, and Jasper makes it to the finals. Holy moly! He was in the abyss. I thought Jasper was out. There is no way, but he managed to dig, and he struck gold, baby.
You can see both players sitting there like, holy shit! What a game! What a game. This is what I love to see in Flesh and Blood. This is what this is why we're here.
Yeah.
All of these moments we can sit here as James would say, in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
And look at these amazing player play these amazing games, and I'm sweating.
Yeah,
I'm sweating after this again. This is amazing.
Yeah, this very well played for Jasper. And to remind everybody at home, Jasper said he's just happy to be in the top 8. He's not just in the top 8. He's in the finals,
He's
Christian.
going to play the finals.
Will Daddy's golden child be the unstoppable force that breaks the immovable object?
Yeah, that is the big question.
This is extremely exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Back to us at the booth. I'm not just gonna say it's a conspiracy, but I would like the well-eyed viewers at home to point out that did you see what kind of water Jasper were drinking?
I don't know. Did he drink any water?
Yeah. Come here, camera. Come to me. Come to me.
I don't. Did he actually?
He was drinking Norwegian water, baby.
Now you're really proud of yourself.
Yeah, I was cooking with that one.
It makes it even better when we're sitting here in Sweden.
Yeah. We love you, Sweden. Thank you so much for inviting us over, sitting here, being funny monkey man, clowning, and trying to bring some joy to the world.
Yeah.
We will have a very short break. We're a little pressed for time. We will have the finals, ladies and gentlemen. But I think we have something more. What were you going to say, Christian?
I was going to say that before the finals, we are going to have a little announcement that we teased yesterday.
Yeah.
So hang on tight for that, because that is going to be something really big that I think most of you viewers there home is really going to like.
Yeah. That was he said.
Right, welcome back to before the last final.
It is the last final of today, as there's only one, Christian. Very astute observation.
That is indeed that. Here at the National Championship in Sweden, hosted by Dragon's Lair, being produced this amazing production being done by Qruxel Productions Studios, and also with the amazing help from FAB Counters.
Yeah.
That is created by our own head judge, Stefan.
I think he's called Supreme Overlord Head Judge.
That is indeed what his title is. It says that on his name shirt, I think. Probably. Yeah. You can get that app on the iOS and Android.
Yeah, it's on the every store that mobile, and it's just FAB Counter. Very easy. He updates it every time with the new set, so the heroes have the correct amount of health. And also big shout out to Henrik Monti and the work at the FAB Sweden. Like and subscribe, people. One more game, and what a game we're going to have, everybody! It's gonna be so nice. Who do we have, Christian? Who is the finalist? I think we have some spoilers behind me, but I can't turn around, so I don't know.
Yeah, so we do have the undefeated Jacob Trossing. He is so far 11-0.
Mr.
Going
Unmovable
against Daddy's little golden boy.
Yeah.
Victor or Jacob? No, Jacob. No, Jasper.
Yeah, Jacob is fighting himself. As all battles are.
True.
But he's also fighting an opponent who is also fighting himself.
Yes, everyone does.
I think there's called Party Swedish, is what they would call Victor if he was a real man. But don't kill me, Sweden. I'm just spitballing here. But now we got both of them coming up here for a quick interview. So come up, guys. We want to talk to you guys.
You have the mic.
Yeah. We can. So here we are, both the champions. So start with you, Jacob. How do you feel? Did you think you were going to beat the curse and come top 8 going undefeated?
Yeah, I was definitely optimistic the day before. But both yesterday and today I've definitely exceeded all expectations. I did not expect to go undefeated. Although I definitely hoped I would.
Yeah, of course, you always hoped you would, but it's never realistic to, I'll win every match. So, Mr. Happy just to be here, how is it to be in the finals?
Well, I guess I'm happy.
Yeah, he's happy! Yeah. Let's go!
Yeah, well, it's been incredible, I think. Yeah, first game high rolling and very close.
It was extremely close. We thought Niklas was out, and then we thought you were out, and then you were back in, and very tight place. So, do you think you will be able to beat the unmovable, Mr. Unstoppable himself?
Well, I hope so, at least.
Yeah.
Unless he does some nasty Zen things. I think I have a chance. And if I do some nasty Victor things, well, I might have. Maybe.
Nice.
Let's see if Zen can muster his transcendent and harmony before Victor goes and visits his daddy's estate to get some more gold.
These are cards, Christian. Very, very nice. So, Jacob, what do you think will be key in this matchup? Or if you don't want to talk about all the details, you can just say what you feel like you think will happen or something.
Yeah, I think this matchup is really much more than the last matchups about having a really huge combo turn. You have a lot of armor that can help you prevent the annoying on-hits from Victor. But if you can't find that big turn, or you get CNC pummeled or something when you block with equipment, it can be very hard. And against this more aggressive list, I also think I need to find that quickly. I'm on a much quicker clock than regular Victor.
Usually you can wait it out and try to set it up. What do you think will be the most important things, the strategy in this match, Jesper?
Well, for me, it's a bit about just winning the clashes, getting gold, getting to draw extra cards, block a bit, not to go.
It feels really bad because you can't wait to go second cycle to know you win the clashes.
Just go on.
Okay, is there anybody you want to shout out? Anything you want to say before the finals, Jesper?
Well, just a big shout out to our locals, Spelgrottan Uddevalla.
Spelgrottan Uddevalla, let's go! Do you have anything you want to say, Mr. Unmovable?
No, but once again, shout out to Ville from Finland. He really helped me with the list. I think we built this list. It's very great. It's very close to what he played in Finnish Nationals to top 8.
So basically, if you win, Ville wins through you. Yes. So that will be a double win for Team Jacob and Ville.
Yes, and also Dennis, Niklas, and Joachim has also all helped me prepare for this event. And also, I also played a lot of games with Konrad and Klaas for the new and Victor and Levia matchups to prepare for this.
Big shout out to all those guys. You are amazing. Now, my one of my champions and one of my runner-up, please go to the arena and prepare yourself. While those guys are putting the cards on the table, putting money where their mouth is, we have a very special video to show you guys. Pay very much attention now. It's coming. Oh my god!
Finally the Nordics.
Holy moly! About damn time! As a very famous StarCraft man once said. This is incredible, party people. This is absurd. When I was a young pig, I think the song is called, I played GP Stockholm and it was amazing. So I'm so excited that we get a big tournament at Battle Harden in Stockholm, and it's after Worlds, so that means you're here!
I'm back for it. That's going to be amazing. It's been so much fun. It's also going to be, so it's going to be, as you said, after Worlds. It's going to be cool to see people trying out the new things that are going to be trying from Worlds, after Rosetta and everything there. So it's going to be amazing to have one here. We've had some in the more central part of Europe, so it's really cool to see one coming here now in Stockholm in the Nordic part. It is one of the more accessible areas in the Nordics.
Yeah.
There is a lot of the planes that comes through the Nordics is going through Stockholm's anyway.
Yeah.
So it's a prime location to have this amazing event, and I feel, even though I'm not from Sweden, I do actually feel proud that they do get to have this amazing event.
I'm so proud of Söta Bror, as they're called. Anti-shoutout to Ethiopia Airlines that goes through Sweden. You took 1,000 crowns for me, you stupid airplane. But let's not keep grudges. Let's get let's look over the matchup and get to the table, shall we? Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we say. Seems like they're still setting up over there. So, who are you rooting for here? The Golden Boy or the one that the tamer of
truth? And is he the truth? You know, back in other card games, sometimes they called the correct card or the deck the truth, and this end deck just might be the truth. I think I'm really big fan of Jacob. I really like him. I really respect him. I think he's a great player, but as often I am the underdog myself, I gotta go with the Golden Boy. Gotta represent Bærum and Stabæk, you know, buying your way out of problems and all that things.
Representing the posh people.
Yeah, I'm so incredibly posh and classy and rich and talented. All these things that Jasper will be if he becomes the champion. And I think you are rooting with the Mr. Unmovable himself.
I have to root with him, especially if you're choosing Jasper. But I think my coin is a little bit more towards Jacob. He's been doing an amazing job this season. He's been playing on all of these events. He's been placing high. This is his shot now to become the winner of the Nationals. He's an amazing player. We've seen so much clean plays.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of good plays here, but I do dare to say that I think Jacob have had both the cleanest and the least amount of lines that I've been like, do you know what? I think this would be a nice line. Jacob, most of the times, it's just like, yeah, this just seems like the perfect lines. Most of the times.
I think Jacob is playing extremely clean, and Jasper would have to play extremely tight and get a little luck to win against him, being the underdog. Jacob gets to decide who goes first, which also huge in this matchup. And I am believing in Jasper. I really want him to win, but I think that if I'm just looking at it, I think Jacob is favored just from being the stronger player. But truths can be harsh. Sometimes what you think is the truth might not be the truth.
No, this will definitely be an exciting game to watch. I do not believe that this is going to be a game where one person is just going to run over the other. It might happen.
It might happen.
We might be a little bit unlucky here, and you just see Zen just drawing all the cards he needs and just high rolling it out here.
But
we
it
also
might go the other way, where Victor keeps locking down the Zen with disruption and getting more and more gold, getting more and more might, and try to block 14 crippling crush, carnival crush. That you can't. You will just lose your turn.
Yeah, it's that is what's the next thing I was going to try and say too. That it's not just Sen that is capable of high rolling. We just saw that with Victor against Dash.io, that he is capable of doing some high roll damage that is very high.
Yeah.
And also Spinal Crush. That is a card that Zen does not like to see him be hit by.
Often the he might be caught with the only good cards being the 3 blocks, and he doesn't want to give 2 3 blocks because then he doesn't do anything. But he can't not block it because then he doesn't do anything.
Yeah. So it's
damned if you do,
damned if you don't.
Correct.
And it's stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
We'll see where the rock and where the hard place is just in a couple of minutes, party people and all the lovely viewers. Here we see Jacob thinking he's chatting with his friend, his opponent. What about how this game is going to go down? Both of the players will receive a very beautiful gold foil. So you can't be that unhappy even if you lose the finals. You want to be the champion, you want to be the best, but it's a very nice constellation. And there's the fist bump, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into the finals. And
we see Jacob for the first time here with a Kakara.
And
here we see what I talked about earlier.
And the double gold.
Yeah. So this confirms, this confirms that it is not just for Anathos, but when they want to be at the most aggressive, they want to set up for the most possibility of high rolling. Because if Jesper had now started with a visit to the Golden Estate, he would have been able to generate 3 might on turn 1.
And here we see a very nice attack for 8. He might not be able to block it and take some damage, and he is very cleverly arsenaling a humble. So he might use it for double bonds and the tiger blocking for 9. So he takes no damage and fuels his graveyard. So Jacob is pretty happy with this exchange. Let's see what the boys are drawing.
I do think Jesper is fine to see 2 bonds go here, because that leaves only 5 bonds left in Jacob's deck. So it does decrease the chances, likelihood of drawing more bonds less.
He has a transcend turn here, but it's pretty awkward. And there we see, is that 2 test of strengths? Yeah, it's 2 test of strengths.
Does indeed look like 2 test of strength.
This hand is a little doggy because it's all reds, but this test of strength might bail him out.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand you don't really want to see in the victor seat, as especially in this matchup where you don't really have the time to draw these hands that does not attack that well. If you can get 1 blue in here without muscle, that will be very...
Okay, he had another blue, so then this turn is fine. I was thinking that I thought he had a red, that he might just want to go for a mediocre turn and arsenal the transcend card. But with another blue descending, this makes a lot of sense. He goes up to 3 floating. He's going to pitch to Sen to go up to get another attack trigger from the levels of enlightenment. Your grandma's spinning wheel kick can't do that, Christian.
No. So the thing that we talked about earlier here is that normally when he's trying to activate ability, he had 3 resources floating. Normally you would have to use those and not allowed to pitch another card. But the hero abilities of these new Mystic heroes, like Zen and Enigma and Nu, requires you to pitch specifically Chi in order to activate their ability. That is why you see Jacob pitching the Chi to activate his ability, and that's why he then still floats 3 resources, which will be the generic resources.
Yeah. So what do you think he is going for here? He has 1 tiger in hand. Do you think he's going to draw a card, or do you think he's going to pump the power?
I'm unsure. Depending a little bit, he has 1 tiger. I'm not sure what the last card in his hand was again. So a little bit depending on that will inform the decision. I do think that drawing a card here will be quite good for just extending the combat chain and the damage. The random card would likely be more than 2 damage.
Yeah. We also lost, not lost, but Jasper had the opportunity just to use the heave ability for the Thunderquake and not letting Jacob block with any cards. And then his hand was not that good. He would not be able to transcend. So it's interesting to say if this cascades of reason, the small thing of just trying to make your hand slightly better comes to bite him. Ooh, that is a bonds he's going to be able to arsenal. That is really good.
Yeah. So you could have heaved the Thunderquake, but the problem then is that he will be sitting left with 2 cards in his hand, and the cards he was sitting in his hand wasn't the best, but it was okay blues anyway. So that would have actually fixed up this hand is now. It wouldn't be as bad with all the reds because he would have had guaranteed 2 blues in his hand.
Tiger for 0. Expertly doesn't block it. I think this hand is quite awkward. So this is coming for 5. That is pretty good because Victor doesn't have a good 1 block to give, and the Tiger is relevant. But I think he's just not gonna care. Yeah. Oh no, he lost the first one. But I think you're happy. No.
Yeah.
Oh, he's cracking. He's not happy.
Yeah.
I think I would just kept the trounce on top and kept it for next turn because this is very unlikely to happen again. So, but now his hand is bailed out. He got the blue.
I think he has to do this because of his hand being so red heavy.
Yeah.
He's not really doing a lot with his hand. He needs to find a way to fix this hand.
Agreed.
And that is the problem he is currently looking at right now.
So this Tiger is going to come for 1. It's not like the end of the world.
No.
It's a little annoying that he got it. He's going to block with an out muscle. Probably doesn't need that one. Tiger for 1, and then chase the tail for 4. So it's pretty decent turn from nothing into something. So he takes the 1, and then I think he's just gonna use the clash card again because he knows there's a 3 on top, and we win those.
Yeah, it's. I think it's fine. Sure, you don't draw the card of it,
but you get the gold.
You most likely get the gold.
Yeah. Let's see. Boom! No, he lost again.
And he can't change it
He
around.
can't change it because it's once per turn, and he has to give Jacob a gold. Holy moly! This is extremely unfortunate for Jasper here. This
is not how you want this to be going down.
He could have had 3 gold right now, Christian. 4 gold. So the first daddy would give him 5 might. That would have been huge.
So this did not go Jasper's way at all.
Yeah. He just needs to focus and not be tilted by this.
Yeah, I don't think Jasper is going to be tilted by this. I think he's going to be fine. He's going to be, this happens. I decided to play this deck.
Yeah.
This happens. This is what happens, and this is what you have. Strong players that comes all the way up to the nationals. They will be this. They will be like, do you know what? Shit happens.
Yeah.
I play this deck. This is what I get, or this is what can happen playing the deck. It is unlikely, but statistically, it's gonna happen in a couple of the games. You just don't want it to happen in the finals.
Jacob has an Art of War, but he's very blue deck. It does not have a single blue in his hand. So I think he's not going to block with the boots this turn.
Yeah. So it's actually funny to see like how much reds these 2 decks have been drawing because both of them is quite blue heavy.
I mean, you can block with helmet and boots, but then you have turned off your ability to super combo for the next of the turn. And then I think Jasper will just block with the gauntlets, block with the boots, block with the shield, block with everything, and just try to weather the storm and then get back on the horse.
Yeah.
After that pop-off turn when Jacob uses both his equipment piece.
It's like it's not the end of the world that he lost the clashes, but he really wanted to win them. That would help him to be a little bit further ahead in the game.
Yeah, it's not apparent now how huge it was. But it might be very, very devastating later in the game because that's a lot of gold he missed out. That could be redraws, that could be a might, since he has all 3 of Visit Gold Estate in his deck currently.
That is true.
And as Jacob is known for, he's expertly thinking all the lines.
Yeah.
Does my hero powder matter? It does. So it doesn't. If he's gonna block with a helm.
Yeah. So that is the thing. If he blocks with a helm, he needs to block it out.
Yeah, he's probably just gonna go helm, boots, and a 3 block. Probably the aspect of the tiger body, but still, is this the time to pop off? I think I would be happy just to block some of this and just do a mediocre turn. The problem is that the Art of War is kind of screwing him here because he can't arsenal it since he has a bonds in the arsenal.
But he could...
and he's going to take it.
Yeah, so the thing is that he can just pitch to play the Descendant Gust Waves in hand and just play the bonds.
That's true.
He doesn't actually need the hero ability here. He has a natural bonds line with his hand and arsenal, and that is still going to give him a strong turn and just leave the Art of War for arsenal. And I think I like this line.
Yeah,
going that way.
Just gonna. It feels bad. Pitch a red, play a red. We do this.
I think he might pitch to chase the tail, go this way, play bonds.
Yeah, because then I think it's a red in his arsenal. So then the then we get 2 tigers for the chase the tail.
He will not get... Yeah, depends on... Yeah.
No, he will not get 2 tigers. He will not. He can't activate his hero power. My bad, people.
Yeah, he needs to... He also doesn't have the chi to activate his hero power.
Yeah.
Regardless if he wasn't under Humble or not.
Yeah.
If he had an Art of Body in... Yeah, so you see here, it's just going to be a Tiger Swipe that he gets.
But he doesn't have a currently... Yeah, well, he get the tiger.
He gets the tiger because this is a 0 for 4, and this is just what he's looking for. He doesn't have anything better than just coming for 4 at the end of his chain right now.
Yeah. And arsenaling in the Art of War. If Jasper thinks that his hand is bad, him not attacking might be really good, actually, because then Jacob is not given the opportunity to block with the boots.
That is. But it is also, I think... That is something that is a very hard line to figure out when you're sitting there on here. That's just like, hey, maybe I just shouldn't attack.
Yeah, if Jasper does the soul read of you arsenaling in Art of War, then not attacking seems really good, actually.
Yeah, but it's very hard because the other thing is that if you don't attack and it's not an Art of War...
Yeah, then you look like a clown.
Then you just look like a clown. But if it is an Art of War, like we know it is, you can look like the 5-headed player that came out.
Then you would be extremely genius.
Yes.
So it's just, I think Jasper wants to attack here because, remember, Christian, he has the Spinal Cross in his arsenal.
Yeah, and I think it's better to just get that card, not get that card out of there, but actually push that card, the Smile Crush, out and threaten the removal of Go Again.
Art of War is such a sick card. It's a very good chain card when you get to draw 3 cards and not just the 2. I've been missing that card ever since. I don't play decks that play that right now.
There is a lot fewer decks that do play Art of Wars these days compared to what it was back... Or actually, it's kind of the same amount. It's just a lot more chain player. There was just a lot more players of those decks.
It was Alexi that played it up and down, and Katsu played it up and down, Steels plays it, and then Sens also plays it, because when you get like 4 attacks, it's very powerful.
Yeah, and when you have a deck that goes multiple chain links, getting a +1 per chain link is pretty powerful. And I do still think people are underestimating just how much +1 does actually matter. Actually, a card that I think is a little bit underplayed is actually the Lunging Press.
That's a very hot take here in Stockholm, Christian. Lunging Press is underplayed. Very interesting. I'm not sure if I agree with you, but it might be good in some decks.
It won't mostly be Guardians, I would see, at playing it, because it could help you tip the crushes over again. So it would mostly be like a Bravo tech.
Yeah, because they usually block, so they only take 3.
Yes.
So here we're going to see Tunic up to 3. Then he's going to pitch his entire hand to go up to 5. Jacob struggling, putting the card in.
Jacob making sure that his deck is the correct orientation.
Yeah. Jasper has been very good at not missing anything. He's been playing very tightly for someone who's just happy to be here.
You like to harp on him for that, just like being glad.
That because he needs confidence. He's very good. He should be here to like, I'm here to win, baby.
I actually think it's in Jasper's advantage that he's just like, do you know what? I'm just playing here to have fun, to just see how it goes. Because that means that he's not putting the extra pressure of himself that can be a detriment to some players, where you're telling yourself, oh, I have to win this, I have to win this, because it can get you into this state of thinking that, oh, I can't lose this game. You're thinking, I need to win this, but it's quickly to get over to, oh, I can't lose, and then you start playing to not lose the game instead of actually playing to win the game. But since Jasper's just sitting here, and, do you know what? I'm just going to play my best. And that is the same, I feel like Jacob is. He isn't more like, I'm going to win this, but he also has the attitude of, do you know what? I'm just going to play the best game I can. Yeah. And then we see how it goes from there. And this is the feeling I have gotten from all of the top 8 players that we've had here today.
Yeah.
It is
This is terrifying for Jasper.
Yeah,
all
you
the
see
equipment, blocking 7, and Jacob is locked in. He's ready to pop off.
Jacob says, I'm going to take 2. And then I'm
he's
gonna
just
pounce
considering, am I going to give any of these cards? I don't think he's going to do, because I think he should be able to use his entire hand. He might want to keep the Shuko and trade it with a 2-block in his hand, because he has a lot of like mediocre 2-cost. But I think we're happy, because we just want to dig. He has double Art of War, Christian. This is going to be ridiculous.
Double Art of War is not a kind thing to do to your opponent.
No, I think Jacob heard us talking and was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna finish this quick."
Just like, you know what? Here, let's pop off. And you see Jacob just sitting there like la 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 la. Yeah. So we're gonna see how much damage is this turn from Jacob actually gonna end up spanning out to be.
Bring out the calculator, Christian. It's time to count. Very soon. We have to wait for some.
As soon as you
shuffle.
play both Art of Wars.
Yeah, but there was no ill intent for Jasper. It's always correct to be happy. I just find it funny that I feel he's just underestimating himself just a bit.
No, I did not mean it that you were saying that in a negative way. It's just, it's funny being a commenter. But it's also very fun to see people coming here, enjoying the game so much that I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to play, loving to play the game.
Yeah.
This amazing game that we are sitting here and playing.
So what is the best thing that Jasper can draw to not get very sad this turn?
He wants a hand that blocks as well as he can. So he wants Test of Strength Trounces.
Bars?
Things that does not block 2, like the Pummel and that Sellers Belting. That is 2 of the worst cards he wants. He does not want to see those cards.
First Art of War. Tiger, you're out of here. Meow.
It seems like people like your meow comments. We can hear the top.
Yeah, we have a slight audience right next to us, so it's nice to get some feedback and knowing that they appreciate my sounds. That makes me feel happy about myself. Thank you, people. Thank you.
That is good. So we see here thinking about what we're doing. Are we
levels.
Are we just bowling and we saying, do you know what? Here's Art of War number 2.
So usually back in the day, it was often not correct to play double Art of War in chain. But I think it's correct now. Oh, he's going to use the gold.
I like this.
I want more information.
That is a blue descendant.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. This is going to be extremely scary. I think, I hope you're ready with the calculator, because we might just see a Sen record on stream right now.
That will be interesting to see how much damage is this turn actually going to be.
I think it will at least be 8 or more chain links.
It might be that much. I thought he was going to say, I think it's going to be 8 or more damage. And I was like, that sounds like kind of low damage to be the new record on stream.
Well, 40 is technically more than 8. So it would be a correct statement, not a very accurate statement, but a correct one.
Yeah, that is indeed true here. So he gets the Bonds of Ancestry.
Yeah. Bonds of Agony, let's go!
Well, I do think that Bonds of Ancestry has probably given people some agony during the time that it's been played.
So here, he has another Tiger, and you know what's going to happen to this one.
Yeah, I like this line here of activating Zen and then getting another Tiger that you can just go, do you know what? I'm going to also throw away this Tiger to just get 2 more cards.
Yeah, and it's all I like. We have seen some people that are waiting with oh dear mother of God, it's gonna be double or triple.
How many cards does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cards in hand still. 4, 5.
Oh.
No, it's only 6 cards.
Only 6 cards. Okay, then he's alive. Oh, just kidding. Here's the 8 card. Levels, all modes locked in. I am usually happy as a new player when I get to go 5 go again draw card. But
here 7.
Jacob is a different kind of beast. he wants 7 go again.
You've heard about E-Strike, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes for now. You have to choose 7 or go again or draw a card.
Oh, Christian, that's a sacred
art too. What is this hand?
Ooh, is he going to play it? That's very interesting. Oh, thanks, buddy. Quicken.
I don't
White border.
Actually, do you know what? This might be a little bit disgusting because he might come with the CNC for 8 with go again.
Yeah.
This is CNC for 8 with go again. It's
Although
like,
he
yeah.
might use the CNC now. That's filthy, Jacob. Don't do it.
Please
Don't
do
it.
it.
To
Please do
poor
it.
Jasper.
It's only, but if you're first gonna go all the way here and just go
it's
crushing
true.
over, you should just go all. It's just like Jasper did versus the other Jacob on Dash.io, where it's like, yeah, I know you're dead, but I want to show you my pummel.
So here's a blue, not that good, just attacking for 3. Yeah, he needs the small die. It is baby number.
Yeah, it has go again and go again. That quicken
Yeah.
token should be gone from the table right now because it has been used on that.
It should be absurd. I think Jacob is just really focused on the line to get it. I think our Supreme Judge will probably remove it relatively quick.
Yeah. So yeah, he's only represented 10 damage so far.
Oh, it's only 10.
Yeah, only 10 damage.
Yeah,
and
how many cards do he has left in his hand?
He has only 5 cards left and a Bonds of Ancestry lying in Banish, ready to be played. That's going to come for 6 more damage.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he just stops the turn here. Maybe he's scared of the gauntlet that breaks the chain.
Yeah, maybe that. Maybe it's also Sacred Art that's just going to come with some
Pouncing tigers?
Yeah, I don't know why I call it Pouncing Tigers.
You're thinking of pouncing lynx, and lynx is not a tiger. They're very close. They both say meow, but they are not the same.
Are you sure Lynx says meow?
Yeah, I met one. He said meow.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna question your Lynx knowledge of your.
That's
Lynx
at least
sound.
what my cat said to me, and I do believe him.
So yeah, you see them just removing the quicken token. They're like, yeah, this is gone. It's not relevant. Who cares?
Yeah. I don't think Jacob considering sending the CNC here. I think he is just trying to figure out, okay, how many times am I going to bonds?
Yeah.
And how do I do it most efficiently?
It is very likely that we're not actually going to see him playing the Sacred Art because it's just going to be better spent as resources.
I think it's going to be pitch because here comes the bonds.
I think he can go up to triple bonds this turn.
Yeah, because very clutch. He blocked with 2 bonds of ancestries at the start of the game, and this is what I talked about earlier. That attack might have cost him more than he was able to realize.
Yeah, but then again, you don't really know if they have bonds. But yeah, this is why it's very. This comes down again where it's very easy to sit down in a matchup against them where you think like, do you know what? I'm just gonna have to be as aggressive as possible. I'm gonna try and push these 8 damage. To push this 8 damage, but then again, it's hard to actually push through 8 damage because if they have 4 2-blocks in their hands, it's still going to be 8 block. So they have to have a 0 block for you to still actually push damage.
Yeah, I think Jasper was thinking what's my game plan and not what's my game plan and how do I stop Jacob's game plan.
Yeah,
and it's a very common thing to do. I always struggle when to attack and when not to attack on the first turn.
The advantage Jasper would have had if he said, okay, I just want to go to Arsenal, is that if Jacob says like, okay, and he sets up some way, because the other reason why I don't like attacking in the first turn into Zen is that I give them attacks that they can use Droplet,
yeah, if he
draws scale
Droplet
and Path Well Traveled, so they can do a double transcend on turn 1, or their turn 0, and I don't want them to start their turn with Chi.
Oh, he's playing the Sacred Art Tiger Domain.
This is beautiful. He is generating 2 tigers in hand. All the tigers are going to get +1. So these tigers, they're going to be coming for 3. I like his token. I really love his token there that he's created to show the power that is created from the Jade Tiger Domain.
So this Jade Sacred Art, he's closing the chain. He actually respects the gauntlet.
I think this is a correct line to do because he had the other Descendant Gust Waves in his hand. So that means that he still can play his bonds.
Whoa, that's a very heads-up play. We're reaching Kano levels of pitch. This is the 5th blue card in the pitch zone.
Are we playing Kano or are we playing Zen?
They're pretty much the same. They're both men.
Is that all plays? You're just men.
Yeah.
Then Victor and Zen is the same.
Yep. As I told you, Jacob is fighting himself.
And that is indeed true.
So here comes the bonds. It's going for 6 because it's not good enough for just 4, draw a card.
Yeah,
but
you know,
now he will not be able to go a lot of bonds, but he might just be fine by going chase the tail because these tigers, they're beefy. They're coming for 3.
They're coming for 3 bays each. So he goes chase the tail. That is going to be an additional 7 damage. So that is, with the 2 tigers that he has in hand right now, that is going to be a total of 13 more damage.
That's ridiculous. So I think that Jacob, being the very meticulous player, I think he counted how much value is this gauntlet of Iron Will going to give my opponent, and is it worth to break the chain?
I think he. So the thing here is that breaking the chain doesn't actually affect anything here, unless he wanted to. Of course, if he wanted to do double bonds line, but as you say, I don't think that is where he wanted to do, and I don't even know if that would be the most damage on this turn.
Yeah, I've not done the math, but when I discussed with my good friend Adam Hovi, he said that the bonds always outvalues the gauntlet, even though the gauntlet becomes better, and especially when you have the Art of War. So yeah, so Jacob decided that this damage, he rather stop the gauntlet, keeps his breakpoints, and go for the Tiger plan. I think if he didn't draw the Sacred Art, he would not have broken the chain there.
No, that is exactly. I think it's because of the Sacred Art there, that because of the extra tigers in here, I do agree that most of the times the bonds will outvalue the gloves in itself. But it's also because here he was guaranteed to have the bonds anyway, because he had double Descending Gust Waves in his hand. And yeah, sure, he could have done this same line here and had another bonds on this turn. So if you assume there is another bonds that would be in line here, that would be 4 more damage. No, 6 more damage that he didn't use, that is represented, but it will also so far be 2 less damage that it would deal. So it will only be at this point plus 4 damage.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to end with the CNC for 8.
I think so too. So this is a tiger for 3.
Yeah.
So that at this point the gloves would, now the extra bonds would just have been 3 damage extra.
Yeah,
because the bonds would just have been 6 damage. Would just straight have been 6 extra damage there, because it would come in for 4. Because it would be exactly the same lines we have now, just with an extra bonds. So this is coming in for 6. So I think actually because of the lines that he's going now with the tigers, he's actually going to get more value by closing the combat chain, or go equal in value by closing the combat chain.
Extremely heads-up play from Jacob then.
Because currently the bonds would be plus 2 damage. So if Jacob plays 2 more attacks, only 2 more attacks, that means that closing the combat chains is the same amount of damage as playing the bonds.
So he blocks 6. Here's a tiger for 6.
That is a lot of damage.
It's so ridiculous. And then he has 2 reds, a CNC and a spinning wheel kick. So I think he's just gonna toss the CNC. It's fun to toss CNC for 8.
He've only done 34 damage so far. Represented 34 damage.
Not
so
50 damage, Jacob. I am disappointed in you.
Yeah, it's not Kano.
Yeah, true. Ban Sash LSS. Oh, the Quicken is back and ready to rock and roll.
So yeah.
Blocking 2, taking 4, going down to 8. You know what attacks for 8, Christian?
That's a CNC, but it seems like he's considering the spinning wheel kick and arsenaling the CNC.
Yeah, he might.
So there's only a 2 damage difference between playing that card and arsenaling the CNC, and I do think, because Jasper does not have a arsenal, I do actually think it would be better to just put the arsenal and play the
because
spinning wheel kick.
Then you will always have a hand that does at least
something.
8 damage with the Kakara and the CNC, even if you draw only at non-attacks.
Yeah, and that's why I like it. Like, I don't think at this point, 2 extra damage is worth it. Yeah, you see here, Jacob
agrees, coming for 6 again.
So yeah, with that last attack there, playing the bonds would have been the same amount as if you close the combat chain or not close the combat chain. The bonds would actually have been 1 less damage.
Okay, and this is why he is Mr. Unmovable, people. He did all the math for both lines and figured out this is 1 more. I'm gonna go for the 1 more.
This was exactly 40 damage presented.
So here we see Victor just with his crown, his gold, his tunic, and nothing more.
and Jacob sitting at 32.
Yeah.
Jasper is at 4.
At least he has his clothes. Jacob is naked here.
Yeah. Maybe that's why Jasper. Maybe that's why he's just like he's blinded by Zen.
Yeah, that bald spot shining through, blinding Victor in the face.
So we see a Mauling Key. What is the other? There's a Mauling Key. That's a third Art of War.
Oh,
Jacob
he
just
didn't
adding-
came to play around. He came here to win.
Jacob is just adding insult to injury with these hands. Sen is just saying here, just you know what? Here, just get it.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe LSS should do something. Maybe they should take the boot. I don't know. This is kind of ridiculous.
But at the same time, it was still a double Art of War turn.
Yeah.
Right?
They should be ridiculous.
Yeah. So the Art of Wars there generated. Let's see. He attacked 8. He had 8 attacks there. So 2 Art of Wars there was 16 damage alone. So outside of the Art of Wars there, if we don't talk about the fact that they also enabled the levels of enlightenment, they also drew 4 more cards from these tigers.
Yep.
If we're just talking about damage, there were 16 more damage. So without those, it would be a 24 damage turn.
Yeah. So that's a very, very big difference in numbers.
Yeah. You could say then that, oh yeah, it was enabled by the boots and everything like that, but there is still ways that Jacob could have done this without activating the boots. It would be a lot harder. It would require more setup. I have heard people talk about not liking Art of War because it can enable these kind of things.
Yeah, that might be a way. The Art of War was made in the in FAB 1 era, so it might have been a card that has outscaled itself. It has a very powerful ability, just a card that continues to scale in power.
Yeah, it might be just that if you look a little bit at Art of War hasn't done anything that you could say be like, Art of War hasn't done quote-unquote fair things. It always enabled these very large, insane rounds. That is okay draws here.
Yeah. The thing is, like, when you are 32 and your opponent's at 4, you don't need anything fancy. You just need cards with go again, and they'll get the job done sooner or later.
So what do you like doing here? Play a spinning wheel kick or play the CNC and Arsenal to chase the tail. Yeah, it seems like he's going. Okay, it's spinning wheel kick. I like Arsenal and spinning.
Yeah, the chase the tail. He's not gonna get 2 tigers for the rest of the game.
No,
the Sacred Dart is gone. The equipment is gone. It has to be like a transcend on a on the body.
Aspect of Tiger.
Yeah, so I very agree with Jacob here. Just take the 1 for 4, go again. It is a breakpoint. It does the job. And here we also see the weakness of this Victor deck not being built to withstand all this damage because he has a lot of 2 blocks.
But I will say that I think most decks that plays 3 Art of Wars should most likely be winning.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. It is not easy to do anything against that, but it's like it is what it is. People, sometimes you draw your bomb cards, and they are in the deck for a reason.
It's the reason why you play them. You set them up, you do that. It's also Jacob blocked out. It didn't actually matter that much that he enabled the bonds that early in the graveyard, since he didn't end up going with the double bonds line anyway.
Yeah.
But it was an option that he had because of the block early on.
Yeah, and I would also shout out Jacob saying to himself, I need 9 chi. That is the most important thing in the world.
He's playing every Transcend card.
So if his list had fewer, he might not have been in this position right now.
No. He just wants to draw. He wants to transcend as fast as he can. So he have made himself. He have found ways to try and do that as best as he can.
Here comes the spinning wheel kick, attacking 4/4. And hey, yo, that's a trounce! Let's see if he actually managed to win this one. Flip. Yeah, 5 beats 0. We go again.
Okay, he's probably gonna win the next one.
Yay!
Yes. That's
so,
good.
I mean, it's a step in the right direction. It's nice to win the clashes. You get the 2 gold, you get the vigor, you get the might.
But it might have been, everything just be a little bit too late because they're still going to come this for 4, and now a CNC is going to come in.
It's coming for 5.
It's coming for... Oh, yeah, Art of War, yeah. And then a CNC comes for 7. And this is
It's
over.
good game, and we
Jacob
have
did it!
a national champion, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Unmovable himself, Jacob Trossing!
He went 12-0, not losing a single game during the whole weekend. This is insane. Congratulations!
And here he comes
And here
into
he
the
comes.
studio! My man! Give me some skin, brother! Well played, sir, well played. Here's the microphone. Tell the people of the world, how are you feeling right now?
Well, Mo, I'm feeling great.
Yeah!
It's been an amazing weekend.
Oh my god, and what a weekend you had, my friend. You were just unstoppable. How was it? Did you feel, when you started the tournament, did you think, this is my tournament, now it's my time to win?
I was definitely think I had great chances to win, but I also felt there were definitely some hard matchups. I expected a lot of news. So I was definitely not feeling super confident. I know there's also a lot of strong draft players here in Sweden. So I did not think draft would
with a 5 out of 10 deck. And in the first pod as well. So that's very impressive that you managed to do that. But it's like you always got the little edges. Did you count? Did you know that breaking the chain would give you 1 more damage?
Yes.
Damn!
2 more damage.
2?
Yeah, it was 2 more damage actually. Yeah,
you have a calculator.
Yeah,
and he's just using his brain. And you did get it wrong. Oh my lord. Oh my days. Well, I don't know what to say, but let's introduce Mr. Tio himself. Hedvig, please come up stage and crown our new champion. A big applause for Hedvig, everybody.
Yes, congratulations, Jacob. And if you want to beat this man, then you should come to Stockholm in November and play the Battle Hardened. Congratulations. And also,
here's the gold for Tay. Congratulations so much, Jacob.
So well played during the whole weekend. It's been insane. That is well deserved.
Thank you, thank you.
Very well placed. Is there any last words you want to say? Anything? You already given a huge shout out. Do you want to give them a shout out again?
But also a huge shout out to my girlfriend, my family, and my friends, all for supporting and cheering me on during this weekend. It has been great having them watching. Especially when it goes so well.
Yeah, it's always fun winning. Shout out to girlfriend, let's go! That's always nice. But thank you so much, Jacob. Congratulations so much again. Very well deserved. Everybody said you were a strong opponent and you played so clean. Not a single misplay that I could see. Very well deserved.
Thank you.
So let's congratulate again the 2024 Swedish national champion.
Woo! I think we are about to end the stream pretty soon. You can go now, sir. Put the microphone over there. But we have to do our due. Yeah, Stefan, come on up here. Come here, Mr. Judge. Come on, you need some glory as well. Here he is, the supreme overlord, the big judge. Come up on stage and give him a big applause, everybody. This tournament would not be available without you. Sorry, Christian, say what you were going to say.
I was also going to say that this is also the amazing person behind the FAB counter app that we have been using today to track all of the life that the players have been using. And also, here we see him. Henrik has just been running away, but we should get him over here too because he really also needs a shout out.
Yeah, he also he should have some closing words. But tell me, Stefan, how was the judging? Was it stressful? Did anything weird happen? Did anything cool happen?
No, nothing weird. Really.
Nothing weird?
No,
that's very cool. A clean tournament, people. Clean tournament. That's good. Anything you want to shout out?
No, shout out to the community and all good players and yeah.
Yeah, shout out to you. Let's go. Okay, Stefan, you can go down from the stage now.
This tournament could not have been a thing without the communities. Now we're gonna get Henrik, the overlord that we have here that has...
No, Stefan is always the overlord.
True.
Okay, but you are also one of the key people that enables us to actually make all of this happen with this amazing stream and all of this. So thank you so much for your hard work during the whole weekend.
Thank you. And I want to shout back to you guys coming all the way from Norway to be here.
It's our pleasure.
50 minutes playing, people.
It's been an amazing weekend. We had so many great games, and I've been so happy. I'm so very, very tired.
You get the ultimate reward, the bed.
Yeah, the bed.
Not the bread,
I'm gonna
the
spoon
bed.
you later.
Okay. Looks like I'm not going home tonight.
From Sweden. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. Everybody.
Only one.